follow and follow. Always drop your handle for Dennis Odhiambo and he will follow you ASAP. Dennis, good evening. How are you doing? What was your dinner, man? Did you enjoy your dinner? Dennis, have a mic. So you don't want to pick a mic? Hmm? You don't want to pick a mic? Miriam, I see you. Yeah, guys. Okay, we're gonna have a maybe 2 hours conversation around the business, that what is happening around the country. Ukwaje?
Na mimi
Yeah.
naweza sema kuko poa sana Kenya, tumetulia, so tunasoma tu
Umekula?
sapa tushakula omena kama kawaida, sisi watu wa Kisumu.
Right. I hear you. Wacha niite Miriam. Watu wameshakula omena hapa. Watu wa biashara ya omena iko affected. Wewe unapata tu omena bwana, si usambaze hiyo omena hata sisi tuweze kula. Okay guys, thank you so much for joining this evening. We really appreciate your time and welcome on board. We just want to discuss what is happening, the status quo to the business, how much has been affected and everything. So we want to rotate our conversation this evening there, maybe 2 hours at most. I think that will be okay with us. And then we just wind up this conversation and let it be constructive. And also we need as much as many opinion as we can for us to make it clear. I think hiyo itakuwa sawa, na usiogope kama unajua Shembeteng is okay. Shembeteng unazoongea Lombotov pia ni sawa, bora watu waelewe kile unasema. Nimeona Miriam akicheka juu omena. Kwa hivyo sasa tutakuwa tukiongea. Kingsman, good evening, good night, how are you doing?
Hillary, good evening, good morning for you, I believe there.
Yeah, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. I see people are coming in. Sorry, I'm just leaving the parking now. If you allow me like 2 minutes to pay, and then we can pick up the conversation.
No worries, that's okay. Akimu, good evening, how are you doing? Andrew, your mic is up, is open, lakini I can't hear your voice. Andrew, I can't hear your voice.
Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. How are you doing?
Yes, I'm doing good. I am grateful for the day.
Yes, sir.
Yes, I want just to say just one thing as I continue to listen.
Yes, sir.
I think that the business environment is not bad. It is the government that is making it look bad, because GenZs are civilized people. They don't, loot. They don't steal. In fact, it is the government that steals and loots and destroys people's businesses. Right now, people are doing things normally. But you see, you might see government unleashing goons, using some quarters of our young people to go to the streets and cause, chaos, which is, uncalled for. So I want to say that at the beginning of this protest, the business people, mostly in Nairobi, you could see that they were giving protesters water. They were really helping protesters, and I think this pissed the government, and that's why I would. It is just an assumption that I am making. I think this is one reason why the government government was angered, and maybe they thought to themselves, we have to change the image of the GenZs, so that in the eyes of the business people, they will be seen as looters, as people who would not want business to thrive, so that they can cause some distraction between the business community and the GenZs advocating for change. So I want to say, generally, the enemy is the government, and it is very bad that our government can behave this way. Our government must accept that the GenZs are on the streets for the better of this country. And I want to just appreciate, because we have made successes. You have seen, although the president returned some few members to the cabinet, that were previously, in the previous cabinet. We have the appointments that have been made now. You see, majority of the guys in cabinet are fairly informed. You saw what people said about the attorney general. Many commentators, they were very happy about the appointment of that lady, because to many people she is competent. And some guys who were appointed to cabinet, they have papers, unlike the previous cabinet that majority of people had, we in our minds, we used to, in the public, opinion, the court of public opinion, they were people that we are not qualified to be in cabinet. So we are making progress, and I want to believe that going forward we must continue to exert pressure, because these guys, they are not ready to just listen and act. They need pressure. So the pressure that we have exerted has given us results. We need more pressure. You see, there are people lying to the president. Oh, these guys want you to go. No. Me, when people are saying, I want the president to work, he's the one that came to the people and looked for votes. And therefore, he doesn't have a choice. He has to work for the people of Kenya, and he has to work for the people of Kenya, all people without discrimination, and the president must stop, the greedy public officers from looting our resources. That is just what I would love to say. Thank you. Hello.
Okay, Andrew, I hear you. Miriam, good evening.
Good evening, Hillary. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. Go ahead.
Oh my goodness, you gave me the mic so fast even before I was ready. There was no one before me. But I'll try and put my thoughts let me try and put my thoughts together. So speaking from a point of view where I've been through I've had business through 2 election cycles. So I have experienced Mandamano as a business person in CBD. I'm speaking from that point of view, bearing in mind that the concept of peaceful demonstrations in Kenya is very foreign. I have never, ever experienced peaceful demonstrations in Kenya, especially when large numbers are involved. Forget about the smaller demos where it's usually maybe, I've been in town when maybe Boni Boniface Mwangi is doing his demos. It's always a very small group that goes to parliament, so you don't even get to notice them. But when there are bigger groups of people, there'll always be infiltrators. Even in the past, they'll always be there. As someone said earlier, this one was a little bit different because even though I'm sure people closed their businesses up, the people on the streets had the goodwill of the business people because the target at that time was finance bill. And of course, we didn't expect that demo period to be very prolonged. So what I needed to say is that bearing in mind that small businesses, when it comes to small businesses, every sale counts, every day in your business counts, every sale that you make counts. So those days, I remember, I'm speaking from my experience, I remember those days closing up business for 1-2 days or every Tuesday, Thursday. Those are the days that Raila was agitating. It was very detrimental to my business. I will never forget those. I'll never forget those periods of time. So you're asking, the question here is the impact of demos on the current and the current status quo to the business. I am sure the business community is really struggling, even though I'm sure they relate with what we are fighting for. I always think it's very it becomes very unfortunate because well, the point of the demos is you have to be disruptive. So the best place to do it would be in the central business district. But I usually do sympathize with the people in the CBD, for example, or people within the business areas where the demos are carried out, because they're collateral when it comes to the agitation. So I don't know whether I'm answering your question, Hilary. Am I making sense so far? Sorry, Hilary, are you still there?
Miriam, what are you saying?
Yes?
You are saying? Just continue. You lead the meeting, you and Kingsman.
Oh, no. I was saying that, of course, the impact, I'm sure the people in town, especially in town, I'm talking about town CBD because most of the demos are carried out in CBD. I'm sure there's negative impact on them. Everyone is always hoping, from my experience, that the demos are not prolonged, so that they don't feel the impact, so that you're able to cushion the few days that you lose when it comes to the demos. So when it comes to the infiltration, you cannot control it. You cannot control large numbers of people, especially when the police, you don't have the goodwill of the government and the police, so you would never expect their support. But my sympathies, I will not lie, my sympathies always go to the business community in town. That's really my opening, Hilary. I wanted to just share that from my own experience.
Thank you, Mariam, for that. Why we decided to host this space is because the feeling is that regardless of whatever is going, all of us have got bills that we have to pay, and we also happen to be the people who are also supporting this the current the current stampede that is in the country, that is the anti-bad governance demos that we've been holding since the month of June. So my thought was, because also in business term strategy whereby found myself talking to my on my own.
Demos as well, but also to encourage our young men. Although I'm from engineering sector, and I know very well there that I have my fellows from engineering sector who are now listening to me. If the type of protest that we have experienced in Kenya so far, I can tell you that we have lost lives, we have lost resources, and as well we have lost our skills. And I can tell you very well, we have also suffered some injuries. And you know very well, there are so many ways of protesting. If you know very well that you cannot protest in a physical way, then there is also a way of protesting through online. Retweet, tweet and retweet, tweet and retweet, so that you also become among those who are protesting in as far as poor government in as far as poor governance is concerned. And I would also like to encourage the youths that we should continue with the same spirit. We are not giving it up. We will end up all the bad things that the government have done to the youths, and I'm very sure we are going to win. Thank you, Ms. Hilary, and thank you everyone for this chance.
Hillary. Hi, everyone.
Hello. Can you hear me? Hillary?
Miguna space, Hillary and myself. So I think, Kerry, you can continue.
Yeah, thank you, Kingsman, and my apologize because
And then I think David Otunga can come in.
Yeah, I didn't quite understand. I thought we are still in the theme of Nane Nane. My apologies for that.
Yeah,
I think
Nane is like what is default settings. Ni kama useme umewasha simu na isiwake.
yeah. So yeah, and I guess I'm too engrossed in that Nane thing. So I will pass on for this for better speakers who can be able to give more strategies around business resilience during these times. Thank you very much.
Okay, karibu Kerry. David Otunga. So Mariam, I get you, I understand you. So and maybe we can be able to adopt businesses from. We know that on the day of the demonstration, instead of us now doing physical sales at the shop, then we can circumvent around online sales or digital sales during that the days of the demo, if they are to go beyond now the nane. So David Otunga and maybe Mariam, if you have maybe a rebuttal on that as we continue. David
No,
Otunga,
that is really brilliant. You know, I hadn't even thought about that yet, because you remember, for example, during the COVID period, very many people did suffer, but we got a lot of COVID billionaires, the people who were actually able to adapt to that situation and quickly make moves that made them millionaires during that period. So you're actually right that at that point, as a business person in town, maybe you need to look at what need you can attend to during that time, and you'll be able to cash in on that. You're actually very right. That's a very good idea.
thank you, Mariam, for that. So that is why I'm saying we are here to learn from each other. We are here to share ideas. Remember, in life, you have to adapt. You have to adapt because at the end of the day, it's only the genes that are able to adapt any type of situation that comes after or to them, that are able to survive. So that is in terms of life. In your own life, you need to adopt in your own relationships at home, at school, in college. Also, people in business, we need to adopt. We need to adopt and say, maybe the way the year 2020, 2021, COVID was a norm. There are people who became, as you said, COVID millionaires through selling of masks. I don't know, sanitizers. I don't know, so many things. And then they used to be called PPEs or something like that. So we can. It is us, the people that are in business, who are supposed to. Or not, people must eat. So if you're in the food industry, then it is up to you to know how will my goods get to the final consumer. And maybe you can, cause around the place that I live, supermarkets closed during that. Actually, they have been closing during demonstrations. So meaning alternative businesses can gain from supermarkets not opening up. And I've said one of it is opening an online supermarket whereby you sell everything and anything to people that are in need. Mariam, Dominic,
No,
maybe if you have
and
something to say,
mhm.
I'm waiting to come back, because we are not even able to add people to the space. And if I also take the co-host mic, I'm unable to speak. So Mariam and Dominic, others can listen as we exchange here.
Oh, Hillary Gondi is not able. He's not on the mic. Clearly,
Having
yeah.
a he's having a problem with his internet or something.
Okay, great. Okay, before Dominic even jumps in, there's another very big question that pops up during this season. Do we insure our businesses? And this is also from experience. We don't insure our businesses. That is another very big elephant in the room. So, Kings, maybe you can talk about the about insuring our business, small businesses, especially.
Yes, Mariam, that is one of the things that maybe someone needs to, but I don't know. I'm not sure if political risks are insurable. That is something maybe I might have to ask, and then next week when we are hosting this space, because what I want is for this, I want us to have Tuesdays for business, starting now and going on, and it is something that I want us to grow. And also how I want us to interact is that when you're here, please, when you're given the mic, say what you do. If someone can DM you, you exchange contacts, and then you might get 2 or 3 people who are interested in your business. So, Mariam, how, because I've been in business since the year I graduated in 2013. So, from then to date, I've been in business. I've seen so many cycles. I've gone through the 2013 after the coalition government, and then when the Ruto came in. I've also gone through now the I think 2017 was what was the slogan? There was the TNA. No, it was TNA, TNA, and then there was now Jubilee Ruto for the second term. And I've also, my businesses has also undergone the metamorphosis of that is now Uhuru going, and then Ruto coming in. So I think one of the ways that you can do, yes, is try to get insurance, and then you get insurance towards the things that you think your business can be palpable to. For example, if you are in, I had people who say that their phone shops were broken into, and then also people who complained about people just looting from their business. So you can hedge your businesses against theft, and then things like fire. And also the beauty is that insurance companies nowadays, they can package your whole business in terms of, now they just give you one policy that can be able to take care of all this. Another way is to put money aside for the rainy days, whereby you just say like, if this is what I'm making in a month, I can do, because basically you're supposed to at least save 10% of your total earnings in a month. Put it aside for the rainy days, whereby you can say, even if the demo goes on for the next 3-4 months, I'm able to pay my rent, I'm able to feed my family, I'm able to feed myself, and all that. So in terms of risk mitigation, it can be from you yourself as a person, you hedge your business against these political risks, and then at the same time, you can pick an insurance policy. Miriam, back to you. I hope I've answered your question.
No, you have. I was actually hoping that Hillary was available so that he can bring up anyone who's in the insurance business, because we do need to know whether they cover theft that comes with political unrest.
I don't know if we can tell him to close the space and then restart it.
Okay, that's fair.
Let me try to look for him, and then Dominic. Where is Dominic? Dominic has dropped. Let me try looking for
Dominic
him.
is here. He's on the speaker panel. I can see him. Oh, he's now disappeared.
Yeah, he has disappeared. Let me try looking for him.
Okay, no problem. But
he's back.
Who's back?
Dominic is back.
No, he's disappeared again. I think there's a problem with the network, because I was also having an issue earlier. But this is the thing. I was sharing earlier that during the 2 elections that, of course, we've always had these demos during all the elections, funnily enough. But during that period, I was doing computer business. I was dealing with computer parts and whatnot on Moy Avenue. You know, Moy Avenue is always it's usually very hot during the demos. For whatever reason, there's always very high traffic in those areas. As always, many people don't get their businesses insured for whatever reason. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we don't really have a lot of misfortune in the small businesses. And for many of us, we look to save this. Any small penny is a penny saved. You don't want to spend it on uncertainties, yeah? So yeah, those periods, the only thing we would do is on the day of the demo, you would totally shut down your business. There's no opening of your business. And it doesn't matter whether you supported the demos at that time or not. The closing of business was painful to a point that you would never ever take the demos positively. I think that's what I was sharing earlier, that you would always hope that the demos are not prolonged, because it doesn't matter whether you have the goodwill of the people or not. As long as they're losing their livelihood, at some point they will have to not support the demos. They would want you to look for another way to deal with the issue. It's a very complex balance between the business people and the people who are actually agitating for change. And you even being one of them, it becomes very hard for you to agitate for change with them when your livelihood is being affected. So yeah, so the only way we would deal with it with the demos was closing business totally. You would not even risk opening, because we would see businesses being looted over and over again. And I remember that just when these demos were starting, I did share on a different space that at some point we will see the so-called, and I'm going to call them so-called quote unquote business community coming up to protect their business. In fact, I said that these so-called, and these are just goons anyway, these so-called business communities are the ones who would derail the demonstrators. It has happened in the past. I've seen that happening. It's not a new concept that we're seeing right now. Maybe we're not that actively participating in the previous demos, but it has always happened that these quote unquote business communities will always come up to protect businesses. And it's because most of the people, and especially in the downtown areas, they really do complain about loss of business. As I said earlier, every penny counts. It's a very complex balance. I don't know. I think I've shared enough on that. Kings, I see you're back.
Yes, I'm back. Give me just a few. I've been able to get him. Let him make me a call so that we can be able to add as many speakers as possible.
Okay, great. Kings, I was saying that this so-called business community, it's not a new concept. They have been there. In the past, it was even worse because it's Mungiki that was being deployed to deal with demonstrators. I have seen it happen before. The only difference right now is that they really come out. They've become very bold. That they're coming out with the clubs, and they're you can clearly see that they're being protected by the cops. They're just becoming bold as time is going by. But for the last for the last years, like for the last 10 years or 15 years, let me even say 15 years, because I was in town way before. These guys have always been there. By the time you're doing demos, maybe 3-4 times, they've always been these business community guys who will always come up to stop the demos. So yeah, the business guys are always hoping that the demos end as fast as possible so that they can go back to their businesses. The impact of demos on businesses is I don't even know what to use, but they do suffer. Business does suffer in town. Not to say that we don't support the demos. I 100% support demos, but we have to look at both sides of the coin. And I'm gonna wait for Kings to come back in.
Yeah, my question is, Mariam, especially in CBD, is it do chaos start and looting when the police have infiltrated the demos, or even if there are no police? Like the first day when the demo started there, were businesses impacted immediately, or it was after now the police started throwing tear gas?
In my experience, the looting, and I'm talking about the time that it was always, I don't want to put it this way, but it was always, of course, you remember the times that Raila alikuwa naibiwa kura, so it was always demos from the opposition side. During those days, number one, we used to close businesses because of fear. Of course, when you see big numbers of people walking, you will 100% be fearful. But looting did used to happen with or without the cops. Very specific targets, and most of the time they used to target shops that are selling food stuff. They were the most targeted, the water, the soda, the bread, and all that. They were the most targeted. So with or without the cops, the looting actually did used to happen. As long as big numbers of people are walking, that used to happen. But the difference when it comes to these demonstrations, this particular movement right now, these are not hired people. Remember that the previous demos, what we've been seeing is that people were hired, and mostly from the slum areas. Yeah, but we know that people used to be ferried from Kibera and wherever, Madare. So of course, those people will definitely take advantage of those situations. But the difference this time was that it was an organic. It was organic. The demos are organic, so there was no looting because these were not hired goons. But for the previous ones, honestly, even without the cops, looting used to happen. And just for that reason, I think the reason used to be that these people were hired, okay, from areas that, of course, they would want to take advantage of such situations because they're there also for their own biashara, not for the agenda of the day.
And I think it's also in the government's interest for business to be looted, because that is the only way they can have an excuse of even if the demos and whatever people are agitating against are genuine concerns, the only way government can get people out of the streets is to ensure that they're infiltrated by these goons. And actually, interestingly, you only need 2,000 shillings to hire 2 goons and then 1 motorbike. So if the government wants to maybe distract or bring chaos amongst the demonstrators, if they need like 1,000 people, that means they only need to spend 2 million shillings. If they need 2,000 people, they spend 4 million shillings. So they can even bring 10,000 goons in town. The way you saw the other day, the ones that were in Gong Road with the motorbikes. If you can check, every motorbike has got 2 two people carried behind. So the owner of the motorbike, I think, is given 1,000 shillings, and then each goon 500 shillings, something like that. It's small amounts of money. And then you also buy weed. I think for every 100 you buy weed worth 30,000. Yeah. And then I think so with their money they can buy those cheap liquors there. So mostly those are sponsored. They are never demonstrated. They are sponsored goods, and sorry to say, 99% of the time is by government.
And the saddest fact is that it's easier for a citizen to control another citizen. I mean, when it comes to cop, of course, it's blaming the police, and all of us will rise against the police when they brutalize people. But when it comes to citizen, when you pit citizen against citizen, it becomes very hard for them to go at each other. So it's a very effective way also for the government to kind of take control of the demonstrators. That's why they get these civilians with rungus, because you see, that is one of you. That is one of your own. So there's no way you're going to start like fighting them. Like literally, that's like your brother you're gonna fight. So that's what they do. It's also some kind of psychological game on their part. And I think it's very unfortunate, because that is how the PEV started. When the government decides to use the citizen against the citizen, I think it's very unfortunate. But that's what I've seen, and I'm sorry to say this. I've seen that is Ruto's MO. He's very good at that, and it's a very, very bad psychological game. It's a very bad precedent that he's setting, because that's how civil war starts. I mean, citizen against citizen. Because at the end of the day, if the demonstrators are agitated enough to go against this so-called, I don't even know whether to call them goods, but I want to call this so-called business community defenders, the ones who work with rungus. If the demonstrators decided to go against them, you know what kind of war that would be. It's just terrible. I think it's a very, very bad way of dealing with the demonstrators. It's an issue that I've picked with him, and I'm like, you can't pit citizens against citizens. Let the cops do their jobs. If they're there to protect the businesses, if they're there to kind of control the demonstrators, that is a cop's job. I don't think it's a citizen's job to protect businesses. No, we pay police for that. So yeah, very complex. And I'm not such a good. I am not very good at talking for long. Kings, where is Hillary? He's not able to approve more people.
Yeah, Mariam, thank you for that. I'm saying I'm able to see him add me back as a speaker, but he cannot make me a co-host, because we really need people to come in. There are people that have been waiting. Let me try him one last time, and I don't know now. Just give me a minute.
So I'll just read some comments. You see, Senator Chris says that the Subaru boys came for him yesterday. They plan to abduct him. Oh, wow. He was able to run for his dear life. That's traumatic. I wish he would come up and tell us why they were targeting him. Why were they targeting you, Senator Chris? And then we have Amos Wandera. Amos Wandera says business owners should have creative methods in order to mitigate the effects of demos and possible vandalism and looting. But what creative methods? I mean, I think the only way, the only way to have a secure, what do you call those doors, the metallic doors? That's the only way. I don't see any other way around it. Amos, but I'm hoping you'll be able to come up and share the creative ideas that you have. And then we say Javan is saying that by keeping your plans hidden, you prevent others from counteracting and sabotaging your efforts. This also adds an element of surprise and intrigue. I'm not sure whether he's talking about the same thing we're talking about. I'm not very sure. Okay, great, good stuff. At least I see we have speakers. I can read one more comment. Vandalism cannot be insured. Okay.
Yeah,
And
that's
Lenana, sorry, just a quick one to Lenana. We are not a pro-government space. Please don't confuse my submissions or King's submissions with being pro-government. We were just talking of the effects of the demos on the businesses. So thanks a lot, Kings.
Okay, Mariam, I'm back. I'm back. Thank you, guys. My internet I had some issues. I'm sorry. So yeah. So you've spoken. I've heard you guys. So you said earlier that it's good that you present yourself by even telling the business that you do. Yeah. So even whatever you do, maybe, or whatever you do that brings food on your table. Okay. I'm one of the people that works with TVET department, and we mostly deal with the tertiary institutions. So you'll find that there are some invigilators and supervisors that are usually they're usually deployed to supervise or invigilate the NEC examination. So you'll find that it takes a long time for those guys to be paid. So even the results are out, but you find that these guys they take a long time to receive their payments or to receive their wages. So these are some of the challenges that in some department or sectors people are usually going through or passing through. Then so under TVET I work under the business department, so that is my area, and also I'm a digital marketer. There's one of the college in town, CBD Nairobi. We have a campus, main campus. It is called Vision Stars Training Institute. So it's at Tomboya Street, Nature House, first floor. So when you come there, also we have an office, wing A. So we have at TVET accredited college. So main campus, I've told you, it's in Tomboya Street, Nature House, first floor, wing A. So you'll find our receptionist there. We have our reception. Then also we have a campus in Eldoret town. That is along Uganda Road, Petresha Building, opposite Eldoret Technical Training Institute. So yeah, actually back to our topic. I'm seeing there is a change in the topic. Hey Kings.
Yes. Yeah. It's one and the same, because still business have been affected and we had already set the theme. So I'll keep on maybe reminding people of what we are talking about today. It's the impact, we say the impact of the demonstrations on the businesses. And it's also Tuesday for business and networking. So it's okay, we can still proceed. Dominic,
Okay. Okay, thank you. So there was a good idea. There was a good idea spoken by Mariam, and she said there's this. I think it was Kings. You said that there are some people who benefit from these protest and demos. Yeah, it is true. At some point, yeah, there are some guys who are making money through these stuffs. So you find that These demos are not only held here in Nairobi, for those who are in Nairobi, but you'll find that there are some parts of Kenya, some counties. You'll find some youth on the street also demonstrating for their rights. So so you'll find that it's been a while. It's been okay. People knew that demonstrations are held on Tuesdays, mostly Tuesdays. So you'll find even today is on Tuesday. There was some demos in Kitengela. When, if you are closely following up on the stories, you'll find that there are some parts of Nairobi, people were demonstrating, demanding for Ruto to demanding or asking Ruto why did he, or the president, why did he reappoint back the people who he had dissolved, actually the cabinet. So you'll find that people, some businesses in Kitengela today, they did not operate to their normal or usual your routine. So you'll find that even in CBD Nairobi, you'll find that in downtown, you'll find that some of the business people, some of them just knew Tuesdays maandamano. So wengine wakaamua hapana, tunajuanga Tuesday ni maandamano, so we just have to close our business. So since yeah, actually you must be scared, because kwa hiyo biashara you've invested a lot of money. So you find with this crucial economy, you have just to even counter check how your shilling works. Hata shilingi yako ikitoka lazima ujue imeenda kufanya nini, because it's becoming tough. So yeah, so you'll find that actually we've had closely, if you follow up on social media, there are some youths protesting in Venezuela. You find that this thing has just impacted a lot of, or inspired a lot of youth across the continent and even outside the continent. So guys, people are awake, people are learned, so everybody should be living or should be having his or her own freedom. So guys, actually I don't have much to say, just to tell you that nane, all of you, ikiwezekana send your cousins some transports. So it's becoming tough, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominic. Thank you, Dominic, for your submission. For those that have come in, we have said that not only are we here for, I think it's crystal clear that at the end of the day, Nane is our main focus. But as much as Nane is coming, we are business people. The current situation is affecting businesses. And there's something called SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis is whereby, as a business, you have internalities, things that you can control as a business. That is your own strengths and weaknesses. And then there are externalities, the things that you cannot control. They are called opportunities and threats. So that they are the things that we are looking into, how the maandamano has impacted your business for the last 1 month. Maybe you're not a business owner, you are employed, and you've been benefited from sleeping every Thursday and a job, unalala, una Netflix. From maandamano if you haven't been going to job. So hii kitu inaguza kila mahali there. I remember I spoke to one of my staff today. He was like, "Ai, kwani tunakuja job, hakuna maandamano leo." I was like, "Boss, changamka, ingia ofisi." So there are people who are really feeling good that they know everything. Actually, Monday has become the new Friday. So unajua Sunday nikitoka church nitachill, kesho nikitoka job naanza ka drink kanishikie tao kwa maandamano. So kaende and hiyo Wednesday I nurse the hangover, tena jioni nimeingia tena another Friday. After Thursday now there is Friday. So actually wines and spirits have been benefiting so much from this thing because now we have 3 Fridays in this country for the last 2 months. There is Friday, Tuesday, there is Friday, Thursday, and then there is Friday. So see, don't look at it like that. Kuna watu wana benefit. So please, let's hear from Justice Juma. You can go and seeing Edwin Kazi, Kazino Kumu, Kim, and then with that, like that. But also you raise your hand if you want to speak.
Thank you so much. Good evening, everyone, and thanks, Hilary, for having me in your space. And yes, the topic is very contextual, especially on the time we're living in. And I know a number of people are asking questions and wondering whether are we are succeeding or not. And I can reason the brutality during demonstrations. Those who were hurt, if you've ever visited them in the hospital, sometimes it's very easy to lose hope and faith in the whole demonstration. So, or even just to inspire them, I would like to inform us that change is not static, change is spontaneous, and change is not the same. I actually believe that it might be naive for the government to think that the mechanisms they've adopted can actually thwart this change initiative or change quest that actually right now is sweeping across Africa. Because there are a number of questions and a number of issues that people are raising. And just like those days, you remember that those days when our fathers fought against the colonialist government, it was not easy. They heroized them. But then that was a desired change then. And we had those who fought about against, one-party system or the dictatorial regime of then. And then they were jailed, they were abducted, detained, and they suffered, and we heroized them. And of course, we still also have reformists who push for democratic space through the constitutional reforms. And equally, they are our heroes to date. But we cannot afford, as a community or as a society, to think or believe that change is static, that whatever gains we had yesterday, that is the canon that everybody needs to aspire. As it stands, and I'll ask you to follow me also. I'll follow you back because even in my space, because sometimes spaces where you're invited like this, you may not dictate agendas. We began discussing a number of issues, which to me also have been the advice we're giving, especially to the change drivers. Lately, we are called GenZs. Of course, I protested that name because I protested it because we should not afford to be compartmentalized within the age group or be divided within the ethnic communities or be categorized. Remember, the Rwanda long nose, short nose, and all those dividing concepts, whenever you see them, be wary. They are meant to divide you and control you, which to me should not be the case because there's a number of Kenyans whose hearts and whose minds and even their lives have been laid for change. And you will be so surprised, and I know a number of you may agree with me, just like the days of Elijah in the Bible, when he thought he was all alone. There are a number of us who were thinking like that, and a number of us who have suffered. It's just that we don't have time for me to even give my own personal experiences. But just like Elijah, a number of us have risen today to keep pushing for this. We are not alone. And he rose then with his team and he defeated Jezebel and he defeated Ahab. And we have our own Ahab here. He's Ahab of ours. Is so blinded that he's sailing into a storm. And instead of retreating and chatting across by listening to our calls, him is busy sailing in and finding enough some blind, insensitive individuals to political dynamics are also jumping in his ship in the name of being given cabinet portfolios or being given, Nusumkati government or broad-based government. And then they are sailing straight into the storm because this storm, to me, I believe that it is unstoppable. Is either you extremely departure from old ways of doing things and conform to the patterns of the change quest, or you are swept. And I can see this guy is being swept. Even if somebody thinks is delaying it, any aspect delayed may turn it to even come out much more worse and with an impact that they never expected. One thing I'm certain about is that yes, we can make this happen. We need to, meanwhile, focus on issues. I know the quest for regime change has necessitated an unwarranted reaction from the state. And of course, now we see those who are pushing for regime change, and you can see where they're jumping, how they're jumping ship, and forgetting the vision and the objectives of demonstration or of the reformation we're seeking. Yeah, so if we can contextualize it into issues, focus on issues, and push issues. By the way, when we do that, even the change.
Just as
I'm landing. When we do that, even the regime change can occur faster than we expect. Yes, me, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, clearly. I agree with you, and in terms of that Discord, we still have it in so many spaces that we've been hosting. I hope you've been attending the Sunday space where Dr. Miguna has been the key speaker. We've highlighted so many of the things that you said. In terms of this regime, this is something that I've kept on saying, that the regime is metamorphosizing the same way we are doing. There is the politics of the past. There's a playbook for politics, how politics are played. It's 611. So, and that is what the president has started doing. You see him now going on top of cars. He's on an early campaign mode, and he is striving for his survival. When you hear Raila calling people to bomb us of Kenya for constitutional change, they are just trying to control the agenda. So unfortunately today, Juma, those are issues that we will discuss as they come up. It can be part of maybe your submissions, but the main topic today is how the demos have impacted businesses, and also how businesses can adapt and outlive the demos. Either Ruto shapes in or shapes out. Business has to continue, life has to continue. We must eat, you must feed your children, life has to continue. So now we are, and I believe none of us, unless you are a civil servant, most of us are either working for a business or we are business owners. So in terms of your industry, where you are either as an employee or an employer, how has the demos seen the month of June to date? How have they impacted your business?
That's where I wanted to land on. That's where I wanted to land on, because
okay, Juma, continue.
all this the change quest is for better business environment. What business environment are we talking about? Look at the burden on taxes. How many businesses are closing down in that CBD? Have you ever done your statistics and seen how many businesses are closing on a monthly basis? The burden that these guys are placed on businesses is uncalled for. Yeah, so if we do not, and you see the demonstrations are unilateral call, is not for a demonstrator against the business person. Those are the propaganda they try to peddle to divide the business community against the demonstrators. Most of the demonstrators are also business people. We are closing our businesses to go and be in solidarity with our nation, to be delivered, to be freed, so that we enjoy a proper business environment. Why would I be selfish and let others fight for me, and be greedy to gain during that moment, a significant moment where everybody have laid their life, people have died, You've seen blood where they are running businesses. So I think when you're talking about nationalism and patriotism, yes, there are been effect to the businesses, but patriots will come out, will sacrifice. It is not it's not a convenient. The people who have not left classes, the people who have left jobs, the people who have left their farms to stand in solidarity and make sure that this change is achieved. Yeah, so I think it will be defeatist to uh, look at way that, businesses, the way he was trying to, victimize the demonstrators that, you're affecting businesses and all that. Our lives are already affected. Those businesses were already gone. If you're looking at even the finance bill that he was supposed to pass, the effect is enormous. These people who are going to work, your salary is already, they're deducting close to over 38% or 34% of your salary. Yeah, so the impact of demos to me, for those who are thinking for posterity, is positive, and they are necessitating favorable business operators to continue operating. And I would not hold the change so that I keep on gaining on a moment when we all need to stand in solidarity. So yeah, I agree with you. There are impacts, but if you assess it positively, you realize there are more positive gains than the negative gains.
Yeah, thank you, Juma. That is what I was saying. 1 month's loss is another month's gain. So as other forms of businesses are losing, there are others that are gaining. And one of the things that, as you highlighted, and I like that, is that actually the people that have been pushing for these demos are business people, because they are the ones that are being pushed to pay so many taxes, and yet the government is stifling the opportunities around in the market. I don't know if any of you have tried to apply for tenders. I think in our office we have like there's like a whole room that is full of tenders that were unawarded. So these are countries whereby, and I've come to realize that this is something that the procurement people have been telling me, that they advertise tenders not for you to get them, it's for them to be compliant with the law. But by the time these tenders are being advertised, they already know who is getting it. So you will be told by someone, hey, could I tender and they're just doing that so that if for that tender to be for it to be legal, or to have gone through that tendering processes, it maybe needs 4 or 5 suppliers or 5 contractors, people. So you will go there thinking that these people are calling me so that they give me job. No, you are there doing something that is called syndicism. So that when this person is awarded the contract, then when they ask, why did you give person A and not B, they'll say, but he tendered this, his prices were higher, he did not have, I don't know, this was expired and all that. So, and remember, if you're doing all these people are also paying you each and every day for you to pay taxes. Personally, I think I have a notice from them for around, I think it's so much money I cannot even say. So on the other side, they are pushing you to pay taxes. On the other side, they are not giving you opportunities in the market whereby your business can thrive. On this other side, they are also stealing the money that you are paying through taxes. So as business people, I think we are the biggest law that has been impacted negatively, and that is why we are on the streets each and every day that the demos are called for. So Juma, maybe if you can learn so that we can give the mic to someone else. If you want to speak, please raise your hand so that we can give you the mic. Madam, if you want to jump in, you can jump in
My
anytime. Juma,
conclusion, my conclusion, my conclusion is very simple. Ruto is putting a square peg in a round hole, which will not work. And whatever measures they're taking should not deter us from moving forward. yes, in the business community, we must adopt various mechanisms to adapt and adjust to the environment, the current circumstances. But it is a sacrifice for all. No one will be sacrificing their life for you while you are running your own businesses. So let's all count the challenges that we'll be going through lately, but in the future, we will all be standing straight instead of having these guys on our back. I rest my case.
Thank you, Just please, anyone who wants, Mariam, maybe if you can jump in before we give mic to someone.
No, I'm good. You can pick the next speaker. It's okay.
Okay, Kings, can I say something here a little
No,
bit?
Dominic, you had already spoken. We have so many speakers who want to come, who want to say something. Kindly, let's just allow everyone to have a say. Thank you. Who did you have next?
Thank you.
Ngazi?
Masimba.
Okay.
See Masimba.
Hello. Yes. Hello. Hello, everyone. Let's
Yes,
first of
hello.
all, thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Thank you. Thank you, Miriam and Kings and host Hilary. I've been following you guys, and since you started hosting Miguna and for motivating the revolution. The issue on the floor is about the effects of our businesses by Maandamano and all that. I think, guys, when we focus too much on what we lose or the effects, we are not going to achieve anything, because it has been happening. This is not the first time we are doing Maandamano. It is not the first time we are demonstrating. We've been demonstrating, and the business have been down, And when now we are talking about demonstration, what about Corona? Because Corona made us went home completely. The COVID-19, which was there with us, it made us went home completely, And some families went down completely in their businesses. So mine, I know there are a lot of effect with Maandamano, but if we focus on them, we are going to lose this war, because there are people who are now running away, from this revolution.
Because every electioneering year, that's the time we remember sijui nani hajakuwa circumcised, sijui nani belongs to what tribe, because we suppress that and we call it peace over 5 years. But then elections ikija, tunaanza kutukanana. We always suppress it. We always suppress what we think. But what this movement is saying is speak up. Okay, the movement is saying these things that we've been leaning on, these things that we have been suppressing for this longest time, they are the ones that we need to fix. So I wanna go. That's just my opening remarks. So the other thing that I want to mention, which is part of my point, let me know, Pipita, when I when I go past my time or whatever, because most of us are always listening, supporting the movement, doing the value addition, and we speak. Even Pipita knows, we speak when we need to speak, when we feel we are needed to speak, or we need to say something. That's the time we come up and we speak. I will tell you a story of my grandmother. She died at 103 years old. And my grandmother was one of those people who were in the forest. Okay? And let me tell you something. They just called themselves Mau Mau. If you know the meaning of Mau Mau, that's all they called themselves. There were women, There were men. Everybody knew their responsibility. And I would like for all of us on this platform right now to read about the Mau Mau, the real Mau Mau, the stuff that does not come into the mainstream. And you will find it out there in Google. Read about Maji Rebellion. Read about all the uprising against the colonial government. None of them, and I'm telling you, none of them, when they were in the state of rebellion, none of them had a leader. And I will tell you why. In a revolt, all of you fight for the same thing. Like, for instance, which will also bring me to my second point, bargaining. Who do you bargain as? When you go to the bargaining table, who do you bargain as? You have to identify yourself, who you are. The bargaining that right now the Gen Z has is the movement, the Mau Mau movement, the Maji rebellion, revolt. That is the movement that we are. And that's what we are bargaining as. We are at the table, but we will not go to the White House because we have already established ourselves as a movement, as a revolt. Now, we just started. How many people are going to be here when we remove Ruto? How many people are going to be here when we march to State House? How many people are still going to remain to the end? How many people are going to continue to feed? How many people are going to continue to help? How many people are going to continue to hold spaces? How many people? Because in a revolt, it is very demanding. You don't know who you are going to lose on the way. You don't know who will be bought by the government on the way. You don't know who belongs to you and belongs to the other side until the end of the revolt. And that's when the Mau Mau rebellion, that's when the Maji rebellion and all this uprising for against the colonial rule, that's when they chose their leaders at the very, very end. Na saizo mkoloni alikuwa ashakwenda, saizo walikuwa defeat, and that's the time they came together and they were like, hey, you take this. No. I think the person that can speak English is already on there. We know the story of how Kenyatta became, the president, and it's because he was given that space, and it's because he could speak English. He had married a white person. Because you understand, these things. So at the end of a rebellion, at the end of a revolt, and I want everybody to go and educate themselves on how the Mau Mau fought the colonial government, is by movement. It wasn't by establishing leaders coming from the forest, or your leader need to do this, or no. Everybody knew their role. The women were for providing food. The women, they went to the forest, they left their children because they needed the young women, the healthy looking women who can be able to take care of the Mau Mau people when they are in the forest and they didn't know how long they were supposed to, or they would last there. So that's the point I want to make. And also the bargaining. Okay, this is very important, and I want everybody to listen to me. Who do you bargain at us is very important. Right now, we are bargaining as the citizens of Kenya who have seen 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 things, or 8, or whatever the number of things that we have seen, and we don't like them as citizens. And I need you to mark my words, citizens. Just like the Mau Mau fought as the people of Kenya. They did not fight as Mau Mau with our leader, number one. No, they fought as citizens of Kenya who are ready for Mkoloni to go. Right now, we are fighting as citizens of Kenya, fighting the regime yenye imekuwa ikikandamiza watu. Mnanielewa? Now, let's change that and become a political party. What you will be doing, you will be overthrowing the government. Anytime you have a leader, you have to have a name too. Anytime you have any form of an assembly, anytime you organize, you have to have a name and you have to have a leader. And now this will change from what we are doing right now. Matakwa ya watu, matakwa ya mwananchi. It will change now to overthrowing the government. As this political leader, as this, but right now we are bargaining as citizens citizens who do not want 1, 2, 3, 4. So that makes the difference. So we do not want leadership. Again, I want everybody to revisit where this movement was formed, where this movement was started, and the founding rules, the founding aspects, which were leaderless, partyless. That's where this was started. Because the young people have a vision. Even if they take you on the way, Akina Sisi Gen Xs, Akina Millennials, even if we pick up our parents on the way, you have to remember the foundation of this movement had seen already far than what we are acquitted with. So that's my next point that I needed to say. And then the other thing that I think I need to rebuke is for people that are coming in here and they are telling us, oh, you're telling people to go to the streets, you're just holding spaces and you're not showing up on the street. Listen, some of us are in the diaspora. And I want to remind everybody, you have a space in this movement. You have what you need to contribute to this movement. You have your contribution in this movement, and continue to do that. Again, this is why it is a movement. We have people mobilizing out here in the diaspora. We have people who have been helping a lot. It's only that we cannot point out exactly what we have been doing. But everybody is valuable to this movement. And that's why leadership is null and void, because it will not include everybody. Right now, we are coming as all of us as leaders and mobilizing what you can do. When we manage to put a focus on a central node, when we start putting a focus on one person. If that person does not show up here, if that person does not show up there, if whether they are leading for a week or 2 weeks or 3 weeks or whatever the amount of time, that is not what this leaderless movement was about from the beginning. And that space does not need to be changed. It needs to be built. So when you come in here, have a value addition.
Finalize, Kenyan lady.
Movement. Okay, so I'm finalizing. So let me see over here. So let me speak directly now to the what's happening. Okay, so we were able to achieve a few things. A tiny little, we were able to achieve. The movement has been able to achieve. We have a long way to go. Okay, and then the opponent on the other side is also doing his own things. Right? So he has shifted now into anafanya campaign, right? Right now he's doing campaigning. And then the second thing that he's doing is he's sending his people to these spaces to try dismantle the spaces. Okay, so one thing that you need to note, ladies and gentlemen, is that Ruto must go was already invaded, and actually somebody interfered with the Ruto must go, because they kept reporting and they kept reporting and they kept reporting people, and then the Ruto must go became I don't know what word to use, but some of us could not even post it. The Ruto must go. So he's using very many different ways to attack the movement. And one of them is this space, because the space has remained the strongest place in which people are able to organize. This is where the movement was organized even before it happened, because I was in these spaces. So, and then the other thing is confusion, choosing this person, doing the other thing, saying this, saying the other thing. So remain focused and remain leaderless. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much for that, Skeyo.
This is the home run with PP.
Thank you, Kenyan lady. Let's go to Anthony. Then we have Ayabeos also on the line. Let's try keep it at least. I'm trying not to give you 3 minutes. Walitufanya mbaya wakatusema Mariam. Acha nipige Mariam kiboko. And they said tuambia watu you have 3 minutes. 3 minutes and you're out. So sasa mimi siwezi wapea 3 minutes. So just keep it under 5 minutes. At least we can have as many people talking to us. And also, of course, Home Run PP is supported by you, the listener. Thank you so much. Kwa wale ambao wameingia pale kwenye tip jar, let me give a shout out to who's that? We are to Henry. Big up to you, Henry. And of course, big up to you, Steve. Napiga shout out mtu nimetumia pesa bwana. Hey. Yes, big up to you, Julian. Juliana for that. Anyway, Anthony, unajua ni kama mover
Yeah.
wa emotion, alafu mi ni
Yes.
opposer. Nile mi
Yes.
bado ndo Mr. Speaker, sir.
And let me tell you, Peter, you see the way we work, that what you stand for and what I stand for, we're on different paths, but we agree on a common agenda. But how to get to the common place is where we differ. Now, Peter, from 6 to 6:24, you muted and you gave us your vision. You told us from August 1st, we should start civic education, taking IDs and all. You know, you espoused, you spoke your heart and what you believe is true. That is what leadership is. We are in this space because we believe in what you talk about. We believe in the ideals you talk about. You are so passionate about them that every day we are here to listen to you. Why, Peter? Because you give hope, you give courage. And that is what a leader does, Peter. For far too long, we've walked in the corridors of fear. Oh, we shall be killed. Oh, if you say this, this will happen to you. For far too long, we've sat in the couch of hopelessness. That, this country can't be better. Even if I do what? We have to leave that house. Peter, right now we are in a house, we are in your space. And if you decide to mute me right now, you can. Because I have given you the right to exercise leadership over me, so long as I'm in your space. Peter, leaders sell hope, courage, a better tomorrow. That's the currency. So when you see William Ruto, the president, back on the campaign, he's not campaigning. No, we are using the wrong word. He's giving hope. He's telling people, I've put internet in the entire country. We know it's a lie. But the way he says it, he's giving you false hope. When he says that we have 140,000 jobs, he's giving hope, and he has chosen his listener. It's not the urban folk, it's the rural folk. You'll never see him in the middle of a town anywhere. If you look at how he has come back, he has gone back to the interiors. When he went to Tharaka Nithi, I happen to come from Meru. My mom is a Meru. He did not go to Meru town. He went to Tharaka, a place with no tarmac. And he gave them hope that when your son applies for this, knowing very well what he says may not be it, but he gave them hope. Hope is the most valuable currency. Now, whether you are saying, unanisikia?
Ni wewe, Anto ako sawa. Continue, Anto.
Okay. Whether you are selling false hope or accurate hope, that is what differentiates us. And what is common about us is about me and you, Peter. Even if we don't agree on the how, we are selling hope that is realistic. When we say we can have a functional constitution, we have that hope. Personally, I believe that the same way I exercise leadership in my space, and the same way you exercise leadership in your space, that I can broaden it up to the entire country. I believe in myself that much, that I can give this country that leadership that they deserve. I don't need William to deliver it for me. 2 years and he has failed me. I don't need to give him more time. What I will do in my own time, Peter, like you said from August, I will tell people the importance of taking their IDs. I will tell people the importance of choosing credible leaders. And if given a chance to lead this country, Peter, I'm not talking about a constituency. If I'm given the opportunity to lead this country, Peter, I will. That's just me. That's just what I believe. And that's how much I believe in myself. And that's how much I believe in this country. That I can birth the country that I went to school and was educated to know this is how a functioning state looks like. I can give my 3 children the country that I know will work for them, that they don't have to go anywhere to get anything. I can give it to them right here. Peter, do you know in Rwanda, people don't look for jobs abroad? Because it works for them. We might not agree with the leadership style, but that country works for its people. Now, call me a dreamer for believing in myself, but I believe so much so that no one can dissuade me that I can lead this country. And if that is the difference between me and 55 million other Kenyans and 7.8 million young people, then I'm ready to be condemned by that. And I will not change that state. The same way, Pipita, you stand by what you stand for. Is how I stand for what I stand for. But you cannot sell to me there that Ruto will do this. Fear is not a currency operate with. It's just not in me. And that's it, Pipita. I've used exactly 5 minutes that you gave me. It's 6:43.
Haya, mi nawaambia kitu moja watu wangu ni kwamba niliwahi sikia Ekuro quote daktari akiongea pale hivi kwa space akisema you can also be the president of this country. The only difference between me and the presidency seat is the fact that media hawajanimulika socks yangu imetoboka na sijafika 35 years according to the constitution, but nilishawashow kenye mimi nitadu. Socks kutoboka ni very important because I noticed the media has a way of praising Uhuru and Raila or Ruto and Raila, and then the rest of the presidential candidates wanapewa a small dose of media attention. Alafu most of the time ni wakuwa mock wakikuwa na small numbers. Msifikiria atujui. I know media personalities listen to my show. Yeah, karibu sana kwa Home Run with Pipi. Na muache hiyo tabia. Hata sisi hakuna mtu aliwaambia tunaitwa Gen Z movement. Ni nyinyi tu na Rigathi mkaitana let us call it Gen Z. Sasa hati watu wamezeeka wako 45 years wanajikaza ati GNZ. What is GNZ kwanza wewe? Anyway, moving on fast. This is Home Run with PP. Let's hear from Tom Boya. How are you doing, Tom Boya?
Well, thank you. I'm doing well. Pipita, I believe you laid a ground on this conversation. How far can leaderless movement go? I just want to build up on whatever you said, knowing that you stressed on the need of political and civic education. First of all, speaking to a point I heard from Kenyan lady, I'm just reminding us that when you are going for war and you have your weapon, then your opponent is telling you, drop your weapon, pick this other thing. They are simply telling you to fail. When we, for the first time, had these three specific terms, leaderless, partyless, fearless, and which is the fourth one? Well,
tribeless.
When we had all these terms, we did not necessarily see them as absurd. Actually, once you listen to those terms, you just find, oh, that's great. Then now you are being told that these great tools that you have, drop them. Why do we say we are leaderless? Because leadership has failed us terribly. So by being leaderless, we have a sense of hope that things can be better. Number two, when we say we are partyless, political parties has failed us terribly. By being partyless, there is a sense of hope. There is a way in which even independent candidates have independence of thought and they can act with their accurate set of mind. When we say we are fearless, it is through fear that anybody can be tamed. Power is protected by selling fear to people. It can be fear of fame, it can be fear of death, fear of shame or fear of death. So if we are fearless, that is our strength. So I really advise us that indeed, as Pipita said, we do not need leadership. I'm going to the second point. There is need for civic education. We have reached where we are because intentionally the leadership and the political class have made sure that, well, let us give them all sorts of information that they need, but let us not educate them on their civic duty and the essence of engaging in politics. when the budget is read, there is always budgeting for civic education, and at the end of the day, nothing comes out of it. There are no structures to enhance civic education. In fact, the political class, if they find you converge somewhere, teaching yourself about political issues, they just throw tear gas on you and send you away. This has been evident in Jacaranda, Bunge la Wananchi. It has been evident in as an area near the Pronto Hotel around City Hall, where we found ourselves converging and educating ourselves on political matters of this country. That was from around, I was there from around 2011. Tulifukuzwa hapo, tukawa tunachapwa kila siku. Jivanji Gardens, tumekuwa hapo tukipiga siasa, tukijifunza, tunafukuzwa. The politicians make sure that they cripple your mind so that you are not able to know the right thing that you need to know. What is the ultimate thing that is going to get Kenyans out of this bondage is to enhance our minds. We need to educate ourselves. I believe someone can take everything else from you, but they cannot take the knowledge and the mindset that you have. So I really expect that going forward, having observed the behavior of politicians in this country, by trying to enhance our minds to the negative side, to the hello?
Yeah, Tom.
Having enhanced our mind to the negative just to ensure that they maintain being on power. This has been successfully done through the teachings in religion, that is selling hope. Religious sector plays almost the same thing that the bad political class play. They sell hope, and by selling hope, our brain our thoughts are given a level that we cannot go past. And number two, the same politicians, they sell hope, something that is not necessarily existing. So going forward, just sharing on some of the strategies that we should adopt, knowing that they succeeded to sell false hope until they have brought Kenya where we are currently. Number one, let us embrace this. Politicians have always been going to funerals and they sell their false hope. Let us educate politically. Let us offer civic education at the funerals. Number two, religious people have always sold their hope in buses when people are traveling from one point to another. Let us go to those buses and sell our hope by making sure we educate people on their civic duty and to point out on the negatives that we have seen in the political arena. Number three, other places that they've been able to sell their propaganda and to sell hope. Let us capture all areas. This one includes the mainstream media. Let us do our best and keep educating Kenyans in that line. We can also consider coming up with a curriculum, a political education curriculum, which we can also consider establishing an app that people can download and read just the same way we can access our constitution and our Bibles through the apps. We can also be able to make them in audio form so that Kenyans, even in the when you are kule mashinani, they are able to download these things and listen to them. So I believe this is possible, and as I am talking, I believe I can be able to take part in establishing this curriculum and making sure they are very elucidative and reliable for the purpose of teaching ourselves. At the end of the day, we will need to continue staying together as the Gen Z led revolution towards elections. Let us encourage people to take their voter cards. Let us encourage people to go for their IDs, and we purpose to vote with a common voice. At the end of the day, the leaders will emerge. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that submission, Tom Boya. We are still 7 minutes to the top of the hour. Ayabe, how are you doing? Then let's get hashtag as well, who has been waiting for a minute. Ayabe.
Hey, hi, Nico. Poa. Yeah, so, hey, Tomboy, thank you for the good speech. Sasa, sasa umesema siwezi kuwa president wa Kenya anytime soon. Anyway,
Sini
acha
wewe ndo
tumalizane
unaamua.
na
What do you mean? Si amesema you can
Simesema
be.
35 years.
Eh.
Acha tumalizane na Ruto alafu tuende tuongee na hiyo constitution tuiambie kuna venye hatuambiwangi. Anyway, sasa on our topic today, how far can a leaderless movement go? I think you've said it well. It can go as far as possible. And I know kuna watu wanajichocha wanafikiria we can go form a party or whatever it is, and then sijui ati ndo tuweze ku articulate mambo zetu pamoja. But trust me, the moment you form that party, we all know one thing, ndo utakuwa umejimulika, umejieka pale kama light, utakuwa una attract sasa. These people will be able to alienate you, and that's when they'll tackle you. And kuna mtu anajichocha anasema, you know, I'll go there, I'll just eat their money, and then I'll just do what I want. Hey, nyinyi that fool don't know how these people operate. The moment ukienda pale, you know, watu watakuleta hata don, they tell you, you know what, either these millions of money or your life. Now awacheki, and then you take their money and you think you can run, my friend. So usiaidanganyika ukafikiria you can just maybe jipeleka pale mbele in the name of a team. We want us to look organized. Hakuna kitu kaa hiyo. So let us be as leaderless. This is our weapon. Actually, kaa kuna mtu alikuwa anashangaa weapon yetu iko wapi. We are the hydra with the 7 heads. Moja ikikatwa inatokea zingine 2. So, and that is what our weapon has been and should continue being. Otherwise, the moment tunakuwa na kichwa kimoja, we are done and dusted. Now, the other thing I wanted to talk about is mambo ya elections and leaders na nini. Once we are done with this, kaa kuna mahali iko very key, and I once ever said this, elections zetu, and especially 2022, zilikuwa rigged at nomination stage, hata si during elections. We were brought 2 people, or rather 4 people, but 2 people sana sana, wenye tu, like basically there was no option, choosing one or the other, hakukuwa na difference. And you saw this, and this I said before even Raila crossed over and shook their hands, in quotes. Nilisema hii na nikasema that was the point they rigged, in that whoever won, ilikuwa tu bado wao ni wao. So I think the next part we should be looking at is that body that manages elections in this country should be hapo ndo mahali sisi tunafaa kutarget even more than the presidency, is that where we can actually decide during nomination who gets in there. Ndo tusikuwe tunaleta, yani hakuna option basically. I know a lot of youth didn't vote, and probably the sentiment was hakuna kitu nachagua, in short. So that is where we should go. And then nataka kusupport Mboya mambo ya civic education. Umesema tukuwe na curriculum, and I would say this, in fact, when we go back and to school, tuseme mambo kama kufunza watu CRE, whatever those religious education, zikuwe replaced na civic education and ethics, so that as our children grow, wana grow wakifunzwa mambo ya civic education na pia wakifunzwa mambo ya ethics. Shida nyingine Kenya is that we lack ethics. Tuko na tabia mbaya sana, and that is why tutaambiwa our leaders are a reflection of us. It's actually true to some extent that they are actually a reflection of us as a society. So the other thing that we should actually encourage is, yes, civic education, but also ethics while we are at it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Bay. I see one more person can talk before we get to the top of the hour, and then I give a 5-person lineup of who will be talking to us. Hashtag police, how are you doing? Hashtag police, are you there?
Yes, yes, I'm here. Hi. Can you hear me?
Hi, I can hear you loud and clear. Talk to me.
Okay, great, great. I just want to associate myself with what you said earlier and the Kenyan lady. I think this question about being leaderless or having leaders has been coming up quite often. And every time I think we have to remember to go back to the why. Why did we start this movement? Yeah. So I don't know. The people, it seems like there are people who are here very keen to be politicians. And if they want to be politicians, by all means, let them organize themselves politically because after all, we are leaderless. So if you feel like for you, your contribution to this movement is to go and run and vie for a position, by all means, go campaign, run, form your political parties, but please do not try to drag the rest of us into that agenda. We are here because we wanted to start accountability, transparency. We want leaders who are ethical. We want to hold our leaders to be accountable. The rest of us, even you, if you decide to run, we will also hold you accountable because that is what we set out to do. So we know that people also can get corrupted. We don't want, somebody has said here, has put it very well, that when we have leaders, you are singling yourself out so that they can come and attack you properly. We don't want that. Remember what happened with Osama. Before, like when there was a lot of pandemonium on the TL, people were disheartened, people were, down, people were feeling betrayed. But people came back and remembered, guys, we are leaderless. If Osama wants to do what he wants to do, let him do it. That's him. If he wants to alight the bus here, let him alight. The rest of us, Bado, we are still in this journey. That is the power of being leaderless. So we cannot start spending time thinking about and doing things that are going to divide us. Like, for example, right now, even if you're saying we pick leaders, I'm hearing people talking about Hanifa. The very same people are the people who are trying to tear her down. So again, we are spending our energies and our time trying to divide each other, divide this movement. We don't need that. Let this movement continue to be leaderless. And as Kenyan Lady said, what are the principles that this movement is founded upon? It is being leaderless, it is being partyless, it is being fearless, right? It is being tribeless. So if we start those other conversations, then it means we are moving away from those values, and that is not fair for the people who joined this and started this for accountability. I've also heard somebody saying that if we don't front leaders, then we are going to be disadvantaged, like what has happened with the CS. Please, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. Did we say we wanted to be cabinet secretaries? I need to know that because perhaps I missed that part of the agenda. I don't think that's what we said. I don't think we said Ruto should dissolve cabinet so that some of us can be appointed. No, we said we wanted people to be appointed in those positions, people who are accountable, people who are of good standing, people who are ethical, people who are credible. That's what we said. We did not say we wanted him to dissolve cabinet so that GenZs can be appointed. That's very dishonest to the movement. And I feel like that needs to be nipped in the bud. Please don't go around telling people that we must have leaders so that Ruto can appoint us. That's not what we said. I think it's a very thin line, but what should guide us always is to always keep coming back to our why, remind ourselves why we came into this. And Marabu said it very well. There are people who are behind the scenes just because, they made a poster here, they printed a t-shirt there, doesn't mean that they want now to be in the front line to be recognized as leaders. Not everybody wants to take up that role, but everybody holds a position in this movement that is equally important and that is equally very necessary. So those who have the talent, they have the resources, by all means, go, vie. We will evaluate you, we will vote for you, but that is not the agenda of the movement. And this thing about it needs to be, like, we need to shift our focus and remember the core reason why we are here. It is for accountability, it is for transparency, it is for good governance, it is to hold our leaders, they should know that we are watching them so that every time they're trying to make some stupid decisions, they know we have a woke citizenry and we are going to make noise and they will not get away with the things that they usually get away with. So that's my contribution. That's my 2 cents about it. I always talk on these spaces when this topic of leadership comes in because I just don't know why it keeps cropping up. It keeps cropping up, and it's not. We are moving away from the target, guys, and we should avoid that. So I think that's all I had to say.
All right. Thank you so much for that submission. Hashtag police. Hey, mna majina. That submission by hashtag police gets us to 7 p.m. East African time. 20.
Welcome to Home Run with Pipi.
You're listening to Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. My name is MC Pipita, and Oslo is from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. East African time. Every weekday, you sit with me here and discuss what is going on in our country from wherever you are listening in. I know we have people listening in from the diaspora, people are listening in the country, people are listening in. Okay, we don't have people from Mars. But you get the point. We have listeners everywhere. But we are united by the same cause, the love of our country. We speak different languages, but we speak the same motive. We need a clear country free of corruption. So that is what we have been putting out here and also been speaking out loudly about. Thank you so much for everybody who is finding time to speak and also listen. And also those people who cannot find the microphone, kindly, hapo hivi kwenye comment section, write your comment hapo hivi ndani, kwamba andika comment yako kwamba unataka kusema kwamba maybe you want to go with a leader, or you don't want to go with a leader. Let me see what this poll has for now. 30 minutes ago, I put out a poll, and it said, is it time for the movement to form a leadership structure and a political party? I don't like calling it Gen Z movement. I don't believe I am in a Gen Z movement in na hii miaka yangu yote. No. I don't believe so. So the poll is still running. You can check it up on my profile. Is it time for the movement to form a leadership structure and a political party? Why not? 37.3%. Leaderless, tribeless, 64%. That is 106 votes. Keep on voting. I'll be going back to the vote again at the top of the hour just to get to see what the people see. 35% of the people, that is about 35 people in every 100, think we need to have a leader. So it's something that also people need to put it in the back of their minds. Also, as we are saying that, one thing I've noticed is the people have also been put in a shouting match with each other. So maybe it's time for us also to listen to each other. Of course, okay. Now, wacha tusikie kutoka kwa mtu ambaye anaitwa Daniel Wabwire. How are you doing?
Hello Pipita.
Jambo.
Listeners. Kwanza wacha niwasalimu sasa, habari ya jioni. Kila mtu ambaye ametenga masaa yake kuja kuongelea nchi yetu. Mimi niko na mambo machache pia nataka nizungumzie. Na swali hili kwanza lenye umetuwekea hapa ndio tutajibu kwanza. How far can a leaderless movement go? Hii movement kwanza mimi niliwaambia lazima iwe tu iwe ibaki hivyo leaderless, na iwe mambo na tribalist na partyless. Kwa sababu gani? Tomboy amezungumzia mambo about partyless, how party interferes with the movement, na pia akazungumzia mambo ingine about fearless nini, na hiyo nao by the way ni ukweli. Sasa hii tunajua au Mr. Ruto ako desperate sana. Hii movement imemweka mahali ngumu sana. Juu amejaribu kuchagua kuona kama itakuwa na leader, amekosa. Hapa amekosa kabisa. Amejaribu all means, amekosa. So the time yenye tutaamua tunaenda hiyo njia is the time there will be the end of our movement. For this movement to thrive and to continue putting this government on check, lazima ibaki partyless na tribalist. Tumeona most of the time saa hii agenda yake ni kuingia mashambani, vijijini, penye anajua bado watu hawajachanuka, hawajamsoma vizuri. Sisi tumemsoma. Hapa tuseme hapa Mombasa, huko Nairobi, watu wanajua this person is a liar. This person wanajua huyu jamaa anytime akilamba tu ulimi lazima adanganye moja mbili. So hapo ndio unajua haezi tumia hiyo, haezi taka kuanza na city. Juu anajua hapa uko trick yake yote tunajua. Mambo ya tribe. Wakati mwanasiasa anaona anaanza kupata pingamizi ama opposition, huwa anakimbilia mahali penye ametoka. Wanasema nini, ng'ombe ikiumia inajivuruta mpaka zizini. Pale penye imetoka pale. Hapo ndio mwanasiasa anaenda kuanza kugawanya. Anasema sisi watu wa Luya tunaonewa. Hii kabila haitaki mtu wenu aongoze. Lakini hapo amecheki akaona, hey, this thing is not buying. Haisell. Hii kitu haisell, haiuzi. Nikienda huko hao vijana wamesema hawataki mambo ya tribe. Wamesema sisi saa hii ndio imeturudisha nyuma kielimu, kiuchumi, social life, political and both economic imeturudisha nyuma. Na naona hii agenda haiuzi. Hii ya tribe haiuzi. Hata nikisema okay, nitadanganya wale wazee wenye bado wanatumia kanisa, nitatumia hao. Cause kanisa zetu siku hizi zimekuwa za kusanitize wakora, kusanitize, kuosha hizi money laundering sites. Hizi ndio sahi makanisa zetu zimekuwa zikitumika. Sasa mimi nilikuwa naangalia mambo ya kanisa. I think bana tunafaa tuendelee kukusafisha kanisa. The time tutaachieve kukusafisha kanisa iwe ijue lengo lake, Kenya tutakuwa mbele. Kanisa saa hii ndio tumebaki nayo kisingiti kikubwa cha kuendeleza uongozi mbovu. Wakati kanisa zitarudi angalie mambo ya Quran na angalie mambo ya Biblia, kila mtu azingatie venye zinasema, na kuambia Kenya tutakuwa mahali mzuri. Na leaders watakosa excuse mahali penye wanaenda. Unajua kanisa siku hizi brown envelopes zinatembea sana kwa hawa wanasiasa, wanatembeza kwa hawa mabishop na hawa masijui nini mashe. So we should continue and remain leaderless for our movement to continue doing achieving what we have been achieving. Mimi nilikuwa naongelea about how we can keep this movement alive. Na njia moja ni yetu hii about space. Space unajua pia haiwezi kontroliwa kiurahisi. Maybe uzimishe internet, na internet ukizimisha utakuwa umeingia kwa katiba yetu. Hapo tutakupigana, tutaenda tu na wewe kotini. Tutadili tu na wewe koti na tena tutashinda. Sasa wewe angalia, ukitaka kujua we don't have leaders here. Angalia 2023 financial bill. Hiyo watu wamekatwa mara house levy, mara nini. Lakini hiyo kitu ilikuwa illegal. So kumaanisha Wakenya, wakati mtu activist akiamuka, mwanasheria amuke aende koti, Kenyans need to ask themselves questions. Mtu amukingi tu ati unaanza kusema ni siasa. These people wametafuta njia venye wanaanza kutufinya kila siku, na wanatumianga hizo shortcut. Na hizi pesa ndio unaona wanaficha nje ya nchi. Unapata wanaficha watu. Sasa wanaanza wao wanasiasa wakora hao wenye wameficha pesa yetu, akina Kuria wanaenda kufichwa Ukraine. Unapata wengine wanapelekwa Chad. Unapata ni hiyo ni kuficha hii pesa yetu. Na hawa ni watu wenye sahi hata hakuna mtu mwenye ana kasoro. Tukisema kila mtu afanyiwe uchunguzi ya kutosha, hao watu wote watakuwa ndani. But because tunawapea hiyo platform, na sisi na hiyo bado kale kasumba ukabila bado kako katika mitaa zetu, katika familia, katika jamii yetu, unapata bado watu wengine bado wazee tena ndio wanaharibu tena nchi kabisa. Vijana sisi tumekataa, tutaki kugawanywa kwa misingi ya kikabila. Hatutaki kugawanywa katika misingi ya kivyama. Tumesema kama ni chama, tumejua kama ilikuanga ni ODM, tunajua ODM it was associated with Luos, it was associated from Nyanza. Kama tukisema ile ya Mudavadi, most of them walikuwa wanasema it was associated to Western people. UDA it was associated to these parties, ndio zimekuwa zikieneza ukabila. So mambo ya party tusahau kabisa. Anybody mwenye anafaa register party anafaa aface hiyo msalaba yake mwenyewe. Na hata ukiwa member tu wewe pia unaenda kukimbia huko member. Wewe unafaa pia uchunguzwe kwa sababu akili yako haitakuwa inafanya vizuri. And if you want to vie for any seat, enda kama independent. Independent candidate tutakusupport. Bora uwe na agenda yenye wananchi wanataka. Na ujue kwamba from now on ukisimama kitu ujue saa hii hatutakusamehe. Uwe MCA, uwe governor, MP.
Senator, 1 minute, Danieli.
Mingi zote story.
1 minute.
Pita na kuelewa maana. Sasa wacha nimalize hii dakika yangu. Mimi ni kuambia tu tuendelee kabisa kushikilia hii movement yetu. 8 iko karibu. So nimeona Eldoret hapo jamaa washaweka msimamo yao akasema 8 saa 8. So guys, hiyo ndio hali ya kujenga movement. Lazima tuendelee na mikutano zetu kila siku. Civic education wengine wameongelea, lazima iangaliwe kabisa. Hao wazee wenye nimeongelea hawa, mababa, hao mama, grandfathers and grandmothers, wote pia wapate education. Unajua bado wana ile kanisa zinawatumia vibaya. Ukienda nyumbani jaribu kuelimisha mmoja wawili. This movement ndio italeta changes. Mtu asikudanganya ati movement ikitoka hakuna changes ziko Kenya. Changes, hii movement tayari ishabadilisha dunia mzima. Hizi revolutions unaona zikifanyika hata Venezuela zimefanyika after sisi. Baada ya sisi kuangaziwa dunia mzima wakajua kweli kumbe we the people tuko na sauti, na wakaanza kufanya hivyo. So guys, we need to continue supporting each other. Tusimame pamoja na tuendelee kuongelea uovu wote ambao unatendeka nchini Kenya. Our leaders need to be responsible.
Asante sana Danieli for that. Thank you so much for tuning in. The Real Joe, how are you doing? The Real Joe, yeah, The Real Joe, Calvetes, how are you doing? I want to finish this set of speakers and then I'll bring in a new set of 10 speakers. So hold your horses hapo hivi. Na jamaa ukipata pale hivi chance kwenye microphone, kindly be next to your mic, yeah?
Habari ya jioni.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pipi.
Joe!
I hope you can hear me, guys.
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to speak on your space, Pipi. So
Ala? The Real Joe, kwani umepotea ama ni mimi? Okay, looks like we've lost The Real Joe.
Amepotea.
Okay, wacha nimtume tena nje arudi saisi atuongeleshe. Wacha hiyo time nikuwe kama kanyari. During this time, Home Run with Pipi is only supported by you, the listener. If you like what I'm doing, 0721948229 is the number that you support the show with. Asanteni sana kwa wale ambao wametujoin. Anthony, nitakupatia chance uongee sasa, najaribu kuleta The Real Joe back to the microphone. I want to finish these next 5 speakers: Okwonko, Engineer Land, Daktari, and TMP, and then I bring in a new set of speakers. Naona kuna like 17 more, so I'm gonna nitatoa kila mtu nilete watu wengine 10. So Anthony, what 1 minute of what you want to say to us? Umeongea leo sana.
Unajua ni venye mimi ndio niko na divergent opinion. So you see, when we talk about the games, and I love what the lady said, hashtag, who dem anaitwa hashtag. When we say we have a new cabinet, do you think we have a new cabinet yet? It's the old political parties that nominated the entire cabinet. So Ruto gave us his people who are basically a recycle of what he had, but changed the ministries. Then Raila gave us the other half. So did we gain us? No, we didn't. Have we managed to hold them accountable? I don't think so, because Murkomen was moved from one ministry to another. Murkomen didn't change. It's only the ministry he served in that has changed. So when we say we are keeping them accountable, they can hear us, but are they listening? Are they implementing what we are saying? And that's why I strongly believe they cannot hear us. They cannot be the Kenya we want. They cannot give it to us. The only people who can give that Kenya that we can hold account to ourselves is us, not them. We are giving these people the wrong job. It doesn't suit their job description. They don't understand it. But anyway, those are my sincere words.
Okay. Very, very challenging.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Wacha tusikie kutoka kwa Okonkwo Sonko. Okonkwo Sonko, how are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you, my brother. Habari ya jioni bana. I hope everyone is doing okay.
We are doing amazing. Mimi mwenyewe on my part, nashukuru kwa kuwa na mwili. Unajua kuna mtu alisema hapa akili ni asset wewe.
Alisema akili ni asset jana mkamnyoa bila maji.
Wacha tucheze jingle wewe.
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Oh my God. How do you guys remember things that happen on Spaces?
Kijana aliwaambia akili ni asset mkamnyoa bila huruma bana. Si mngekuwa wapole kidogo. Mimi hata unaona sikumuongelesha Pipita. I was a very good boy yesterday.
Umenikumbusha mambo mengi sana.
Sasa I'm going to be extremely brief, huh? But I'd like to say something. In respect to being a leaderless movement, I think tunafaa tujue kuna advantages na disadvantages, and we should be objective enough when weighing both disadvantages and advantages now. But one of the main things, I think, kwa hii space kwanzia kitambo Pipita, I think you know me, the first day I was fried here na imeenda ikipungua nikisema I think we should be having leadership. I say that several times. But to be honest, I am reconsidering and I am saying, let us go on without leadership, but we are going to have to sacrifice some things kama tutaendelea without leadership. Because I'm thinking, the government is struggling right now to deal with us because hawajui wana deal na nani. The moment we form a leadership, ama we elect a police, ama we form a party or we register something, it can be easy to classify that movement or whatever it is that will be registered or the leadership as an organization that disturbs the peace. Venye walifanyia kitu kama MRC, the one that was in Coast. So I think that would be the biggest disadvantage, such that if we register a group, let's say we call it Gen Z movement, and then there's a leadership and everything, it would not be easy to move forward because wanaweza wakasema now this group is classified as a terrorist group and anywhere they meet, please report, tutakuja tuwasalimie. So I think that would be a disadvantage of registering. But if we decide to go on leaderless, I'm going to say kuna vitu zenye tunafaa to sacrifice. The first thing yenye tunafaa to sacrifice ni intolerance yenye iko. The fact that we are leaderless inamaanisha anybody that comes up with an idea should be listened to and should not be castigated. Mimi nilikuja nikisema tukue leaderless and everybody shouted at me, but because I believe in what the movement wants to do, I'm going to stick in the movement. Whether my idea is adopted or not, I don't care. I'm going to stick because I believe in the vision of the movement. Kuna wengine wenye walikuja wakasema tuchague leadership, wakatukanwa, wakaenda kuuza magari. Mimi sijui majina zao. But let me say something. Hiyo intolerance yenye iko, tunafaa to sacrifice. We should not have, like sijui Gaidho fighting with Hanifa and I don't know who fighting with who and sijui huyu anasema to occupy huku. Hiyo intolerance inafaa ishe if we are to remain leaderless and achieve our objective. Now the other disadvantage ya kukua leaderless ni hatutakuwa na a single, like a focal point. We are not going to have a unified message, and that is why you can see watu wanasema kutokea Ruto atoe finance bill tumekuwa diluted, but if you ask me, hatujakuwa diluted. Ni kwa sababu sahi so many points of view have appeared na kila point of view inachukua watu wake, such that the single focus yenye tulikuwa nayo, like for example when we were saying occupy parliament, it is no longer there because sahi Gaidho ana occupy kwa Cairo sijui ameenda kuoccupy wapi South Africa. Kuna mwingine ana occupy kwa passport. Kuna mwingine ana occupy JKIA. Kuna mwingine anasema initially that was not the case. Sisi wote ilikuwa occupy parliament and the numbers were there. That is why it succeeded. Sai hizi not having a leader inamaanisha every other person that comes up with anything, akiwa na watu watatu ama wanne wenye wanamfuata, ita dilute the original group or the original course that we had. The other disadvantage of being leaderless, and I'm going to talk about, I'm going to talk about the disadvantages, and I would ask that we weigh those disadvantages. The other one, we have a message, but our message is not being delivered properly. Ruto is not on these spaces. Ni watu wake wako hapa. So the people who are passing the message to the person we intend are not our messengers. They will dilute the message. Wataenda huko wamwambie yeye Mtemi, watu wanakusifu ni wewe, hakuna mwingine, when in reality things are different. So we need to find a way, if we are passing a message, it needs to be so loud such that those who are supposed to take that message hawawezi wakai dilute. And the other thing, or the last thing that I want to say is this. If we are saying tunatokea 8-8, tafadhali tutokee. Usiseme utatokea kama unajua hautatokea. Now, I would also like to plead, najua kuna wase wenye walikuwa hapa wenye walikuwa wana organize a few things here and there in the other protests. Wase, the kind of organization that we had, I'm sure the way guys are talking and the way the government is preparing, we are going to need medics, we are going to need lawyers, we are going to need like kuna vitu zenye zitahitajika zenye zilikuwa kwa hiyo maandamano ya kwanza, and we need to be purely organized. Let us amplify 8-8, and these organizations that were there and they were helping us, the ones that came on board for that first, we need to find a way of pulling them in so that they can help us achieve our target. Thank you, Pepita, for the space.
All right. Thank you so much, Okonko Sonko, for that. I see the Real Joe is back. Real Joe, I want you to tell us a few words here and there, and then we hear from Lan, who has been speaking. Nataka absolutely new speakers. When I bring in the next 10 speakers, it will be absolutely new. Thank you. Real Joe, talk to us.
Sawa, thank you very much. Poleni sana, I backslided nikatumia internet ya Safaricom wakanifanyia ile kitu. So I had to come back to Airtel. Anyway, what is the topic? How far can a leaderless movement go? The previous speaker has just spoken some of the things I wanted to speak, so I will not repeat whatever he has said. He has given a few very tangible points on both ends, being leaderless and having a leader. Nonetheless, here's what I have to say. And this is just my own opinion. Number one, I'll just reiterate on the fact that if we are leaderless, we need to also be able to accommodate other opinions and opinions from other people. That is how we can be able to incorporate everybody into the movement. And that is one thing that has caused division after the finance bill. So we need to also be able to accommodate other ideologies from other people who think differently from how we think. So that is what being leaderless is. And I want to still pose a certain challenge to all of us. Here is the challenge I want to pose. Being leaderless, this is a movement, okay? And in this movement, there are different types of people. There are lawyers, there are doctors, there are There's different types of people from different walks of life, different careers, different everything. I would also want to beseech you to also give room to those young people who feel that they can take up leadership positions and nurture them from this kind of movement. This movement, like I've said earlier and previously, this movement will also encourage other people who feel, other young people who feel that I think this time round, it is time for the young people. I think it is time to try and maybe go for an elective position. Let us also nurture them. Usione mtu anaanza kuingia ati anataka kuingia politics nini and you start castigating them. No, we have to nurture them, but that doesn't mean that our public vigilance is switched off. No, we still remain vigilant and still remain and still hold them accountable, because now that other people have decided to go for the elective positions, we still have to hold them accountable. But I still think that as a person, I clearly still have this idea that if there are people within this movement who feel like they want to start maybe a political outfit, let us give them room for that. Let us give other young people opportunity to nurture their own other ideas. Let us not shun them away. Guys, if we would shun everybody away like that, we would be killing other people who maybe are looking into careers in politics. So let us not just shun everybody away, but for the cause, for the bigger movement, the movement remains leaderless. But if we can have other factions, other political outfits that also speak the same language and have the same ideology, why not? Let them be there. Let them help and also run the political faction and all those kind of things. Let us give them a chance. It is just the same way our economy is. I mean, you can just anybody can start a business, anybody can start a company, anybody can run a company. That's the same way our political space is. Let anybody who feels it is their constitutional right, let anybody who feels that they want to start a political outfit, let them start a political outfit out of this movement, as long as they are talking the same language as the movement. They're fighting for the same issues that the movement is fighting for. Why not listen to them? Why not give them opportunities, give them chances, and let the movement, at least we can one day say that out of this movement that we started, we had leaders who came up from that movement and gave us clear directions as a country. So that is what I wanted to talk about. Thank you very much, Pipi, for giving me the mic.
Alright, pale hivi kwenye Bomas of Kenya niko na kura pale imeandikwa, is it time for the movement to form a leadership structure and a political party? 29% are saying why not. 71% are saying leaderless, tribeless. The poll is pinned on the jumbotron of the space. Keep on voting. We'll be back here at the top of the hour to see how the voting has gone. And of course, I'll also be bringing in a surprise guest, of course, to talk to us. Welcome to Home Run with People, ladies and gentlemen. Keep it going. Asanteni sana, and also make sure you share the space. Watch out to
You are listening to Home Run with Pipi. Weekdays from 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
Namwona pale daktari. How are you doing, daktari? Anaitwa Daktari Onyango. How are you doing, Daktari Onyango?
Niko salama kabisa, Pipita. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Thank you. Thank you so much. You're doing a great job rallying us together, providing a platform for us to be able to speak. Thank you to all the people who have gone before me. Anthony, the co-host, are you the only one who is carrying the alternative voice?
Ndo nimenotice. Yeye ndo punda. Yeye ni punda kwa farasi hapa.
Okay.
Antonio. Funny enough, wote tunaitwa Anthony.
Oh, okay. So let not your hearts be troubled. We are in a democracy. The majority have their way, but the minority must have their say, unless you want to change that principle. Okay, my name is Duncan Onyango. I teach at the Technical University of Kenya. I'm a millennial. I know my position has been, I have spoken to a number of spaces, especially on this particular subject of leadership. And I may want to pass the same message here just to put some few things into context. I think the whole idea of leadership has been misconceived. And the way it has been presented to us is like to mean that this movement should be dissolved or it should be folded into a political party or into one registered legal entity with a figurehead. I think that was not the correct position. My position from the beginning has been that this movement needed some kind of organization. The issue of leadership was the issue of organization and unity is what I think some people took for leadership. Those must have been our distractors who decided that, hey, let's force them to have a leader. All we were calling for was organization, because we realized at a point that we were very disorganized. Every space on a single night like this, we would have like more than 10 spaces, each speaking a different language. I was so disappointed the day we were planning to go and occupy JKIA when another space came up of people who are saying, let us go to occupy CBD. Dr. Miguna has always told us, he might not be a good example to everyone, but one principle that I've always picked from him is that if you want a revolution to succeed, 1 million man march. While we are busy organizing for 1 million man march to go to JKIA, somebody is saying, let us go to Parliament. Somebody is saying, let us go to State House. Somebody is saying, let us go to CBD. The net effect of it, the day we were going to JKIA, is that another people were in the CBD, while the rest were toiling at JKIA. And the government had opportunity to hire goons. When I was getting into town on that day, we found them fueling at Ruby's, and they got into town to disrupt everything. So why are we giving the enemy an opportunity? In fact, I was disappointed a few days ago when we were in another space, and somebody reported that in our process we had spoken the previous day and agreed that if we want Nane Nane to be successful, why don't the space organizers coordinate so that at least a day or a few days before Nane Nane, let a uniform message pass across. If we cannot have one big space to harmonize just a day or a few days before, then let us have a message that goes around. And the feedback that he returned was that he had reached to some space organizers and they declined that call. How can you decline a call to make Nane Nane a success when in your space you have been organizing and you're sure you're committed towards Nane Nane? So we really have to rethink. To me, my message has been, it was unification, organization, structuring, so that we know there is when we're organizing one message, as a uniform message goes across, it strengthens our movement. That is the only way we can achieve 1 million man march. We have seen, realistically speaking, the maandamanos have gone down since 25th. The strength, the intensity has diminished. Why is it happening? If we still stand and believe that Ruto must go. So that is the call that we have been making. That is unity. Look at where we are right now. Wengine wanapigana, Gaidho sijui anapigana na nani, Aoko sijui anatusiana na nani, mwingine wanatusiana na Hanifa. Look at this. Yesterday, it was was it yesterday or today? We were told that M Changa has now been frozen for us. We cannot raise money to be able to assist our people who are in hospital. So how are we going to move going forward? We are saying this message needs to go to the grassroots. In as much as we are doing very well here on X Space, somebody from the village where I was born, from Nyatike, Karungu, where I come from, where my grandfather comes from, how many of them are on this X Space? Somebody from Migori, from Suna East or Suna West, where I have spent my entire life before I came to Nairobi, how many of them are in this space? Somebody from Turkana, a youth, Genz from Garissa, how many of them are here? Those are the ones, and somebody rightly pointed out, that is why Ruto is not passing his message after right now here in Nairobi. He has gone to Tarakanidhi. He has gone to was it Taita Taveta or where? You can see where he's concentrated. And when he goes there, people are celebrating him. You have considered us. You have given us our person. The same old mentality. So how are we going to do that? So I want to say that a leaderless movement can go as far as the vision that sticks them together remains. We can fight on the streets, we can protest, a lot of battles can be won on the street, but going forward, even to maintain that revolution, to sustain it, it will need either to morph into a civil society or something. But let me say this before I wind up.
1 minute,
As
Dr.
I finish, the whole concept is, let us not my vision was to have a revolution that has different wings. We have the media team that you have supported very well, providing opportunity for and platforms for people to speak. We have the artists passing the revolutionary message through art and all their messages. We have the professionals. We have the medics. We have the legal team led by President Faith Odhiambo, who has been doing a very good job to be able to support us in that wing. Then we also have those who are leaders whom we can nurture to be able to take over from this regime, these guys that have stolen our money, that have put us this far, that have brought us into all these problems. We cannot achieve or sustain, convert this revolution into meaningful change, good governance, and all this if those are the same people that we still have in power. That is what I believe in. So I have been passing the message that the nearest possible time we get an opportunity to go to the ballot, we must be able to support people of integrity, new generation, fresh minds, fresh ideas into those positions. Otherwise, ukiambiwa, hey, ukitaka siasa enda independent. How many young people have the resources to run an independent campaign? How many young people can sustain it? It was
Wind up,
supposed
Dr.
to be, we are the ones who are supposed to be supporting our own people and telling them you are a young person or you are a person of integrity. We will stand by you for as long as you live by our principle. Lakini tukisema waenda independent watapata mmoja ama wawili, na wakiwa jipata wawili amongst all these old generations, they will be bought. They will just be diluted. So let us open a space so that if there are people who have political interest or who not necessarily, I may not want to be a politician, but we want to nurture people who can be able to take over when this, even if Ruto goes tomorrow and we are doing elections in 60 days, kwani hawa watu wataenda ODM na ODM itawa support waingie parliament? If we don't stand by those young people who may want to get into parliament, if Ruto goes and we have elections in 60 days, how are we going to support them? In case we are going to do elections in 2027, how do we support our own people to be there? So let us be tolerant. Let us understand these people. And many people, by the way, hold that opinion. So let us not castigate them. Let us not, tusiwakanyagie. Let us just encourage them to come together and
Thank you.
form another wing of this movement. And for as long as they speak the language of this movement, we will stand by them. If they decide to go away, we will disown them and we will not support them, whether they become a political party and they want to go to parliament or not. But for as long as they speak the same language and are willing to help us fight this battle in the political arena, then we stand by them. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. for that submission. Ladies and gentlemen, you're tuned in to Home Run with PP Spaces. We happen here each and every weekday, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
And with that submission from Daktari, I finished my first 10 batch of speakers, and I want to bring in the next 10 speakers to talk to us. Of course, Home Run with PP is going all the way to 9 p.m. We are in our second last hour, and I'm glad to see one of the authors of the Constitution 2010, Dr. Ekuro Okot, has graced us on the speaker panel. I'll be getting to you in a minute, but first of all, I'd like to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we have only 10 speaker slots. I want to hear every one of you. Now, this is what I'm going to do. Right after the submission of the next speaker that I'm going to bring up, I'm going to give the speakers, the listeners, a chance to be heard. Now, if you're in the listener panel right now and you have a burning topic, or you are on the request button and you're still requesting and you're still not getting through to the mic, I want you to write your point right now. The question of the day is, can a leaderless movement go far? The question of the day also is, is it time to have a political party? Answer that question. We have a poll going on. Is it time for a movement to form a leadership structure and a political party? today I'm listening to everybody's opinion. Leo we can attest. Nimekunywa maji. I'm not even shutting anybody down. Let's keep it within time so that we can have as many voices heard as possible. But right now, I want to hear from a man like Pius Osoro, and then after I'll say my Pius. Sorry, Pius. Makosa ni yangu. Yeah, a man like Piu ni ile nilisoma huko kwa ushago bro, hizi vitu hatukujua. So Piu is going to talk to us right now. Write the comments. I'm going to read the next 15 comments on what you think it needs to be done right there on the comment section before I engage Dr. Kurokot. Now, Piu. Jambo. Yeah. Nimeita Piu ndo aende missing hivyo. Yeah. Piu, I can't hear you. Let me go to Mariam. Mariam, habari yako?
Mzuri sana Pepita, and I hope you're doing well. Thanks a lot for bringing me here.
Okay, thank you so much. I'm also well. Karibu sana.
Asante sana. Now, when it comes to this leaderless movement, well, technology has made it very possible for us to have leaderless movements simply because it's easy to disperse information, to make real-time decisions, and to agree on a solid call of action, as long as there's a common objective and collective rage. I think that's a very, very key ingredient of a leaderless movement, collective rage, because there's no mobilization that is required. And this is only sustainable when the situation presents itself in black and white, meaning that you don't need to do a lot of explanations. People have agreed to one thing or on one thing. Now, the point to note is that even in a leaderless movement, there's always an organic leader. One who has charisma to bring people together, and one who is articulate enough to speak on the agitation of the people. There's always an organic leader, of course, who is never identified as a leader. That's what I think. Now, when it comes to how far can leaderless movement go? I think as long as there's no collective rage, as long as you need to mobilize people either through information or funds, or when you need to strategize away from social media, you definitely need a leader. And when I talk about strategizing away from the social media, is because the element of surprise is always a winner, especially when the government has one on you, or whoever you're protesting against has one on you. You will always need to strategize away. That is the point where a leader is needed. So unless at that point goals are made clear, that is in a situation whereby the objectives are not very very black and white, and you need to kind of pass more information to people. Unless these goals are made clear by an articulate spokesman, the movement may lose control of its messaging, and it might risk morphing into something that even the participants will not be able to control. So those are the reasons why, or those are the instances why you definitely need a leader when it comes to these movements. That's all I had to say, PP. And then a quick one, please just allow me to say hi to Dr. Ikuru. And I wanted to just tell him that I had tagged him somewhere. Sorry, we were having a discussion about the amendment of the Constitution, and I had asked him to communicate with a certain gentleman because they are discussing it, and there's some amendments that they had actually proposed. So Anthony can speak on it because he's in that group. Thank you so much, Peter, for allowing me to say that. I needed to pass that message to Dr. Ikuru.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Naona hapa hivi Victor Oria PhD anasema we are just a month old, pole pole ndio mwendo. Thank you so much Mariam for that. Kadhomi, why are you saying I'm funny jamani? Nimefanya nini Kadhomi? What have I done Kadhomi?
Hizo nini? Hizo ma soundtracks. Anyway, they keep the fire, they make one keep smiling.
Yeah, inabidi tusiboeke hapa sana.
Very, very entertaining. Very entertaining. Thank you, PP, for all what you're doing, and people like you with this spirit. I would just want to say, when we talk about leaderless, tribeless, and I think it's just that we are not pinpointing at a particular person or a particular group of people and saying these are our leaders, but actually the movement has leadership. Because if you ask me, PP, what are you doing right now? You're hosting a space. You are a leader in that direction. What has Anifa been doing? She's been fundraising and taking care of the sick. That's a leader in that direction. I think our definition of a leader is what is making us not really understand that we actually have leaders. Just that everyone is picking their strong point and running with it. We are all doing different things, but the spirit is the same. We are unified by the injustices that are happening in this country. We are unified by one person. Ruto ametusukuma kwa kona na sisi wote tukashikana. So everyone is doing what they can do really well. So I think people would really be thinking of you're having like, this is our leader, these are our treasurer, no. We have leaders as much as our leaders cannot be identified. And I would say this is the direction we need to keep, because what keeps us together, Atujuani, is the spirit that keeps us together, because we are all fighting one battle. We're just 1 month old, and if you ask me, the wins are immense. We have a long way to go. Let me tell you, we don't have a parliament. If we thought that our parliament is going to rescue us, nimeona jana ama ni juzi walikuwa na roast Koimburi because of saying that every member of parliament was given 2 million shillings. Wakafanya jamaa mpaka kaandika apology. Those people, when it comes to eating, kula pamoja, they don't want to be embarrassed because one of them said walikula, and the truth is walikula. So are you having faith in that kind of a parliament? So as things stand, we are the watchdog, we are the opposition, and we are the people ready to take up the next government. And there is nothing wrong with people flexing their muscles. I personally do not have a problem with Kasmo Kaskazini picking up his talent on the media and such. That is his strength. Maybe sisi wote tunaweza kimbia kwa media tukiongea. Sisi wote tunaweza fanya species kama hizi pipi. Everyone has their strength. And when everyone picks what they deem to be their strength, they should be encouraged. What was na wivu, clap for someone else until your time comes. Because in this moment, everyone is speaking what they can do best. If you come to TikTok, there's a lot of civic education happening on TikTok. A lot of it. If you're not on TikTok, not all of us are content creators. There are content creators doing this job. So what am I saying? The spirit keeps us together. Is there anything wrong with having a political party? There's nothing wrong with anything, so long as the spirit is towards the same goal. If all of us are going towards the same direction, liberate our country, good governance, like having an alternative government after this one. Because if you tell me, mimi sioni hata miaka tatu ikiisha, mimi sioni hiyo miaka tatu ikiisha. So let's be prepared for anything. Let's encourage people who want to front themselves for seats. Hata mtu akitaka kusema nitachukua kiti ya governor Nairobi, encourage that person. Let people be encouraged to push their dreams, because one person cannot be everything. And a body will need a leg, will need a hand, will need an eye, will need an ear to function as a body. Watu wasikuwe na wivu ndogo ndogo. Atukisikia huyu amefanya hii unaona, kwani huyu amekuwa leader wetu, kwani huyu anachukua limelight. Kila mtu ako na part yake ya kufit kwa hii movement. Agenda yetu ni, is this government that is punishing Kenyans? Hiyo ndio agenda yetu. Pick your strength, run with it, and let's do this thing. Thank you.
Now, there is something that the pastors have said. The pastors, my fellow pastors, nataka kama we ni pastor, tafadhali kuja hapa hivi karibu. Ini kabla niongee na Dr. Kuroko, nataka msikie hii kwamba kama we ni pastor na unafanya fake miracles, wewe unasumbuka madeni yako Yesu amekulipia, shuka zakayo chini ya mti leo nitakula. Hiyo mmependa sana hiyo. Lakini ukweli freedom of speech bwana Ekuru Okot hapo ulituweka poa bwana. Unaona sasa vitu tunafanya. Hapo ulifanya best hapo. Sasa hii tunafanya hivyo. Welcome, how are you doing daktari?
I'm fine, Pipita. Habari zenu?
Nzuri sana.
Okay, first of all, I'm loving the space, and I've been listening for quite some time. It's always very good and refreshing to hear what other people think. Because some of us started speaking about these issues 5 years ago. To people thought we are jokers when we talked about the cost of governance, a bloated government, nini, watu wakatuvamia, tukaleta punguza mizigo, wakatuchapa kijiti. But anyway, having said that, listen, let me just, because I have a very, very short time before I go for my evening engagement. I just want to say that, first of all, to you people, Pipita, congratulations for organizing this space. It's really good that we are speaking as Kenyans, and I can see the fire in people. So we no longer don't need any physical political rallies. These are our new political rallies. Let's exploit this technology. Let's mobilize through this technology, and I hope we can actually push for electronic voting in 2027 so that we end up this shenanigan of people lining up in Egypt. I mean, if we can transact about 25 billion, on M-Pesa, why can't we just start casting a vote every 5 years? I mean, and to Mariam, I'm more than happy to relook into. Okay, I'm on travel actually, so but I'm more than happy to relook into the proposals by your colleague, and I'll be more than happy to participate in it and give my guidance. Now, Pipita, let me say this. Number one of the biggest challenges in Kenya's political leadership is lack of unity in opposition. And your question about how far can a leaderless movement go speaks to that. Because yes, they are pushing you guys, GenZs and the rest of us, to identify a leader so that they can compromise that leader. Because this is Kenya. I mean, we all may have been born at night, but certainly it wasn't last night. So tunajua vile mambo inafanyika katika nchi yetu. So I think we can push this agenda to the extent that it serves it, to the extent that have we achieved certain irreducible minimums? Have we been able right now to change the thinking in Kenya? If you look at President William Ruto, when the Gen Z started going to the streets, he was actually subdued. This is probably, I think this is the longest time the guy has stayed in the country, thanks to the Gen Z's movement. He's no longer jumping from one plane to the other country. That is an achievement on its own. Now he's thinking about, okay, am I safe with these Gen Zs? Am I safe in the country? So I think Congole to you Gen Zs for actually putting fire, firing this situation. So the idea that we need to think of a leadership is good on the one hand, but also on the other hand, it means that let's not expose whoever it is that we may want to be our leaders, because all of you guys are leaders in your own right, in equal measure. Pepita, the way you are doing, or whatever you are doing, actually, that's leadership in itself. Bringing people together to discuss about the country, that's leadership. That's commendable. And I think we thank you for doing that, and many other people who organize the spaces. Now, however, let me ask a very, critical question. Assuming today William Ruto resigns and together with Gachagua, so what next for us? What is it that we want to achieve as this movement, as the Gen Z movement? Because somebody earlier on said, I think it was Daktari Onyango, if I recall, we need to participate, and I think Kathomi has also spoken to it. We need to offer ourselves to be leaders, because as young people, you guys are leading us in so many ways. Like, for example, today, if you think about the age of information, IT, it's young people who are controlling it. We have the know-how, we have the knowledge. You people are not the youth of yesteryears. You're the youth of today who are so knowledgeable. You can easily Google facts and share it. So I think one of our major challenges over the years is the fact that we have said that politics is a dirty game. And because we say that politics is a dirty game, we have only left politics the most deplorable in our society. That's why today some individuals, nondescript individuals, are actually the face of leadership in Kenya. I dare say shame on us, because we are one of the most educated countries in sub-Saharan Africa. But who actually is our leader today? Who are our leaders today? Jokers, murderers, rapists, thieves of public resources. And I keep on repeating this phrase from Plato, who said that one of the consequences of refusing to participate in politics is that you'll be governed by your inferiors. The truth for the matter is we are being governed by our inferiors. Let me give you an example. And I will use the finance, because the finance bill 2024 is what sparked all this. Although now it has, morphed into other things, which are very important. Questions of accountability, corruption, better governance, leadership and integrity, and all that. Let me take you guys back kidogo. The 2024 finance bill as proposed was rejected. So today, I don't know whether you have read the Court of Appeal decision on the fact that the 2023 Finance Act was flawed and was therefore declared unconstitutional. So what does that mean? It means that we are going back to the 2022 Finance Act. But we have a president who signed an appropriation act, basically the money spending law, which is supposed to be pegged against the money raising law. That's the Finance Act. So you raise money through the Finance Act, then you spend it through the Appropriation Act. So President William Ruto today did sign the Appropriation Act, but based on the 2023 Finance Act, which the Court of Appeal today has declared unconstitutional. So that means we are being taken back to 2021, 2022. The fundamental question I want to raise is, do we actually have a parliament? The answer is no. Do we have a government that is responsive to the needs of people? The answer is no. So, true to Plato's philosophy, our non-participation in politics is that we'll be governed by our inferiors who do not think about the rule of law, who do not think about passing legislation that are good to the people. So that's where we are. And therefore, to the question of the day, how far can a leaderless movement go? I think it's a question of time. If an election was called today, I wish that as many of you as possible can actually offer yourself to be leaders. And I hope you won't be persuaded by the trappings of power, the niceties, driving the SUVs and all that kind of thing, because that is one of the things that compromises. And I hope us guys today can even drive a Vitz. And we are comfortable. We can even ride a bicycle to parliament and we pass legislation. I think vanity has taken over the leadership in our country. And having been a member of the committee of experts that wrote our country's current constitution, one of the things that the world admires about Kenya, and we should be proud of that, is that the people of Kenya passed a chapter called leadership and integrity. But honestly, who do we put in charge of our public offices today? We are putting the worst. So I think my clarion call to you, as you think about how far can a leaderless movement go, but we can also ask, how soon can we join the political space? Because from political decisions come the price of unga, the price of maize, the price of bread, the price of whatever you drink, whatever the case may be. So we need to be on that table as diners, not as the dinner to be dished, because that has been the story for the longest time. I mean, and I think us guys, and I think, is it Mariam or Kadomi who spoke to it? Tuache wivu. If on a balance of probability we say that Kasmuel today, Makore is really representing us very well, let's support him. If it's Pipita, if it's, Pius or Soro, I mean, if it's any of us here who are listening to this space, who has a certain strength in a certain way, let's encourage them, let's support, because all of us cannot be leaders at the same time. And unless for me there is any specific issue on the constitution or on political mobilization, I think I want to rest there. But most importantly, please participate in politics. Don't stop being curious onlookers. Stop being bystanders, because The reason we are not participating in politics is the reason why we end up with the kind of individuals that we have today, because politics in Kenya has been commercialized, government has been commercialized. So we have people who say they have been in the opposition for all this time. But as soon as they're invited into government, they forget about the whole concept of opposition. Our parliamentarians today do not check on the executive. They don't legislate for their people. They don't oversight. They don't pass laws that are people friendly, because Kenya's politics is commerce. It's an industry. And so the more we stay away from it, the more we are encouraging these people, because honestly, so long as we don't participate, Pipita, these people are very happy. But the moment we come into that space, then they panic. William Ruto panicked when the GenZs actually took to the streets and called for him to leave the office. So he reached out to his brother. I mean, if you look at, for example, and I still want to challenge you guys, we need to begin to deconstruct these personalities. If you look at the political pedigree or political journey of, say, the current president of Kenya, from 1992, he was not elected, but up from 1997, when he was elected as a member of Eldoret North, up to now, is the longest elected politician in the history of Kenya. But what success story or transformational issue can we identify him with? The next move for us, even as we answer the question, how far can a leaderless movement go? We need to begin to deconstruct personalities that occupy our public office. Are they worth it? And if they are not worth it, are we participating in it, in replacing them? We must go for these public offices, because it's about us at the end of the day. We vote them in, and the next thing what we do, we are just lamenting. They don't care. So long as you don't seek that office, they don't care. For them, it's a business. Kawaida. Over to you, Pepita.
Thank you so much for that, Daktari, for your submission as well. Very weighty as well. And your story, politician, umenikumbusha. One of my favorite, I'm trying to use the right words. The beauty of being independent media. Nimeona Jonah Lanam hapa nika-relate. Is that you can call them idiots. Is that one of them was seated behind the president, akicheka. The same person had voted yes twice 2 weeks ago. Now they had voted no, and the president cracked a joke and they laughed. I'm like, okay, these are the people who are supposed to support us. The same people who think a health, a health bill is not important. Let us first get mama wa taifa waombaji wake kitu.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
You're tuned into Home Run with Pippi. Happens here each and every weekday, 4 p.m. to 9 p.m. only on X Spaces, and of course when people are streaming us on their YouTubes and TikToks as well. But of course, Home Run with Pippi Spaces are social spaces, and as I said, we give people a chance to talk. And I said earlier on, before Dr. Okoro talked to us, that I was going to give a chance to the speakers as well to be heard. Right now I'm going to take a chance to read these comments here. Meandika kweli, wacha tuanze. Kuna jamaa amepewa Ministry of Foreign Affairs, lakini macho yake ndio inakaa iko na foreign. Tukue serious hapa bana. Yeah. Fidel Mbondo, macho yako hiyo ni ya foreign. Tunaongelea foreign affairs, yani kupeleka watu Paris. Kimodho anasema if we can champion for the change, we can actualize it. Hussein Joseph anasema listening from Ruiru, thank you so much. Kimodho anasema Ekuro Court is simply saying the political class is that most of us are enjoying that the fact because it's a small pool to control and choose from. Okay, I think I read it right. Makore, I propose him. We cannot all be leaders. Huyo ni Sofa Mwango Richard anasema hivyo. Blackman anasema JKIA has been sold off. We need a leader since we are jailing these ones for treason. Wapi makofi? Armstrong anasema and they call you sir. Oh, hiyo chana hiyo bana, unaleta mchezo hapa. Amashtef anasema I understand the leadership narrative. I have this perspective like in a family setup, a mother normally views her son as a kid even when they're adults. For that matter, a mother might look down upon the son's advice. So please, let's keep it leaderless. That is Mashtef anasema hivyo. Nyasamia anasema every day I look forward to this space. I've learned so much and would love to support. Thank you so much Nyasamia. Reach out pale hivi. There is always a tip jar line. Kama unapenda kenye tunafanya, kuna namba hapo hivi juu yenye unaweza support spaces yetu. Ben Kips anasema let me thank Allah for giving us another opportunity. Pipita and all the speakers, we are going to make it by removing all corrupt government from this silly Ruto and wale wanyama wake wote at MCA. Good day guys. That is from Ben Kips. Sean K anasema kwamba being leaderless at this point is an asset and has minimal impact on the movement. We can all agree that most of the reforms we want to change or action are universal, thus leading to concurrence. In short, we are already speaking in a unified voice. That is Sho Kasoa speaking to us. What else do we have? Differently able is saying the fact that they are sects of Christianity means the leaders Christ or Jesus is a central figure but is no longer around. But still, the religion goes on. I think he was saying that Christianity is it does not have a leader. Tanui Martim anasema nini? Tuko effective because tuko leaderless and issue based. Hii structure ina minimize risk of infiltration and compromise. No central figures to co-opt or influence. Tukifocus solely on issues, the movement remains resilient, true to goals. Your push for change equal genuine and unyielding. That is Tanui. Thank you so much for that. Well, let me read like 5 more before we get to 10 minutes past 8 and I bring in more speakers to talk to us. Sometimes speakers ni mnasikizwanga tu. Wacha ni msikize listeners. The listeners have the mic right now. Power to the people. Dr. Milton Nyakundi anasema hivi. We need to make a distinction between a leader and leadership. Okay. Dr. Milton, I've seen you on the line. I'm hoping to hear from you. Don't drop off. S anasema kwamba na hii judiciary pia inafaa kuacha ufala, wakuwe too serious. That's the change we want. That is Ace anasema hivyo. SK Moshumbe anasema nini? No leaders, no room. Hii italeta division na we have not achieved what we want. How leaders watanunuliwa? Hatuaminiani kabisa. Whispers anasema nini? Form a shadow government. Do lots of civic education to get people registered. Okay. Haya, nani mwingine tena? Huyu Mwai anasema mambo ya kaskazini hataki. Mwai anasema uliza daktari if it's possible to amend the constitution from a presidential system to a parliamentary system. Can we get rid of this one? Man shows nonsense. I think Dr. Ekuro Kot was in the process of delivering a Punguza Mzigo bill before it was thrown out and he was to share it up. I think we are going to also have a follow-up on that when we finish this part where the listeners are the people. Now, Tim anasema nini? Bible without a vision, people perish. We need a leader with an impeccable record, not like Hood of Odinga. Dida anasema nini? Unless we take form, we will be doing and undoing our work without knowing. Read all strategy books in the world, maybe you will understand. Dida, give us a list. Unajua wengine wetu hatujuangi hizi vitu. Kama wanasema I oppose the formation of a political party because becoming a politician is a personal interest but not public interest. And if it is formed, let the members contribute but not the supporters because there will be those to benefit leaving the others down here. That is Kamau, and I believe that is basically what political parties do. They benefit their kids. Unaona mtu alipelekwa Iyala, tuliambiwa. Ring the bell anasema leaderless, yes, but sasa but imetoka wapi? Alafu ajaandika kitu hapo hivi mwisho. GenZ should not have a political party. GenZ should not have a political leader. anampyom@gmail.com. Wagwan. TMP anasema nini? Okay, that is a network issue. Aya, Africa anasema some form of governance and structure is needed, doesn't have to be achieved via a political party. So many submissions Right now, as I said, use the comment section to write your voice. Don't ask for the microphone. We already have the request button for that. If you like what we're doing, Home Run PP is supported 100% by the listeners to make us independent so that we can call out those leaders by the name. Hapa hivi, bila uoga. 0721948229 is the number. Skiza hii jingle ya show.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pippi.
Okay, Daktari Ekuru, before you leave, I don't know. I think I'll let maybe Anthony talk to you because he's of the other opinion about having instant leaders. You know, I'm about having leaders in the eventuality. Maybe I'm going to let you, Anthony, talk to you, and then give us submission. Then you can go. I've heard that you're supposed to be elsewhere, and thank you so much for lending us your time.
Thanks. Okay, I'll wait.
Antonio, are you there? Aya, Anthony, pia wewe umeenda. Hey, Anthony, wacha nikupatie refresh. While you're refreshing, Anthony, PU, we try to get to you. I don't know if you can get us right now.
Yes. How are you?
I'm very well.
Yes,
thank you.
Peter, I'm here. I'm Pio. Now, how far can a leaderless movement go? My answer is it can go as far as it can. We have always said that we have to remain leaderless. But again, the question I ask myself, are we really leaderless? No, we are not leaderless. All of us here are leaders. You know, a leader is usually has a number of characteristics, like is a person of high integrity, and we are here fighting for integrity. So we are leaders. A leader is supposed to have to be decisive. We are decisive. That's why we are here and we are discussing a very important issue. We have decided that this is what we want. A leader is supposed to be accountable. We are fighting for accountability. A leader is supposed to be adaptable. A leader is supposed to have empathy. We are emphatic because Kenyans are suffering. We feel their pain. Some of us here could they have ways of putting food on their table. But when we look around and see what is happening around us, some people don't have anything to eat. Yet leaders are stealing billions and billions of money. You know, we are leaders here. So what I'm saying is that we are not short of leaders here. What we are actually saying is that we don't want somebody to be in front there so that this person can be a target. For now, we want to remain as leaderless as we can. Some people try to tell us that, you know, like now the president was saying the other day that, you know, these people are faceless, you know, they are what, you know, he was trying to downplay what we are saying. We are used to him, we are used to his ridicule, and we should not forget why we want to remain this way. We can just get the importance of being leaderless from history and from other places where this has always succeeded. Like we have like Wikipedia. Wikipedia is one of the organizations that don't have real leaders. Their structure is actually that of leaderlessness, but it has succeeded a great deal. There are some people who depend on Wikipedia for information. We have a number of corporations like what is called Valve Corporation, which is led by a highly successful, you know, games that usually that is online games. You know, it has succeeded, yet it doesn't have leaders. We have the Morning Star Company, a leading tomato processing company in the US, which is actually follows this leaderless kind of organization. Now, in politics, we have also very many other successful movements which have actually been leaderless and they have succeeded a lot. Like, for example, we have an organization that came up in the US called Occupy Wall Street. This movement began in the New York City. and it succeeded to protest against economic inequality, corporate influence, and the lack of accountability in financial sector. You know, these are the things we are also discussing here today in Kenya. These are the issues, and therefore, if they succeeded, we can also succeed here. We also have, you know, the famous Arab Spring. Arab Spring didn't have leaders. It was actually leaderless. And you know how successful it was. Back today, we actually refer to them. We have others like the Yellow Vests movement, which originated in France in 2018. It began as a protest against fuel tax increases and evolved into a broader expression of discontent with government and social inequality. You know, these are the things we are talking about, and it succeeded a lot in France. Why are we not going to succeed also? We are going to succeed as leaderless movement. We also have another one which is called Extinction Rebellion. This one was founded in the UK in the year 2018 also. It is a global environmental movement. It also succeeded a great deal, and we can also borrow from it. We have the famous Black Lives Matter in the US. This is also a leaderless organization. You know what it, of course, that is controversial, but we also know that it also succeeded in a way, like it is the one which brought Biden to power in 20, I think it was in 2020. So all these are referring to organizations which have, and many others, which have succeeded without being having leaders. You know, the problem of having a leader at the top. Today, we are complaining about Ruto and the kind of treaties and, you know, signings that is making, you know, with foreigners. Why? Because he's a leader at the front there and he's just one person. It is very easy to convince one person than to convince all Kenyans. So when these foreigners come, they just target Ruto. They just target that leader that we have put in front there. And they are able to buy him. They are able to buy him and, you know, convince him to sign these things. And these things end up now affecting every other Kenyan. You see, before we reach where we want to go, we don't want that kind of sabotage that is going to be effected by a leader. Think about all these other people. Think about Raila Odinga, for example.
PU,
yes.
Just a minute. PU?
Yes.
I'm going to stop you for a minute. I want to release Dr. Court because nilikuwa nimemwambia nitampatia chance apige submission ya mwisho.
Okay.
And then I'll come back to you right after that. Okay?
I obey.
Okay, sir. Dr. Ekuru, maybe you can tell us one final thing before you leave. I know you're about to leave. Hata Anthony sasa isijui itakuwaje.
Ama Anthony aulize swali yake alafu nimjibu nikimalizaga.
Yeah, Anthony muulize hiyo swali yako alafu Ekuru ndio itakuwa better hivyo because sasa utakuwa umesikia both sides of our arguments. Anthony, then daktari. Antonio, unanisikia? I think Anthony had actually heard me the first time. I don't know if
okay, so Peter, let me just say this. First of all, I think this is a conversation I know we cannot end today. But bottom line is that we need to think ourselves in terms of succession planning. You know, as a movement, as a generation. Because if you look at, for example, the way tunachezwa, the same people, honestly. I mean, and I've always maintained it. I have nothing personal against some of these individuals. But I know because of our non-participation in the public affairs and politics in Kenya, that's why today wanatukanana, kesho wanasalimiana, mambo inakuwa normal. I love the rest of us just look foolish. And especially even some of those people who support these people. They look really, really foolish. But one thing that people wajaelewa ni kwamba this is a game these guys play. I mean, they are buddies. I mean, look at, for example, I'm not surprised. In fact, I am surprised Kenyans are surprised that Raila today can join hands with Ruto. They have come a long way. These guys have been buddies for a long time. And in fact, nasikia pia ni mashemegi from what I hear. And I mean, they are friends. They are in the same, you know, private members club and all those kind of things. So for them, it's a game. You know, today kama mtu yuko serikali wanaangalia naambia what are our interests. So we Kenyans actually are on our own until we poke holes into this kind of relationship and we occupy that space. Tutazidi kuchezwa tu. They will play us for as long as, because for them, what do they know? Most of these people do not know what it means to wake up in the morning, go to an office, push files, maybe for some of us, go to court. Like now, I'm traveling with my family, but this morning I had to be in court virtually. So that's what pays my bill. But for them, it's public money, public space that pays for their upkeep for as long as they have lived in this country. So government is their business, and as long as us guys have left them to actually hiyo ni shamba yao. Now we need to reclaim this shamba we call Kenya, because it is ours in equal measure. And there is no way, guys, for like decades and decades, Kenya's leadership is defined in the way of the same faces, same individuals, same families, whatever. We are a country of 55 million, for heaven's sake. Why can there be an alternative leadership in this country? And I'm challenging all of you guys, please wake up, open your eyes. Today, we are a laughing stock in the region, that our leadership is like the blue-eyed kid for the globalists, for the imperialists, just because of an individual who is trying to sanitize himself globally, instead of saying, how do I regain legitimacy in our own country? And honestly, we don't have a government, we don't have a parliament. I think the only thing we still have, because we are still very good judicial judges out there, is the judiciary to a considerable extent, but not wholly. So I will say to you guys, we need to participate in this thing proactively. We need to reclaim back our country. I mean, for some of us, I'm not desperate. I won't die or kill myself if I don't become Kenya's president. But I'm more concerned about the future of our country and that of our children and their children. For some of us who are intermarried, I mean, tribe doesn't make too much sense to me, although I'm very proud to be a Turkana and Kenyan at the same time, but when you look at our children and the interaction they have, we need to build a Kenya where every Kenyan is proud to be a Kenyan, not to be described in the name of Kamau or Ekuru or Onyango or Wafula, and all those kind of things. We need to stop that shenanigan. And that's why, again, we go back to the question, how far can we remain as a leaderless movement? We need to take back this country, and we need to offer ourselves as the leaders. Thank you very much, Pepita, and thank you so much. I'm sorry I have to leave. There's a function waiting for me. Definitely join you guys another time when we can talk about it more extensively on the issues.
All right. Thank you so much, Daktari, for finding time and talking to us. Anthony, umefika hapa hivi daktari akisema kwa heri. Nakwambia watu wa kwenu wakikufanyia kazi ni ngumu kupita, ni ngumu kutoboa. Anyway, Anthony, can you hear me? Maybe you can tell Daktari something.
I can hear you, Pepita. I can hear you, Pepita. Me and Daktari have been on a similar space, and I'm happy. I'm happy with how he really advises us and gives us a very clear way of how to use the constitution to favor us, and he also gives us a window into the kind of leadership we have in this country. All I will do is echo him in everything. And Daktari, you can tell them, we cannot entrust the country that we love so much to the students of Daniel Toroitich Arap Moi. We want them to apply a system of governance they were not taught. But we are the alternative of that governance. So we don't need to apply pressure. Even if we apply pressure, we are applying pressure to people who do not know any other way. That was their primary school, high school, and they graduated into the Moi way of governance. The Kenya we want is with us. It will be delivered by us. No one else will do it for us. And we do not need to beg or put pressure or remind someone that this is the Kenya we want. That's all, Pipi. And thank you, Daktari, for always coming through with some.
Okay, thank you so much for that. As I said, we are going on, but before that, I told you I'll have a surprise for you guys. Unajua mimi nawapenda sana. Unajua medi support. Imagine one here tukiongelea tu mambo ya governance nini. You guys, you are the best. So,
social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pipi.
Oli, habari yako?
Yes, I. Wagwan.
Uko salama?
Yes, I'm good, bro. I don't know if everybody can hear me clearly.
You're loud and clear, bro.
Thank you so much, man. My name is Oliver, but you guys can call me Bagamoyo because I love burgers so much. And I'm so grateful.
Funny thing, Oli,
Yeah.
funny things, Jay Kula burger. So, how is a person who loves burgers singing on a space where people don't eat burgers?
Well, the agenda is one.
Okay.
You know the agenda. Yeah. Anyway, the conversation has been really good, and I'm so grateful for everyone that has joined in. I just wanted to give you guys like a small, we call it like a break, interlude or whatever. So I'm just gonna sing one song for you guys. It's been about 7 months since I last played the guitar or sang, but I'm gonna do it anyway. This is a favorite for most of the people. It's a Bob Marley song. It's definitely in theme with what we are talking about right now and everything that's going on in our country as we try and redeem our country from everybody that is trying to take it away from us. So yeah. Alrighty. So okay. Old pirates, yes, they rode by, sold light to the merchant ships. Minutes after they took I speeds, but my hands were made strong by the hands of the Almighty. We forward in this generation triumphantly. Now won't you help me sing these songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption song. The songs of freedom, no, redemption song. The songs of freedom. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop at the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just, but a part of it we've got to fulfill the book. Won't you help me sing the songs of freedom? 'Cause all I ever had, redemption songs, the songs of freedom, no, redemption song. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our minds. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop at the time. How long shall they kill our prophets while we stand aside and look? Some say it's just, but a part of it we've got to fulfill the book. So won't you help me sing, wherever you are?
Hey, redemption song.
'Cause
Hey,
all I ever had. Yes, I.
Wagwan. Aye. Thank you so much, Oli, for that. Mazosi, usiku unakuja once in a while. Don't drop that guitar again. That's where you belong. Umefanya mpaka nikalia. Wewe mwanaume bana. Stay away from our women. Stay away from our women. But that was one profound performance, Oli. And even the comment section, Bibs anaweka mkono juu anasema wagwan. Mesha anasema how will they kill our people? Let's go.
Nane ndo tuko. Nane ndo tuko. Nane ndo sisi yao. 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 Nane.
Okay. Well, mabibi na mabwana, that is what we call an interlude.
Social conversations, engaging topics on your phone anywhere. This is Home Run with Pippi.
I say, yani unapanga content ya show for 5 hours. Umeamka saa 10 asubuhi kutafuta content. Msanii anakuja hapa 3 minutes anapata tu ma likes. Hey, this song of freedom should sing. Oh, profound, very good performance. Kwani nyinyi? Hey, sisi maspesos tunakwanga tu tumepitia.
This is Home Run with Pippi.
Let me move the mic quick fast. Thank you so much PU, thank you so much Anthony. Tulikuwa tumepita pale hivi ndani kwenye interlude. Let's get to hear from somebody like Miss Kiara. Habari yako Miss Kiara?
Nimejua tu utaniita Pipi.
Uko umeenda kulia, si ndio? Nimekuwahi juu ulikuwa unalia.
Pipi hata mimi karibu nilie, then nikasema tutakuwa tunalia watu wengi sana.
Pipi una adabu. Adabu zikushike. Anyway. How are you guys? How are you Pipi? Nasikia tu una run.
Well.
Hey, leo umerun. Hey. Umeamua? Anyway, it's good.
Najikaza.
But jikaze, kaza. Sisi wote tumeamua tukaze kamba mshipi, lakini we kugumu. But so, leaderless movement. Where this one, it can go as far as we want it to go. It all depends on us. You know why I think like that? It's because one thing is, if you look at the trajectory of our country, and by trajectory I mean the people. Like when we go to elections, when we just follow people, when we do things, we have this hard mentality following. I don't know if that makes sense. This thing of, we have to have someone at the front. We have to have someone leading us. And most times, in most cases, when we say a leader, we don't mean a leader. We mean someone who's gonna instigate us, cause chaos. And in this thing, you can see in this movement, you can see everyone who's asking for a leader. When you listen to them, what a leader means, they're actually talking about the politicians. Like, you just listen to how they're explaining it after saying, yes, I think we need a leader. And then they explain it. So I think it's time we need to sit and internalize what actually, because I think for the longest time in Kenya, we have never had leaders. So we have even lost the essence of what leadership is. Like, we can't remember what leaders do for their people. Like, we do not know what standing in and saying, I'm a leader of, for example, the Pokot people. I'm a leader of the Turkana. I'm a leader of the Kikuyu people. We don't know what that means. But be rest assured that when someone stands up and says they're a leader of the Kikuyu people, what they want to tell you is, for example, let me use the Kikuyu or the Luo, whichever. I'm a Kamba, Kalenjin, choose whichever community or tribe, if you want to put it like that. When they stand in there and say they're the leader, in most cases, what they're going to do is instigate you against another tribe, against another people. They don't have to come and tell you, go kill them, but they will use words and they will use connotations, and they will use assumptions. Oh, assume these people come and take away your land. You see, when they do such things, then you start saying, by the way, these people are not our friends. But you're forgetting we live in the same land. We're all Kenyans. Before you're born, whatever tribe you find yourself in, you're Kenyan. When ukienda ku apply ID passport, it doesn't read Kamba, it reads Kenyan. Now we have this East African passport. They read Kenya, and then someone else Tanzania, someone else Uganda. So this thing of leader, we have to be really careful about it. And plus, I keep wondering, hata tujamaliza 60 days kwa hii movement, already tunataka leader. Wakupeleka wapi? See, you be a leader in your own capacity. What is it that is so difficult about you telling 10 guys, like last time, watu walikuwa nasema twende vigil. People went. You, in your own capacity, tell people from your village, hey, nane bana, asubuhi na mapema. It doesn't mean you're leading them. You're just talking to people in your same, I don't want to say caliber, but village, people you have the same vibe with, the same language. It doesn't matter. You don't have to lead them to anywhere. Kila mtu afanye ile kitu roho yake inasimama nayo. But you coming here to tell us that now 30 days in this movement that we need a leader. Mimi sioni hivyo. For example, I'll mention like Kasmuel. He goes to interviews. Maybe I never call him a leader. I say he's representing our votes. Our voices. Because everything Kasmuel says is everything that people say on X, on TikTok, or kwa ground, wherever. He has never come out to say something, alitoa sijui Venezuela, sijui Panama, no. He says exactly what we, the people, say, what we want, and what our demands are. So mtu kwenda kumuita leader, because leaders can be compromised anytime now. Politicians, like we've seen, it happens all the time. But if you call him a representative, yeah, he's representing what you put out. Si kila mtu anaweza enda kuongea, yes, but kila mtu akapewa opportunity, they can say one or two things. So you guys, hold your horses bana. We're still, hii movement ndio tu imeanza. Hata hatujaweka break, hatujaweka nini gear number 2. Bado tuna test sijui clutch, sijui mafuta, tunaongeza tukipunguza. So calm your horses bana. We are gonna get there, but don't be in a rush, because then the thing that's happening is we're gonna be corrupted by hawa watu wanashinda kuja kutisha leaders hapa. They're gonna come and corrupt us, and then the next thing is gonna be we are losing. Someone's gonna come out and say, si mnaona walikuwa wanataka kukuwa president, walikuwa wanataka kukuwa CS. By the way, and if anyone asks, mimi sijaona mtu yote anasema anataka kuwa president, anataka kuwa CS kwa hii movement. And maybe someone should tell Ruto, we don't want his job. No one wants his fucking job. We just want him to tekeleza constitution, the mandate of the constitution, what it says to the latter. No one wants his job. If we wanted his job, tunge hapo tunasema ashuke, basi sisi tupande huko juu tukiweza fire. But anyway, yeah. Thank you, Pipi.
Haya, asante for that. Naona watu wanainua mkono juu. Ngojeni kwanza. Nataka kusikiza mtu anaitwa Mogonchi. Mogonchi, how are you? Wewe tuweka imeandikwa mbele kidogo.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Mogonchi. Yes, I can hear Mogonchi. Who's saying they can't hear me?
Come up again. Okay, so I'll be quick.
Mogonchi go ahead, Mogonchi. Yeah.
I'll be quick, and I'll agree with the former speaker, the speaker who just spoke right before me. And she's pretty much accurate to the point. If there is anybody who really wants to become a leader, Kenya is a free country. You can always go register a party. You can go register your company or whatever you want and do it, but don't take advantage of the situation trying to popularize yourself. If you are of a similar opinion with the rest of the Kenyans, yes, or with the rest of the Kenyans who want to see our country be successful, then we'll definitely join you. But if we don't see your goals aligning to us with what we stand for and what we are looking for, that is proper governance, no theft, no corruption, no embezzlement of funds, and clear businesses. So if that is what exactly if you register a party and you think that is the best thing you are going to offer us, we'll definitely join you. But if you're going to want to take advantage of the situation so that you can go shake hands with, I don't want to call him his name, but you know very well the guy, what he can do. And we already know what he has done before. You see the way he just really promised to take down Raila, and he has done the exact same thing that he promised to do. So why do we want to be in a situation that would more likely or most likely compromise our principles? We don't want to be associated with corruption. We don't want to be associated with theft. We don't want to be associated with tribalism and nepotism. We want to stand firm with what we believe is true to the country true to our country, Kenya. Those Kenyans who live abroad, who live anywhere, who really want to move back home, really want to see that country headed in the right direction. We want to see creativity. We see, like the guy who just sang a few minutes ago. You see, if the guy got a better opportunity somewhere else, get a proper environment, got proper exposure, do you think the guy will be I don't know where he is, how he's doing. I bet he's doing good. And I bet he will do much better if we had a country that is run in a proper way. We don't want to have a country where, I don't know, is it MCSK that takes the entire part of earnings of a musician, and they don't do nothing with it. What do? Patent? I mean, we can just make a whole corporate bill that can protect the musicians without having to pay NCSK. They have to pay only taxes when performing. If they earn a given portion, yes, they pay taxes. But we don't want them to pay NCSK and then pay taxes again. I mean, where are we headed to as a country if that is what we are really looking at? Without even thinking of really empowering our own talent. And my other thing about leadership, I think if we have a next batch of leaders who are willing to step out and really want to develop our country, I bet for the last 2 years I've not seen any road being constructed. The last time I went through Nakuru, Eldoret, Nairobi Highway, Mombasa, my goodness, it's just a nightmare. You might think that we have transitioned from a first world country to a third world country, a sixth world country within a span of 2 years. And somebody is busy saying they have no money, yet we are losing billions of money every day. Contracts are being signed somewhere else that are all done behind the scenes. Siri, chini ya maji. Where are we headed as a country if that is exactly what we are looking at? And I don't want to go for long. My other opinion is that if there's anybody here who's planning to be a leader, go ahead, register a party. If we agree with you, we will join you. But at the same time, we are looking in a way we want to make that kind of leadership to be inappropriate. I mean, we don't want anybody to want to be a leader. We want only patriots to be leaders. How can we look at a leader who is willing to take millions in paycheck and at the same time take a lot more in sitting allowance? Bro, mimi na wewe tukienda kwa ofisi, kuketi chini kwa ofisi, who gives a 900 sitting allowance? So instead we're getting taxed at the end of the month. So that nonsense should be taken away. The CDF you mentioned should be taken away. And last another thing is that we need to have a pay cut so that we can be willing to work for the country, not somebody who's willing to steal from the country. And Anthony, I think there's a time here you were hosting a given space before, but I didn't get a chance to talk. But I'm glad you're here today. You raised a few issues last time. I'm not going to go really deep into them. I want to give other people a chance to talk. Let's stick together. We don't want a leader. If you want to be a leader, go register a party. We'll join you. If you have a better bandwagon, we'll join you. If you have a better goals, achievements, we'll join you. But at the same time,
okay,
me and everybody else, I mean, personally, I don't think we need a leader. And that's
thank you,
what I have
Mugonchi.
on my side.
All right, Mugonchi, thank you so much for that.
This is Home Run with Pipi.
Saikuru's finest. Saikuru. Mkenya Daima habari.
Poa sana, Pipi. How are you?
I'm fine. You know, I only know two people from Sekuru, you and Kalonzo Musyoka. And both of you dye your hair. Kwani nini mbaya huko Sekuru?
Okay, mambo ya Sekuru ni ngumu, but I think problem mambo yetu ni ngumu, lakini
ni vumbi, si ndio?
You're out here thinking that I dye my hair, but I don't do that. Ni vumbi, but it's vumbi. Hey, Omran, I saw the title, but I was almost rushing. I was like, hey, Munishike. Because I was like, how far can a leaderless movement go? I just want to clarify things because I think words have meaning, and also, meaning guides our purpose sometimes. So one thing is, we are not a leaderless movement, and what is happening is basically kind of a consensus kind of leadership that has been happening, and a consensus kind of leadership is the one whereby if PIP chooses to run a space like this that is contributing towards the movement, so that means this space is for the movement. So PP is a leader of the movement. You get so that's and if Polo Kimani chooses to go after the mineral and all that, Polo Kimani is a leader to the movement. If Professor chooses to run to go after the idea, the passports and nini, that is a leader to the movement. So what happens is what we are having right now, and I want people to understand what we are having now. We are not there is this idea that has been pushed down for leaders, that we have people like the presidents, those are guys who just represent us. And now what we have created, we've realized the system that we've been using for a very long time, it is a system whereby we can't hold the people we choose the people we choose as our representative, we can't hold them accountable. So that's why we're having this kind of movement that everything is by consensus. Do the majority of the Kenyans agree with this? Yes, they agree with this. So that decision is for the Kenyans. So this movement, it is not leaderless, and if that is how it is being viewed, this is how far this movement can go. This movement can go as far as fixing every societal issues that we are having. That is how far this movement can go. It's because there will be all these issues that we are facing as a society, and now we'll be able to address them through consensus, and we have something that works for every Kenyan. So I think that is what I want people to see. Yeah, I don't want people to see it as leaderless, because leaderless is painting us in a way that it's not good. But are things happening? Things are happening. Mkenya is doing this, PP is doing this, Professor is doing this. Every other person is playing a role in making sure we are achieving the goals. What you are seeing, we want systems that are working for us. We are not pushing from Kenya Daima to be the president so that he can have his own promises. No, we are pushing for the systems that are working. So this movement can go as far as every system to be working in the country for the Kenyans. That's how far this movement can go. It's more of a consensus kind of leadership. So that's how I want most of the people to view it, and that is how far we've gone. You get everything that we've been able to achieve right now. It's because we are having a consensus whereby if PP says this and it does not align to the goals of creating systems that are working, we can be able to hold him accountable. But the kind of the leadership that we had with the likes of William Ruto, with the MCAs and everyone, it's a leadership whereby we cannot hold any of them accountable. Ruto ameuza airport, Ruto ameuza our minerals, Ruto has sold this, and we can't hold him accountable for anything. So I think what we are having is a movement, is a leadership that is towards having systems that are working. So we can go to as far as every system working in the country and working for the nation. we can fix the minerals, we can fix our natural resources and every other resource that we have, and we can be able to build systems that are working for us. That's how far this movement is going to go. And I believe this movement is not going to stop at any point, PP. On 8th, the moment we have William Ruto out on Nane, the next step will be how do we manage our resources? How do we look at ourselves as now the new Middle East, as the new Qatar, as the new UAE, and not looking at the resources that we have? How are we going to manage these resources and such things? How are we going to make sure that Kenyans are wealthy, to go wealthy the way we are supposed to be? Because Kenya is a rich country. That's one thing that we've been able to establish. So the idea of this movement is moving towards having all systems that are working for Kenyans and having systems that are for Kenyans and working for Kenyans. That's all I wanted to say, Pipita.
Thank you so much for that, Kenya Daima, as well for your submission. Rurigi, how are you doing? Rurigi Wajeh here. Are you there?
Hello, Pipita.
This is the home
Hi, Rurigi.
with PP.
Hello. I'm very good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. Sorry, I had to play the jingle because you took some time to get to the mic, but I'm well. Thanks so much for joining
Yeah,
in.
I was off on another chat somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I'm good, and I want to appreciate what you guys are doing, keeping us alive, keeping Kenya alive. Because some of us had given up hope on that country once it went into the hands of Ruto. But now we are seeing what I can say, light at the end of the tunnel. So anyway, let me come to the subject of the day about leadership. I listened to Dr. Kuro Aukot. I just came in when Aukot was finishing his presentation, and I liked it. And just I agree with the speakers who have spoke that leadership at this stage is going to be compromised. So it's not time yet in my submission to start being over concerned or focusing on leadership. Leadership should develop organically. And I dare say that there's actually leadership developing. So if you consider the Mau Mau, I've shared with you, Peter, some statement that was made by Kenyatta as Prime Minister of Kenya upon independence. And that is what has put us where we are today. You've heard that everybody has been blaming all the leadership of Kenya from independence, from Kenyatta, Moi, Kibaki. Kibaki achieved at least some economic emancipation, but he never resolved the political question of Kenya because he continued to lead on the basis of a constitution which was, most of his leadership was in a constitution which was a colonial relic. So Kenya has been led like what do you call it? A colony, a protectorate and colony leadership. So that's why the Kenyans have never achieved. It was never meant for the betterment of Kenya. Rather, that's what I'm trying to say. But thank God, in 2010, the main achievement of Kibaki is that he presided and allowed, because he had an option to execute, go around and make sure that we never got a new constitution. So one thing we can give Kibaki, other than the economic revival of Kenya, is that he presided over a constitutional review, or was it a referendum, which first failed during the Chungwa and ODM, the Chungwa and Banana contestation over the referendum. And the same people who usurped the constitution are now the people who are in leadership. That is the problem we have, that we are still operating extra constitutional. That's why Ruto and Uhuru rather, never achieved any political leadership according to the new constitution because they don't follow it. They never supported it. So, in short, I want to say that leadership should emerge organically. The movement itself, on a lighter note, I said, Gen Z should represent Generation Zote. And I feel that is the new caption. Gen Z is Generation Zote. And I'm glad that the Gen Z themselves, you people who are leading this movement, are actually coming around and accepting that it's not purely a Gen Z movement, but it is led by the Gen Z, and we are really happy how you are leading it. But do not allow our generation, I am a Gen X myself, do not allow to be usurped. Because this leadership we are trying to tell you guys to form is that we are angling for political positions ourselves. But you should never allow that, because if it happens, it will happen like Kenyatta did, and we will get to that leadership and say, oh, we cannot rule with hooligans. That's the language Kenyatta used in 1963, that Mau Mau was a hooligan organization, and we need to lead the country in peace. And that's why he killed General Baimungi. And the history followed. The Mau Mau revolution was never came to light. People never got land, which is what they were fighting for. Mau Mau was a land army. We were fighting. The people were fighting for the land. But who got land? The Kenyatas. So let's not be guided in that direction. I was one of the person who was asking, was pushing for leadership. But after careful study, I've been studying revolutions. I've been studying the Mau Mau, and I have found out where the problem was. So Gen Z are fighting for accountability, good governance, proper accountability of the politicians, and freedom of association, for which freedom of what the constitutional guarantees that we've been given by the new constitution. So we need a leadership that will come and implement the Kenyan constitution, and that can only come from a fresh group of people who first have grown in the new constitution dispensation, and they understand how we need to run our country. My goal and my hope in my remaining years of life, I'm hoping to see a Kenyan leadership who is a Kenya president who is under 40, well educated, and leading in a constitutional manner. I will say that God has been generous to Kenya at that point. I will not belabor this point. I will leave it at that for now. I'm getting ready to go to work. I'm in Canada. I go to work at 3. It is now 2 o'clock. I gotta prepare myself and go to work. Thank you very much. Guys, continue. But I'm waiting for the Nane Nane. I want it to be big. I want Nane Nane to echo the Venezuelan Venezuelan revolution that just happened. Thank you very much, Peter. You guys have a good night.
All right, by that submission by Rurigi, we should be ending these spaces. But sasa wa Kenya.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0.
Welcome to Home Run with Pipi.
Mabibi na mabwana, this is Home Run with Pipi, na kama kawaida, as your referee, I would like to point out that due to unavoidable circumstances, the game has to go to extra time. Hiyo ndo vitu mnapenda kusikia, si ndio? Yeah, we are going to go up to 10 p.m. Sasa oneni kimefanya. Oneni. na niliwawarn nikamwambia mkwe mnakuja mapema 4 pm tunaongea. Sasa ona tunaenda hadi 10 pm. Sasa nitakuwa nikilipia jingle kila saa, tunaongeza masaa? Hapana, haitakuwa hivyo. Tuheshimu masaa. But thank you so much for supporting the show and listening in as well. Wale ambao wana share, wale ambao wana comment, 230 of you kwenye comment section. I wish I could read all of the comments, but that is an amazing one, and I know people are going through the comments right now. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I want to go to the next set of speakers as we are turning into the new hour. I want to give a now fresh set of speakers. Huyu nani wananiita hivyo? Ngoja, hapana bana, hata kuna mtu amekuja mbele yako baba, ngoja kwanza, relax. Hatufanyi hivyo hapa. So I want to go to the next 10 set of speakers who are going to be talking to us. Of course, right now I see everybody's new except Mkenya Daima hapa. So tusaidie Mkenya Daima. Haya, I have a new set of speakers who want us to talk to us about how far can a leaderless movement go. I hear people calling it the Gen Z movement or Angas Nini. I don't know. I don't subscribe to those names, those cocoons. Okay, but sasa kama iko yeah. Now, is it time to have a party? Is it time to have leaders, or do we continue going leaderless? On my account, there is a poll going on. Nauliza, is it time to for the movement to form a leadership structure and in the party? 330 of you have voted. 347 to be particular. 27% wanasema why not. 72% wanasema leaderless, tribeless. All these are the people we need to be listening to, and I see now. I want to give you the next 5 packing of order of people who are going to speak to us. Home Run Pipi is supported by you, the listener. If you like what I'm doing, pale hivi juu kuna tip Jalai, and thank you so much for supporting me. Now, nataka kuambia hivi, tribeless ameongea mpaka itabidi tu nimweke kwa hii next set. I want to hear from Echo of Life, because Echo has been here with me since 4 p.m. Echo, pole bwana, acha nijeke kiboko. So I want to hear from Echo. Then I go to Hillary, Tribeless, Mbugwa, and then Jeff. So, okay, Echo, are you there? Are you on the mic, Echo? All right, Echo, are you good? Oh, Jambo.
Vipi, unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Pole man. Nikisikiza space bana, kila kitu iliungua, nimeanza fresh. Tafadhali pole. Pea mtu mwingine, I will talk later.
Pole ndugu yangu. Wa, sasa wewe. Ujui hata mimi nangoja kupika omena baada ya show. Eko, thank you. Ndio maana kwa media wanakuanga na wanapiga simu kwanza wasikize ni uendago zimu gani mnafanya. Listen to what you guys are saying, man. Anyway, let's get Hillary. Hi, Hillary.
Yeah, hi, how are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for that opportunity anyway. So I want to echo the sentiments of the majority who have said that we should, the movement should not have actually the leadership. Well, we know for sure that there is leadership. Anybody who can convene a meeting or convene a space, that's a leader. So anybody who thinks that there is no leader, I think that one is not. If you think that there is no leader in this movement, then probably you should stay in your house and speak to yourself, because when you are addressing this gathering of people, there must be somebody who has gathered those people. So that is a leader on that line. So to come to warn those ones who want to ride on this movement for political reasons, I'm not discouraging anybody to venture into politics, but I know what politics is, and I will give for sure. I will advise somebody. Politics is always local. They always tell you, for example, you cannot come to on this app on the space and then now get that to want to fly with that to Kiriaini to go and vie for a seat, because I know most of those people in Kiriaini are not on this space. So politics is always local. If you want to go to politics, Go to your place, sell your manifestos, talk to people very well, talk to us, we are here, we can see what we can do. But leadership is always seen. You cannot proclaim leadership, it is seen. Right? So again, one important thing is that we should link this movement from politicians. Let's not associate this movement with any politician, because the more you associate this movement with the politician, the more it is watered down completely. Look at what has just happened. Ruto has paired with his brother. You know, they have been threatened. And you know, everybody, there are personal interests. They have been threatened. They say, oh, it looks like we will all perish if we stay like this. Come here. We see how we can go forward. So let's not put this thing associated with any other politician. The way it is, it has achieved much. It has really achieved much. Now, my plea is only that let's follow this strategy and clean Kenya. How are we going to do that? We have to identify the evils in the society that is bedeviling everybody. That number one is corruption. Corruption has put people in offices that they don't deserve to be there. Okay? Corruption has done all things in Kenya. There is nothing that can be any contract, any tenders is full of. If we delink this corruption from our society, we are going somewhere. We are youth, and youth. And he could not implement. Never went to any school, and
Today we are not doing a vetting, Hillary. The vetting space was last week. Today we are not on the vetting story,
okay,
bro.
okay.
Yes,
Let me
stay
put it
on
this
point.
let me put it this way, that as per my experience is that Kenya has bastardized education. You know, you cannot encourage the youth to go to school and later on they don't get jobs. Look at Kenyan doctors right now. They are all on the street. Who could have thought that a Kenyan doctor will lack job? Who would have thought that? Why? Because the people who are supposed to come up with policies are not doing it the same way. They are the same. They are supposed to be done. You train people. You know that there are jobs for those people waiting. You don't get the whole village to invest to do medicine, and then later on you bring them to the streets now to start throwing stones. It's not normal. So people, if corruption is the only thing that now this movement should look at, please, let's devote ourselves to that. Refuse any form of corruption. You cannot allow a policeman to stop a whole matatu of 42 people and ask for bribe. You can, like youth, don't allow that. Don't. Let's do something. If they want us to turn their matatu upside down, let's do it. Let's arrest the policeman. Let's beat them up because they cannot kill all the 14 people in the bus. Why are we tolerating such shit?
Asante Hillary. Asante.
Okay. Anyway,
Umeanza kurudia mambo ya hasira. Nataka tutoke kwa mambo ya hasira. Leo
okay.
unaona venye hata sija shout. Sitaki tukue na hasira sana. Nataka tukue objective. Mambo ya hasira tumetoka.
Now,
Yeah, thank you.
Let me say this.
Imetosha.
Let me say this. Finally.
I want you to end it in a minute.
Okay, finally.
Your time is up, yeah.
My plea is let's stay leaderless. Let's focus on what we should do. Let's find one thing and push that. And let's make it to the end. Let's not be violent. Let's be good. Go forward. Thank you.
Asante for that. The question here is, how far can a leaderless movement go? That is the question I want you to answer today. We are not doing any vetting, guys. We had a space on vetting, and we can have a further space when the vetting day comes. Thank you so much for that submission. I want to go to the next one. Nilikuwa niende kwa Tribeless. Alafu nisikize Mbugwa. Tribeless.
Right. Hello, PP.
Jambo.
How is everyone? I hope everyone is all right. Thanks again for another evening. of contribution and sharing ideas. So, Pipi, I want to start by asking you, who has told you that we are leaderless? Who has told you that we are formless? I know you haven't said so, but who has told the president that we are leaderless and formless? Does the president understand the meaning of the term a leader? A leader is anyone who inspires others. Is Pipi able to inspire others? The answer is yes. Is Anthony able to inspire others? The answer is yes. Is Cleo or Afri or anybody else I can see here able to inspire others? The answer is yes. So then you are a leader. You are a leader in your own capacity because you are able to lead yourself from one point to another. Otherwise, you will remain in one point. You are able to lead yourself to be able to speak English or Swahili and not your local language. That's the leader. So if the president is looking for another leader to come and lead us, I want to tell Mr. President, sorry, that is not what we are here for. We are very sorry. I want to take you back, Pipi, to the 1982 coup, when the people of Kenya were tired with Moi. Moi took over in 1978. But in 1982, 4 years later, the people of Kenya were tired with his leadership. The Kenya Air Force, by then led by 4 people, Pancras Oteo, Odira Ojode, Ezekiel Ochuka, they led the Kenya Air Force wing for coup. What happened? They were subdued. And that was how their movement ended. Why? Moi went for them. That's why we are not going to appoint any leader. We are ready to have organizers. For example, we can have organizers if we want to take our rally to Bungoma. For example, we can have our 4 or 5 organizers to go and arrange the venue. We contribute watulete public address system, work dias. That is it. That one we are ready for organizers. And I've been championing for this. And you can confirm, people, that all your platforms I'm championing for us to have organizers so that we are able to conduct civic education. Because we can't say we are going to Uhuru Park. Yes, we have gone there, 5 million of us. We have no public address system. We have no, dias. So how will we communicate? That one, if it is organizers, fine. But any defined leader, no way. I want to take you back to why our leader is sometimes formless. The way the president thinks. Look at Finance Bill 2023. The opposition led by Raila Odinga. I come from Homa Bay, but I want to call this man out. The opposition led by him took us to the street. We protested. Finance Bill 2023, wrong. What happened? The bill still went through, and the president ascended to it. And now, look at the people who have brought it down. A group of people with no leader. How many respondents? 15. Capitiba Institute, Law Society of Kenya, Okia Omtata, Eliud Matindi, and others. They had no leader. There are a group of people who came together to challenge the law in the court. Did they have a leader? No. Look at how the people who have brought down the Finance Bill 2024, who are they? Gen Z. Do we have a leader? No. Do we need one? No. Do we need to remain leaderless? Yes. Can we go far? Yes. These are facts, Pipi. And these are not, as the president calls out, I expect him now that he said that GenZs are full of anarchy. Fine, Mr. President. Mr. President, I expect him now to follow suit. The Court of Appeal has invalidated 2023 finance bill. That means petrol, the 8%, the VAT that was at 8%, which finance bill 2023 took to 16%. We expect him to revert it back to 8%. And therefore, the next price of petrol should reflect 8% VAT. If he does not do that, then, Mr. President, you will be exercising anarchy. You will be the chief architect of anarchy in this country. And I can't fail to call you out because you are a failed leader who is out to exercise anarchy. We expect him to revert back the price of petrol to reflect what it was before his fake finance bill. We expect him to, how can, he's a leader. How can he appoint Oparanya? Knowing very well that Oparanya has got a 1.3 billion corruption case. Shame. And then he comes to call us, we are leaderless. PP, I am ready. Let us remain leaderless as long as we are able to maintain the course. And that leaderless thing he is referring to has brought his mighty finance bill to 24 down. That leaderless thing he's referring to has taken him back to on top of vehicles in Tana River, Taveta, Mombasa. That leaderless thing has made him to look for that old man from Bondo. The old man who he said ni mtu wa kungoa reli, mtu wa vita, mtu ambaye analala, akienda rali anajikojolea, ameenda kumtafuta. Mtu ambaye amejikojolea, that leaderless thing.
Hey.
So if that leaderless thing can do all this, then what is the need of a leader? Mimi, I live in the UK, but I'm here in this country from 22nd June. I will stay here until 99, until after that, to kuwe na strategy, kwa sababu I am happy to be part of a group and not to be led by someone mwenye ataitwa pale State House, aende apewe shilingi milioni 5, anyamaze. Sasa akishapewa pesa, akirudi hapa, yeye ndio mkuki kwa nguruwe. He will be coming here trying to treat diarrhea by stitching the anus. Kumbe ashapewa pesa huko. Shame on a president who appoints a corruption cartel to his cabinet. That is anarchy. Shame. Shame. And I'm gone.
Hey, sawa basi tribeless. Ndona Mbugwa, how are you doing Mbugwa?
Bro, PP.
Yes.
I totally agree with what was said. Totally agree with what Rongeri Wanje here said. All the way from States, I had to check him out. Totally agree. Listen, we are trying to redefine what leadership is all about. That's all. Because the version of leadership that we've had for the last, let's even put it, since the promulgation of the Constitution. Kutoka hapo. The leadership we've had is devolvement of corruption, devolvement of mediocrity and incompetence to all the counties. And then here we have an incompetent Senate, sorry to say, Okia Omtata and Richard Onyonka being part of it. But still, very little has happened to give us hope, some iota of hope, some hope somewhere. So we are redefining leadership by going to the streets. We are redefining leadership, what leadership as we know it ought to be. Hatuna hata shida ingine. Because leadership is what you're doing, seeing a problem, na unakuwa na hiyo burden ya kusolve hiyo problem. Leadership is about kuona watoto wako wako na a better future. Leadership is about kuona mahali tuko hatufai kuwa hapa hivi. Let's do something about that. That's leadership. So all this garbage that you are leaderless. What you're seeing or what you're hearing is someone who has to be shown his way out of his pajamas. because they do not know they got there by anarchy. Anarchy got them there. And they don't know what to do about that. Listen, just because we are leaderless doesn't mean that we are lawlessness or we uphold or we love the drum beats of war. We'll be very happy seated somewhere right now. Hata tufai kuwa na hii space, tunafaa kwa kila mtu attending to their families. Kona bibi, kona watoto wanafunga shule. We are supposed to be there building a nation, but right here, what bad leadership has led us to ni kukua kwa spaces, tuna spend sleepless nights trying to figure out how the hell did we get here and how the hell can we come out of this. Now, my point, nilikuwa na rant just like you ulikuwa na rant jana, PP. I heard you very well. Most of us who are here did not hear what you were saying yesterday. Around jana evening, I heard you. Right now, what leadership should lead us to doing, apart from what we are gearing up to on Nane Nane, ni ku make ground very hostile for the MPs, extremely hostile. So hostile that they should regret. Vile sometimes tunakuwa kwa situations where unaitishwa pencil na mtoi. Pencil, you cannot afford it. We should make it
was not listening to them, and that is why the people went to take back their authority.
In an ideal situation, Eugene, you've sat in the cabinet, so you understand how information, and for that matter, very interesting position, that is defense. One would have said there was security lapse. We had the deputy president going ahead and saying the president was misadvised in matters national security and what was happening in the country. Would you argue that that was a very intentional occurrence on that particular day? And why I ask that is because we have seen the Azimio team, rather the ODM team, seeming to be winning a number of seats in the nominees' positions. What is it that Honorable Raila Odinga traded for those positions?
I think that's a question you should ask him. It'd be unfair to ask me that question because you know where I stand. I do not agree with the decision to go into bed with William Ruto, who is seen as the oppressor, against the liberation, the movement of the GenZs. Why did these young people go to parliament? Because many of them have reached a point where they have nothing to lose. If you look at, I had one of the speakers talk about deaths by suicide. These matters came before us at Bomas. When we were shown the figures, the percentages that had more than doubled, we were shocked because many Kenyan families cannot make ends meet, even the middle class. Their pay slips, you look at them, they have been taxed until what they are giving to the government is more than what they are taking home. So I think that is where we reached, and we must look at where the rain started beating us. When we had members of parliament cross the aisle to the other side, an artificial majority created, then we created a tyranny of numbers that has given us these tyrannical laws that have today been nullified by the court. Thank God, the justice is still our shield and defender.
Indeed, our shield and defender is the justice, and in the words of the Constitution, the national anthem. Now, Redemptor, you have enough time stated that if we are going to allow the nominees to take over the nominations and become CSs, they definitely be taking checks with blood in their hands. Is that the position you still hold? Redemptor, are you with us? All right, we don't have Redemptor. Maybe we'll flip to you, Tony, and then to Dr. Mumbi. Tony, if you don't mind taking the same question, because Redemptor is back with us. Redemptor, greetings. Can you hear us?
I was just going to ask Eugene 2 questions. Then I can comment later after Redemptor. I wanted to ask Eugene, now that ODM have gone to bed with the government, and of course, even the official leader of opposition now is an ODM person in parliament, it means there is no opposition in parliament. There is, of course, a problem of ODM now being in bed with Zakayo. What are the options for the opposition who have said no? How will you be able to assist the Kenyan public in being able to raise these concerns? Would you have public rallies? Would you be able to do things that seem to complement what the GenZs are doing, GenZs are doing, or how will you tackle this problem? Otherwise, Ruto will be able to control parliament. He'll be able to control the executive. There'll be no checks and balances on him. What do you and Kalonzo and those who have said no, what are you going to do about it? And then you can also clarify a problem I've had with Briscoe has been asking me who is older, me or you?
Can I proceed?
Yes, I'll finish. Go ahead.
Yes, I think first of all to clarify that in Azimio there are many constituent parties, and it's only one party that has engaged into some negotiations with the William Ruto administration. The rest of us remain firmly in the opposition, and we will not take any positions on the government side. We have made our position very, very clear, and we stand with the people. We'll continue fighting for the people, and we'll continue doing what the opposition does. We will engage the people. We will also mobilize our members of parliament to continue fighting for the people inside and outside of parliament. Thank you. And Tony and I age mates. The Kikuyu have a saying, "Nyumbanari ka itumanago."
Thank you, Aziri. Cheers. Bye. All right.
Dr. Mumbi, what say you? Do you have any questions or input? Oh, sorry. I think we were going to go to Redemptor. Actually, sorry, Dr. Mumbi. Redemptor?
That's absolutely fine.
Sure. Thanks, Dr. Mumbi. Redemptor. Mizani had asked you a question. Mizani, do you want to repeat it?
I believe Redemptor got the question because I was asking in terms of those who have been nominated into cabinet, including the ODM team. Redemptor has argued in the past that most of these nominations are courtesy of blood that was shed of innocent Kenyans. Redemptor, do you think that in itself provided other people a political lifeline? And how do we move forward as a country?
I said the other day, and I said this with sarcasm, that these nominations were made for the young people, to divide the map. And the anger you see among the young people again is, did we go to the streets and lose our innocence only for these two political groups that have held us hostage for the last 20 years to come and claim positions? So I don't think it's going to be an easy thing for the citizens. Like Tony keeps saying, there will be no money for them to share out. And then they've been calling this cabinet a skunk, and now they are part of the skunk.
So yes, the nominations for me are in bad taste. They make a mockery of the loss of life, and they could have waited for 2 years if they believe and there's fairness and they are popular, instead of riding on a wave where people want change and they're saying we are tribalists, and these young people gave us a lifeline in terms of being tribeless and partyless. And then they take us back and they start dividing people, the Kamba nation, the Murembe nation, the Luo nation, and people have bled and have died and are hurting because of that. So for me, these were not nominations based on competence or anything. These are managers of a political crisis that they're experiencing. They're not here to give us services. So yes, I still hold that they really spat on the young people who were looking for good governance, not tribal lineages. And I've heard the young people say now these young people are going to be militarized to hurt each other. How do you divide Kenyans and the people who are the leaders of today, not the people who are about to retire and go to the grave? And then you come and take these young people and tell them one group is already radicalized by ideology and by facts and by information, and the other group is being militarized out of the weapon of poverty.
Thank you so much, Redemptor. So, excuse me. Eugene asked, where did the rain start beating on us? And the thing is, it didn't just start with the Ruto administration. Let's be fair, right? For example, if I'm not mistaken, for example, the housing component was started in the previous regime. I did say that the housing component is actually a good thing, and we should have some type of bill to govern housing. But Eugene, you were talking about people taking paychecks home and just not being sufficient. And this is not just to Eugene; it's for everyone. But I think for somebody like Eugene, who's been in government, we haven't had living wages in Kenya. You are traveling. Government officials are traveling. There's government officials and legislators traveling for benchmarking overseas all the time. They know what living wages are in other countries. They know that goods in Kenyan supermarkets are far more expensive than in European, American, Middle Eastern, Chinese supermarkets, for example. So we don't have living wages. We don't have um, people can't afford healthcare because we don't have a national healthcare system. We don't have the ability to control our means of production. The prices of our commodities are priced by foreigners. There's no such organization such as OPEC for tea and coffee. These are really the fundamental issues that I think Gen Z have been very eloquent in expressing. That, and I think Gen Z has been very clear that it is not just this administration. Yes, this administration happens to be in power. Yes, the Finance Bill 2024 is especially egregious. But by the way, for example, the the bill, the very offensive bill that criminalizes seed sharing was passed, if I'm not mistaken, under Uhuru during your administration. So the rain started beating us when the political class. I don't know if there was a time they cared. I think maybe immediately after independence. I think Kenya had a bit of a honeymoon for just over a decade. But even in that decade, there were political assassinations that, Kenyans still harken back to. But the rain started beating us when Kenyan politicians didn't care about that average man, woman, and child who cannot take a sufficient paycheck home. Eugene, you acknowledge that this didn't just start in this administration, correct?
I do acknowledge that, and the housing levy actually was part of the Big Four agenda. Housing was a key pillar, and indeed, when that matter came up, there was a serious pushback. There was even legal challenge to it, and the issue was, well, it's a good idea, and it's something that is transformative, but it should be voluntary. I think that is one thing that was pushed, and as a government that will listen, we back down on it. The only difference between us and the current administration is that they're very obstinate, they're very arrogant, they don't want to listen, and they would say, it's either a way or the highway. Na mutalipa ushuru wa nyumba mpende msipende. I think it's that attitude that is so oppressive to many Kenyans who will not be beneficiaries. First of all, there's no clear way how they're going to get these houses. There are all sorts of issues. So I agree with you that it's a challenge that has been there. The difference is how we addressed it. When you listen, you back down, you make changes. You can, like I said, a stitch in time can save 9. Had they listened last year to 90% of Kenyans who said no to this oppressive bill, we would not have lost the 75 lives we did. They wouldn't have actually brought another finance bill 2024 that was worse, and we're talking of 60 lives. We're being told over 50 bodies in the city mortuary. Many still have bullet wounds, meaning these numbers could go to over 100. We go beyond the 75 of last year. I mean, was it worth it? Were over some bad piece of legislation that Kenyans had said no to, but we imposed? I think these are some of the things that we must hold responsible those who bear the greatest responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Ndegwa, Wakili, the bill that outlaws, I don't know which one it is exactly, but the bill that outlaws seed sharing between farmers is actually unconstitutional. Did you, as a constitutional lawyer, is this something you are aware of? I'm sure you go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much, and for granting me the opportunity to address such kind of a distinguished gathering. We are talking about the Agriculture and Food Authority Act. The act was enacted in 2013. That is when it was first legislated, and it's an act that consolidated all other acts that were dealing with agriculture previously. So they were all brought under the armpit of one legislation, the Agriculture and Food Authority, which one we call AFA. It is true that the act itself has been subjected to constitutional testing, and it's one that also bringing out the question of seeds sharing and also of the GMO and Modified Act, which is also an act in this country. And we have attempted to test it before the Constitutional Court. But unfortunately, this time round, the matter was taken before the ELC Court, which was dealt with by Justice Angote. And Justice Angote, even after Zakayo had legalized GMOs and these seed sharing issues, he decided to approve of the same. So as we speak, the matter is pending before the Court of Appeal. I may not have a lot of comments on it because it's active litigations, and I don't want to be accused of sub judice. But yes, it is true, the matter is before the Court of Appeal as we speak. We are yet to hear what the Court of Appeal will state about it. But I keep on saying that the courts are not blind to what happens in the open. When agitation is pushed and the court gets to note of it, that Kenyans do not want a particular legislation, most often than not, because judges are also human beings and they live in this society, they're also inclined to perhaps hold in respect of what the people are saying and where the people are in those in that particular issue. You can see now the consequence of the push that we had for the finance bill 2024. You could not blindly say that it did not have any effect in the matter in the manner in which the Court of Appeal has today decided the Finance Act of 2023. So the more we push, even in this issue of the seed sovereignty, the more policies will be formulated, and the courts will also take note of it. So we must understand, and it has been submitted before, and I've also heard my friend Tony Gashoka submit about it, about the question of globalization and the global push to diminish our ability to satisfy our food needs. The question of the global agenda must be seen as, in my view, as a policy that KK government is pushing. Because KK government and its leader, they are just foster boys. And in my view, they are just flower girls holding brief for the West. The agenda is bigger because they want to create a unique and a dependency food market for us, for African states. So that if we are not able to govern our food granaries, then if you cannot govern your granary, you cannot even speak about your sovereignty. If you cannot feed your people, then how do you start speaking about the question of the power belonging to the people? So it's an agenda that must also be brought within the armpit of the agitations that we're also having, so that the people who make policies and be it the courts that makes determinations, they also take note of it. We are yet to see and have an opportunity to urge that matter before the Court of Appeal. It has no date up to now. We will have to wait for the directions of the Court of Appeal. But perhaps allow me to ask my senior Eugene Wamalwa one question in respect to the fate of Azimio. Why are the affiliate parties still clinging to it? If the horse is dead, why have you not declared the horse dead? And why have you just been waiting for Mr. Raila Odinga to whip you people? Why have you not come out clearly to say that we are now burying Azimio, we look for another political outfit? I rest at that and land there, and I'll still remain available.
There's a question for you, Eugene, so you can answer that.
Thank you very much. I want to tell my learned friend that as he is aware, of all the constituent parties of Azimio, it's only one party that is engaged with William Ruto's administration. The rest of us have said tawe, like we say in Western Kenya. We have said no. And some, as you can see, like our learned senior Martha Karua and her partner Kenya have already initiated the divorce proceedings. So she's in the process of withdrawing. Tomorrow, our learned friend Peter Munya and his party PNU, they have their neck. And consultations are going on to see whether we can agree with our colleagues in ODM that those who want to go to government, they should leave Azimio and join government. Those who want to stay in Azimio, our position is that we will not go into bed with Zakayo and his oppressive laws, his oppressive regime, and we will stand with the people, particularly our young people who have paid the price, the ultimate price, actually. And we cannot really be dining when our young people are dying for a cause, and we abandon the higher ideals they are fighting for deals with Zakayo. We cannot do that. That is our position, and if that will be what breaks Azimio, so be it. So you might be seeing in days to come some parties withdrawing or a position being given collectively about the future of Azimio. But for me and my house, DAPK, we stand with the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Eugene. Dr. Mombi? Dr. Mombi, you're muted in case you're trying to speak.
Oh my gosh, once again, yes. I've heard what Honorable Eugene Wamalwa has said, but I think for me, qua ground, the optics were wrong. And the entire political, because you see now, as you guys call him, Zakayo, he's created this image among the people that politicians lie and politicians can't be trusted. So even when we're told it's only one party out of the whole Azimio fraternity and stuff, to us on the ground, it's like the entire political class has betrayed us. And there has to be a really big move from the political class, from the opposition to assert themselves. If they are the majority, I mean, I don't know now, those are their internal party things, but yeah, the optics have been wrong. And I think just they've been caught up in their collateral damage to the ending of the political class, sadly. But that's my opinion.
Thank you, Dr. Mumbi. Is it really just merely the optics, or is it really that that it's absolutely wrong if it's not serving Kenyans, right? Whatever is happening. Tony, over to you.
So that I talk on something else, I just want to thank Eugene for being here because, to be very honest, brief scoop, behind the scenes, I've been talking very deeply with my age mate and brother Eugene, and I have also been talking very closely to Kalonzo Musyoka about what Dr. Mumbi has just said, and Wakili, my brother Wakili, has raised, that they are looking very bad in the eyes of Kenyans, and that the time has come for them to take decisive action. So by coming to these spaces, I'm very happy that Eugene has come because, it's very hard because the public is very annoyed with the politicians. And unless you start engaging the public, they will never trust you again. Maybe this is a good step, but you can go back to Kalonzo and tell him what you're hearing in these spaces is things are very bad. And people don't want to, have measures. You're either with the people or without. But I wanted to go to something different about Nane Nane because of time. The country now is going to be asking the Kenya we are, the Kenya we want, and where do we go from here? And one of the reasons I am very motivated by the Nane Nane call is because it reminds me about the March on Washington that was conducted by Martin Luther King Jr. and the proponents then of the civil rights struggle in the US. It became a rallying call that brought over 1 million people to march on the mall in Washington. And it became a pivotal point in the war for changing the United States. I'm saying this because, in political emancipation or revolution, you have a war is there, but of course, war is a series of battles. Against Zakayo was the fighting of the finance bill. If you look at what that finance bill has done, had to be withdrawn because of people pressure. But now, because of Omutata's work in court, the finance bill 2023 has also been defeated. And many can argue it was also defeated because then the public also rose against the finance bill 2023, as Eugene was saying. And therefore, this battle of the finance bill, which touches the economy, has been a success. Winston Churchill talked about the Battle of Britain when the UK and the German Air Force had the major battle. And historians say that the Battle of Britain changed the course of the World War II. And I think the defeat of both the Finance Act of 2024 and that of 2023 energizes the cause for Nane Nane, because the dynamics, whether ODM has gone to government or not, and whether we can push these other leaders of Asimio not to cooperate with Odinga will depend on people pressure. And the success of Nane Nane will have ramifications. It has already caused Zakayo trouble. It's causing a split in Azimio. It's causing a split in ODM. It means that the people power is working. So Nane Nane ought to be organized so that all Kenyans march on Nairobi from wherever they are. People need to bus, people need to travel, people need to find a way of getting to the capital so that we can have, an act of force that can go into Kenya's history as the biggest day Kenyans can come together. And this will begin to re-energize our young people and everybody involved to have a goal that we can be able to achieve. So I would like to use these spaces to appeal and to actually say, look, we are halfway there. And if we are able to make one moral statement, because with this court ruling, it has re-emphasized that we were right on attacking the financial aspects of our struggle. And if we can on Nane Nane celebrate the fall of the 2023 bill plus the 2024 bill, we can be able to get back the momentum, answer Ruto's political reshuffle with people power, and be able to show Zakayo that he has gained nothing, and push Wamalos and Kalonzos of this world to join us so that if they're on the streets, the bullets might be less fired at our people.
So
Thank
Tony
you.
is saying and stating that the politicians are taking some coffee in hotel rooms as they watch Kenyans getting killed on the street. That's interesting, Tony. I'll be holding you accountable to this if they don't show up on Nane Nane. But for now, I want to engage all the other speakers. And please, Eugene and the rest of the team, hold on as we want to hear what Kenyans think about the Kenya they want. Let's start with you, Web 3.0. What kind of a country do you want moving forward?
Thank you a lot, the host, for asking me that question. Am I audible?
You are. Kindly proceed.
Yes. So the Kenya I want, I'll just outline a quick Kenya I want. The Kenya I want is where I'm able to know how the money is being utilized, the government decisions are being made. I want to be able to see what they are doing behind the closed doors. I want to be able to see transparency everywhere. Basically, how much money do we have as reserves in the central bank, in our national coffers? How much of that money is flowing to which projects? What's the progress of those projects? And we are able to track that decision. Because I think the Kenya we want is a Kenya where our taxes work. It's not a Kenya where we are overtaxed and people underdeliver. We want a Kenya where the programs that are started for education continue to prosper and new ideas come in, and they come in at costs, not at cost and scale, not at overquoted prices. We want a Kenya where the healthcare system works, a Kenya where the emergency system works, a Kenya where the education system works and it's all transparent. We want a Kenya where we're able to know how much the president has spent this month on entertainment, on hosting. The national guest to the president shouldn't be a secret. I'm talking about a Kenya that is transparent. I want a Kenya that we know the MPs, the basically the motions they are working on in the parliament and the laws they are working on. We are very well aware and we are able to see that. And we are able to track this, and every Kenya is a participant in it. And with that, we can lay actually a foundation for a successful society. And the reason I propose such a Kenya, and I would love such a Kenya, is because one of the things is I've been in a forum where we've looked at really what the issues the Kenyans are raising. And I've realized what we keep doing is we raise the symptoms. But really, when you look to diagnose the problems that we are all facing, Ruto is a symptom. A malfunctioning democracy is a symptom. Malfunctioning parliament is a symptom. And a malfunctioning county system is a symptom. The base root of this is, as a self-critiquing Kenyan would do, is that I'm surrounded by dishonest men all over me. You look in my family, you look in the neighborhood, you look in the county level, you look at the national level. We just have a chain and a culture of dishonesty. So when a nation is looking to move forward and build the basic foundation, we gotta look at what are we building on. Because when we talk about impunity, when we talk about lack of accountability, when we talk about the national budget losing $1 trillion and yet we don't have solutions, it's because one of us knows majority of Kenyans are dishonest. So when we look towards this, the accountability will start with us, those around us, and educating them. So for us to be able to build accountability, it will take time, it will take education, because education is a key part of that. We have to use the churches, we have to use the forums we get to speak about accountability. And part of the key thing, I think, that the forum that I'm working with and people so far that I'm looking in and are starting, because we even had the first conference on mitigating corruption and creating open and accountable systems, is we looked at technology. It sounds so cliche, but technology really could play 60% to 80% of enabling the activists, now those who already have the tools to hold government accountable. Imagine all this. We didn't have a mobile telephony system or even a landline system that was established in Kenya. But yet, because technology was advanced enough, we were able to skip the entire shenanigans and just come straight to the mobile system. Banking wasn't established well enough. Yet with mobile money services and key M-Pesa, and that being able to scale, even a poor mama mboga doesn't need to be paying monthly maintenance fees for bank accounts, together with the innovation like the Equity Bank zero account, balance and zero maintenance fee. So when I talk about government, this is really a radical idea we are introducing. But so far, when you look even at white papers of governments across the world, especially when you look at, governments in Asia, you look at governments in Europe, you look at governments in the US are studying this really hard. And it's something we call basically a distributed ledger. So the key idea is simple. We cannot root out dishonesty men from society, but we need to create systems that if we switch in a good leader right now, the next 10 years, what comes after 10 years, 20 years? Will we get another dishonest man and a cabal of thugs in government who are no longer dishonest again? Then they regress us. Because I've seen this cycle in South America, in parts of Asia, where you get a very good leader, visionary government, they take the country forward. Then because the systems are not resilient, an idiot comes in and they just take the country backwards. And that's very distressing. So we gotta think about systems keenly. So when we have a distributed ledger, what this all mean is we have a national trust fund.
Web3, that is a sign
A
that you
trust.
need to learn, if you don't mind. Make the distribution ledger quick, and then we can be able to go to the next speaker. So I'll give you an extra minute, please.
Yeah, so the distributed ledger basically work to track all these things with a national trust account for collections and for distribution to each and every project. One of the key hurdles in this, and why we Atabona Wakili, we welcome you to the forum and also to send me materials. There's a lot of materials from Be Real, from Jogona, from so many people I'm trying to aggregate so that the next series of the forum we're able to present a bigger aggregated ideas. We welcome the lawyers and also Mr. Eugene, we welcome you to our forum, to Negashoka to our forum, because we need people who already have access in government to understand the inner workings of the government and how we can start. But an idea is here and we have to create systems that are resilient to any single leader who makes bad decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Web3. So Web3 strategy makes absolute sense. I think we really need to have a whole entire space on that, to be honest. Let's have that as a space and a topic on its own because it's a big topic. And I love where you have taken us because now we are talking about we have rejected these bills. What do we want? That's what I would love to hear. Kenny. You've been very, very patient. So let's hear from you and then from Sir Joe, who's also been very patient, and then from June, and then, before June, Daniel, and then June, and then 254 in that order. I'm Kenny, and then Sir Joe.
Thank you, Brief Scoop. Am I audible?
Loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you. Fellow Kenyans, this is what I want for Kenya. I think the first thing we need to do is replace the executive and the legislature because they're incompetent. We've already been almost through 2 years of their existence in office, and they keep being issued red cards. Red cards from the judiciary, red cards from Gen Z, red cards from the opposition. We don't need to wait for any more red cards. They're incompetent. They need to be replaced, both the executive and the legislature. Secondly, whoever we replace them with needs to cancel all odious debt because it is illegal. We do not have to pay, and we must not pay, and we will not pay debts that people borrowed, yet we did not authorize them to. We must cancel all odious debt. That is the first mandate of the next government, the next executive, and the next legislature. The third thing we have to do is to recover all looted assets and funds, whether they are abroad or in the country. I don't care if it goes back to 1960 something, it needs to start happening and it must happen now. Personally, I am very mad because I have had to spend more than half my life as an economic exile. I do not want my kids to do the same. I love my country. I want to go live in it. And I cannot do that if people have hidden all the money abroad. Fourth, the next government must prosecute all the looters, put them in court, jail them, recover the money, prosecute, prosecute, prosecute. We cannot have progress without justice. So we have to prosecute not only the looters, but all those who have committed injustices like the extrajudicial killings. And we start now with the events of June 25th and going backwards. The last and final thing I want is a decentralized law enforcement in Kenya. The next government should put amendments that will decentralize law enforcement agencies like the police and the director of public prosecutions. We cannot have a situation where a court orders Matiang'i or whoever to go and arrest somebody and appear in court, and they do not do it because the police report to Matiang'i or whoever is the head of the police. We need to decentralize this so that if you're in the national government and you come and commit a crime in my county police, my county DPP will take you to court. This is what we need to do. And in that same regard, we also need to decentralize and delink functions of the IEBC from the executive. We cannot have a fox guarding the chicken house. Haiwezekani, no more of that. And last but not least, I want to make an appeal to Dr. Mumbi Seraki. I've been trying to reach you. I'll send you a DM. Please respond. Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Asante sana Amkeni. Amkeni is telling you all to Amkeni, sisi sote. Sergio, over to you. I will ask one thing though, because this comes up again and again about changing the individuals. Is it really enough? Sergio, as you submit, go ahead.
Good evening, Kenyans. Am I edible? I mean, Maniskia.
I hope not, but you are audible.
Exactly. Anyway, my information is what I want people to digest about. And
speaking of edible,
I'm happy Eugene. I'm happy Eugene is here. And my question is, my very, very candid question is Eugene willing and ready to support the younger generation for the presidency?
That's your question? Okay, Eugene, I think.
That is one question.
Oh, okay.
Secondly, the political class that is here listening all the way to the top, it has come to a time you need to visit the inner villages of this country. And people are really, really, really annoyed. I was sharing yesterday evening with Wakili Njiro, who happens to be my classmate and village mate also. And I told him, if Ruto thinks that Nane Nane is a joke, people are willing to walk to Nairobi. This evening, as I was passing by somewhere having maize choma, you hear the conversation, people were silently talking, pole pole hivi nasikia, you left wondering, is the president deaf or is he not seeing Kenya? He's seeing his own planet. When people ask the question is, when we'll pay this debt until when? A question from the old generation to the X, to us the millennials, to these kids, ambaye ana assume left, right, and center. When these students start asking, me, I applied for my ID, when will I get it? Since last year, I'm supposed to join uni. I'm supposed to do this. Yet these people come on these spaces and everywhere bringing stupid, silly excuses. Call them as they are. Oh, we are printing. Which citizen was to expire in his own country? You have an expiry date on an ID card. Since when? Kama ni pesa inatafutwa, that's a very cheap way. And it's really annoying, even right into the villages. To that Wanjiko whom you think haezi ona mbele, I can dare politicians to walk to the villages. They shall be whipped by those old men. Because they are seeing a generation die. They are seeing, when they ask, tumepeleka watoto shule, wataishi nyumbani mpaka lini? Tunaona tu watoto wa matajiri na wakubwa wakipata makazi. Kwani sisi hatukufundisha watoto wetu? People with masters. How do you tell someone with a master's degree aende akaoshe nyanya mzee? Ama how do you tell somebody with a master's aende akuwe mboch in Saudi? Simply because haezi pata kazi. Because of simple mismanagement of the country's resources. Which businessman doesn't know he owes who money? Nani ako na deni ya nani ama nani? What is so shameful that the president anafunikia nani? Anajifunikia yeye, anajifunikia the previous. Is Eugene ready to call people to accountability where accountability is required? Because you cannot be talking of odious debt. Pesa iko na watu, si tunawalipia. It is unfortunate. Kazi sisi tumeshindwa kufanya. People have closed businesses. It's painful. It's really painful, and these people, if that high thinks this thing is a joke, it is not a joke. I'm in an industry where I've seen people being unable to pay school fees.
I think brief scoop, Sir Joe does not understand that the drum sets are supposed to ask
mtu ambaye hakuwa na shida ya kulipa school fees anafunga na balance hii term, yeye ingine anafunga na balance. You are even left, unaona mtu hakuwa na shida. It is so painful, and the Kenya I want is where everybody is equal. You get an opportunity, either you are a farmer, you have land that has minerals, you benefit from it, lakini si kuibiwa. It is painful.
Sir Joe, the drums were to give you your last minute, so please wind up.
I would want a very honest answer of all that from Eugene. Even if they are his friends, is he willing to call them out to the full? Is he willing? That's it.
Thank you.
Over to you.
Can you hear me, Briscoe? I seem to be having a communication.
I hear you. It appears that Sir Joe could not hear you, but I do hear you. Go ahead, Nizani.
All right. So this is what we're gonna do. We realize that a lot of you are requesting the mics, so I will beseech all our speakers who are coming in to try and make their point. I know you cannot have enough time to go through all the speakers, but we'll do our very best. June, I see your hand. Allow me to ask Eugene. There are very specific questions that have been directed to you. Are you willing to support the new generation as they aspire to make a change to the top of the office? And number two, there's the issue of calling out corruption and acting towards it. Are you willing to be that messenger?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Sure, we can hear you. Proceed.
Yes, I am, and I want to assure you that the events of recent weeks, particularly the last 1 month, has been like a shock therapy for many politicians. They might not tell you this, but they are all shaken, right from State House down to the ward, that MCA down there. They are all shaken, and they know that it will no longer be business as usual, and things have to change. So I want to assure you that I'll be your messenger, talking to my colleagues in the opposition, that we must be accountable to the people of the Republic of Kenya.
Thank you for the answer. Mizani, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, sure. He decided to ignore the part of supporting a candidature because he's a DAP party leader. I don't know what he thinks about, or is he planning to run again? Eugene?
Eugene, I think that you're still being
Yes.
challenged. There's a question for you. Take
Can I
that.
take that one? Sorry, I was trying to be brief and I left a very important question. And I want to answer that straight up as one person who believes in the power of the young people and what they have to offer this nation. I think our politics has been a preserve of the rich and the elderly for a long time, but that is going to change. And we initiated this generational change agenda in the Kibaki administration when we were young ministers. I was Minister for Justice. William Ruto was Minister for Agriculture, and Uhuru Kenyatta was Minister for Finance. And we started the generational change vugu that was called G7. And indeed, after Kibaki, we had a younger generation, the Uhuru generation, coming in after Uhuru, Ruto, and I hope I will be next. And anyone younger than Ruto should be bold enough to go for it. So yes, I will be the first person to support a younger leader than William Ruto, a younger leader who has integrity, who believes in Dream Kenya, and who is ready to be accountable to the people of the Republic.
Yeah, tutakungoja. Brief scoop, allow me to bring in June because we want to move the queue, if you don't mind. June, you have the mic. Kindly proceed. June, can you hear us?
Hi everyone.
Yes,
Yes, I can hear you. Eugene, we are waiting to see that because as the young people are accumulating for, is that all the old guards to go because you're all birds of the same feather. I can attest to it because I know all of you. And I know that it's just that sometimes you get a piece of the pie, sometimes you don't get a piece of the pie. And then that's when you accumulate for the rights of Kenyans. But in true sense, that is not truly who you are. To be a politician, by the way, you have to be an opportunist. And you have sought an opportunity here. I'm not going to support any of the old guards because I know even people like Martha Karua, very principled lady, brilliant, but she was the one accumulating for anarchy. Her and Ruto in 2007. As they said, they are going to go forth, liwe liwalo. That time we're talking about 1,000 lives. Right now we're talking about 100, 200 lives. We don't even know the numbers. We talked of 65 lives, well documented. Yesterday we heard of another 50 from the mainstream media, and we know the mainstream media have been very very careful with the truth. That's neither here nor there. I'm here just to say a few things. I'm here to talk about, because I know I have very limited time, yes? So the hottest commodity in town right now, ladies and gentlemen, is food and water resources. Food and water resources have surpassed what we called weapons of mass destruction. That was a few years ago. They have accumulated that in the global world. We have talked about what the global agenda is. We have talked of oil resources. That one was done and dusted with. They have secured that. If you watch a show on called The Grab, very highly acclaimed journalist talking about what is needed in terms of these first world countries to gain what they need to gain to be first world countries. So it is food and water. Where do we get food and water? Food and water is gotten from countries like Asia, continent, sorry.
Definitely got cut off there.
Okay. It's okay.
Okay,
So let me
okay,
just
you're back.
continue from where I'm saying. So
Yes,
there's a,
food and water
yes, food
continents
and
like
water,
Asia.
yes. So we can only get this from a few continents, which is Asia and Africa, right? When we talk about housing, what are they trying to do with the housing agenda? They are trying to bring everybody to the city so that your farmland is accumulated to accumulate food for the West.
and the Saudi Arabias and all that. That's why we had this land tax. We are so keen on this housing agenda, so that you all go to your kiberas, we stay in a 1-bedroom, instead of staying in your mother's land and farming it, which might even be a better solution for you. They're trying to put you in a concentrated area so that you don't have access to your land. Because what we need now is land. They have everything. They have weapons of mass destruction. They have the resources. You have seen, I mean, this Gen Z have been so vocal. I don't need to repeat what they are saying in terms of how all our mining and manufacturing industries have been destroyed. Yeah? They want to destroy your basic rights.
I
I
think
don't
we
think
lost June.
yeah, we
Briscoe, can we move as we wait for that? But I think June is raising a very fundamental issue on these natural resources, except the oils that we know and gold we know about. That is land, that is farmland for that matter. And I was one concerned individual when a bigger chunk of Kiambu decided to convert into concrete, concrete land. And for me, that is a big issue because we want to have housing. And I'm wondering what we're going to eat. If we want to say we want to be fed with people from Limuru, that tells you a lot. And Limuru now, they're also selling or shelling off because they want to have their land to accommodate people who cannot live in Nairobi. So the rich kind, the likes of Akinandegu, after a nice litigation in office, they go buy in Limuru. No more farmland. Let's proceed to the next speaker. June, if you can hear me, I want to
I
give
can
you
hear
a
you.
minute.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Kindly take a minute, if you don't mind.
Okay.
June, we were letting you wind up. June, you're muted.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we couldn't hear you. We were saying we were giving you 30 seconds to wind up, please.
Okay, let me wind up. So this is how a superpower will defeat a country like Kenya. Number one, they deny you education. You can see the price of education going very high. Health, you'll be denied health, and you'll be denied housing. So they want you to even go to these overseas jobs so that we decrease the number of youth who are acclimating for their rights. Your parents will deal with them. We'll give them land rates. We'll tell them, now you can't afford this land, go. Because they want to grow their food on your land and export it at very mediocre prices so that they can now feed their people. Trust you me, if you have all the gold, all the resources, all the weapons of mass destruction, yes?
I think
All right.
I think we got the gist of what June was saying. Let's move on to Daniel. But yes, very pertinent points. Daniel, please go ahead.
Good evening, everybody. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Please go ahead.
I have 3 questions. The first question goes to Mr. Eugene Wamalwa. Now, before the whole Gen Z demonstration started, a very vocal MP, Gagadhoni Wamoshomba, was fighting the finance bill. And in one of our forums, she stated that last year, when there were demonstrations, the government and the opposition got into bed together, and one of the agreement was that the Azimio was going to get CS slots from the government, and they were happening within the next 2 months. Before the president named his CS nomination, his CS candidates, the same day, early in the morning, Robert Alai tweeted that the current realignment are not because of the Gen Z movement, but because of the agreement the government had with the opposition. So my question for you, Eugene Wamalwa, is, are you aware of any agreement between the government and the opposition where CS were guaranteed, where the opposition was guaranteed several CS slots, because I believe this is just a charade to kutufunga match of some sort. This was something that was agreed last year. It has nothing to do with the whole Gen Z movement. So my question to you, are you aware of such agreement? The next question is, today I saw that the Finance Bill 2023 was declared unconstitutional. And it isn't the only bill or the only task that the government has done that has been declared unconstitutional by the courts. Is it that the government lacks a constitutional lawyer who is supposed to advise the government so that we do not have all these things that the government are doing and are being declared unconstitutional? Or they are being advised and they are choosing to mutilate the constitution? My last question goes to Lawyer Ndegwa, na naona wakili yako kwa this space. We have seen so many youths being killed actually in the few weeks because of the mandamanos. Now, the bodies that are supposed to hold the police responsible, the IPOAs, the police commissions, the bodies that are supposed to bring these people to book and hold them accountable, when they are failing to do their jobs, we are seeing money being looted in both national and in county government. When we have EACC failing to do their jobs, because nobody has ever been prosecuted, nobody has been, no money has been recovered. When we are seeing all these laws being broken and the bodies, the institutions that are supposed to hold the government accountable, when they fail to do their jobs, either because of incompetency or they are compromised, where do Kenyans go to? Where do we turn to? Because it is unfair for the rest of the Kenyans that they are doing their best to pay taxes, they're doing their best to follow the rules of the land, but when you have the government breaking the rules and nobody is holding them accountable, they're doing pretty much whatever they want, it becomes unfair to the rest of us. So where do we turn to? Where do we go? What steps do we take? Because if it is mandamano, Kenyans have been on the streets, they are being killed. We are seeing bodies being recovered in Kware in Nairobi, in Mukuru kwa Jenga. Those are Kenyans being killed. Yet, no, we are not seeing actionable, something tangible that the people who are responsible, they are being arrested, they are being sentenced and jailed, so that we can feel good that we have a fair country. Now, the question of this forum is, what kind of a country, what kind of a Kenya we want? I want to live in a Kenya where the rule of law is followed, that regardless of your position in the society, when you break the law, you will be held accountable. I want to live in a country where every Kenyan can get access to good positions within the government or in anywhere without necessarily knowing somebody or trading favors, sexual or otherwise. I want to live in a country where we don't have millions of Kenyans sleeping hungry because they do not eat, yet the people who represent them, the people who have been hired by the people to do their jobs, are living a lavish life. They're showing their opulence, walking around with clothes and shoes and watches of so much money. They're buying choppers. They're doing all of these things. They're showcasing the money they have. Yet we have Kenyans who are sleeping hungry actually. And those people are supposed to be representing us. I want to live in a Kenya where the political elites, their kids are attending public school as much as our kids are going to these public schools. I want to live in a Kenya where the political elites are attending public hospital when they get sick, or they can send their kids or their relatives to public hospital and not sending them abroad, because that is what they're subjecting us. So with that, I want kindly to request the host to allow Eugene and the Wakili to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel Muli. Pertinent questions, and yes, the Kenya we want. We are not just against taxes. We are not just against the finance bill. There are things that Kenyans want. We want progressive taxation, not regressive taxation, right? Kenyans want to be able to get education that is free at point of use. That does not mean free education, it means that it's free at point of use because we've already paid for it with our taxes. Same with healthcare. Eugene Wakili, I think the question is for you, and maybe Tony as well. You can jump in here, and then we'll go to other speakers.
Thank you. Can I go first?
Yes, please, Eugene, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the first two questions, one, I can tell you that the Gen Z pressure is what brought Zakayo down. If you noticed the 25th of June, after that event when Zakayo addressed the nation, he was still a very angry man. He was still, he hadn't come to terms with the reality. But when he made a subsequent address and when the Gen Zs pressurized him to go to space, that was a different Zakayo. He was a humbled man. And that is how he was pushed to give in. The Zakayo of last year, when we did our demos against Finance Bill 2023, was a very arrogant man. He's the one who summoned all the MPs to State House and said, not even a comma. And he told us off, with a lot of arrogance. At Bomas, those who represented him were not talking to us. They were not talking with us. They were talking at us. The arrogance was there, and nothing could be agreed on the cost of living and the high taxation. They were overconfident. Why? Because they had already cannibalized the opposition. They started by cannibalizing Jubilee. They took over 25 members of parliament to their side. They took UDM. All these were Azmio members of parliament. They created an artificial majority in parliament. And that is what gave them the false sense of security and that bred the arrogance that led to bloodshed in Kenya. Never did we at any time discuss about positions. They didn't need us. But the Gen Z pressure brought them to the table. So I want to tell you that is the position. And even when it came to now the talks about accommodating the opposition, the offer was not made to Azmio. As I said, we have many parties in Azmio. No offer has been made to me as Eugene Wamalwa or to Kalonzo, he has said it, or to Karua or to Kioni. Or it was made to ODM. They accepted it. And I think they have made their changes today with those nominees now resigning from ODM to serve Zakayo's government. For us, we have said there are only two sides, Zakayo's side or the people's side. We will stand with the people. That is where we stand.
Thank you, Bwana Eugene. So I think you're revealing here that no offers have been made to you. I can't help wondering then, if the offer is made, will we be singing a different tune?
Not at all. We already made our announcement that we are not interested. Even if the offer was made to us, we will. We took our stand that we will not partake of the spoils. You know, when you look at what happened, I think for the young people, they were like, if it is hunting, the young people had actually chased the antelope. They were almost getting it. Now, for the elders to take the antelope and share, and not even throw a rib, not one Gen Z was given a position in the new cabinet. I thought it's a very, very unacceptable status, and we will not be party to it.
Thank you, Bwana Eugene. Go ahead, Wakil.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. These are very, again, engaging exercise where we are trying to think of what do we do, what Kenya do we want, how do we achieve that Kenya, and are we living in a country that has embraced functionality of institutions, and what do we do in the event where institutions that we have established fails Kenyans? I must begin by saying that the 2010 Constitution is one of the best documents that a country can never pledge to itself. But unfortunately, we are being led by an individual who has never ever read this Constitution. Remember, this individual purporting to lead us opposed the 2010 Constitution. So I have always believed that he swore to defend a document that he has never read. And it is evident clear that he doesn't know the content of this document. Otherwise, he would not be acting towards curtailing the rights of individuals or the freedoms of individuals under Article 37. It is because Mr. William Ruto does not appreciate the content of Article 37, that is why he's using all brutal means of suppressing the same. And you can see he has even suppressed institutions that are supposed to come in and act in the event where atrocities are committed. It is not true that we are helpless. It is not true that we do not have an alternative. The same constitution has created an avenue, and Article 2, which provides that international law and instruments of conventions and covenants are applicable in the Republic of Kenya. It has further created, and under Article 145, that even a president, though immune from municipal application of civil and criminal law, if he commits atrocities that meets international standards like the ones in the Rome Statute, or genocide, or crimes against humanity, or crimes of aggression, or war crimes, he's not immune. And fortunately, Kenya being a signatory to the ICC statute, it's a high time that we begin to invite the prosecutor to open investigations into the situation existing in the Republic of Kenya. We have seen the IPOA attempting to investigate. The DPP has declined to take in that evidence on very flimsy reasons, that it cannot see the complainants, that the investigations are not conclusive. But the question is, how do you expect police to investigate themselves when they are the perpetrators of these atrocities? Last week, Mount Kenya jurist, to which I head as their chairman, did write to the United Nations Special Office, inviting them to come and open investigations or to send a UN rapporteur to come and observe the situations unfolding in the Republic of Kenya. In my view, if you try to look at what is happening and juxtapose the same to the provisions of the Rome Statute, you would not fail to get somebody who is culpable and responsible for it. It is not true that we can lose life in the manner in which we are losing life, and nobody is held to account. It is not possible in a civilized nation like this one of ours, and living in a community of nations, that atrocities can be committed and the world shuts its eyes. It's on that reason Martin Luther King then was saying that he was not surprised by the noise that was being made by their enemies, but the silence of their friends. And the silence of our friends is the one that is making us amazed, very baffled, that Kenyans are being collected on dustbins, they're being collected on dump sites, 50 bodies are lying in the morgue, and there's nobody to be held to account. We have collected bullets of cartridges, having been dispensed by the police officers, and nobody is being held to account. It's a high time that we now seek interventions outside our jurisdiction so that people may understand that you cannot just commit atrocities because you want to have political survival, and then people will just close their eyes. I believe, and the answer to the question is that we are not helpless. And that is why it is important for us on the 8th of Nane Nane to march out and demonstrate our solidarity against the impunity. I am saying that Nane Nane is a march to freedom, to free ourselves from Zachaios impunity, is a march to freedom to free ourselves from an accountability of this government. It's a march to freedom to free ourselves from the incompetence and the ineptness of this regime. And I am saying those people who may not be willing to march for themselves, at least come out and march for that one child, newborn baby who has not today been vaccinated because of lack of the BCG vaccination. Come and march out on the Nane Nane, not because of yourself, but because of that cancer patient who cannot receive treatment because NHIF has collapsed. Come out on Nane Nane. If you're not marching for yourself, come out and march for that one person, that pregnant woman who cannot access Linda Mama and therefore her life is at stake.
So
Finally, come
to
and march
that,
out.
okay, go
Yeah.
ahead. You're about to
Finally,
say finally. Go
I'm
ahead.
just landing. Finally, come out on Nane Nane and march for your grandfather, grandmother who is 80 years old and he has no support system from government. So we have to redeem ourselves from the situation we find ourselves in. We have to reclaim our country. We have then to go ahead and rebuild our country. Thank you very much. We are not helpless because power belongs to the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Wakili Ndegwa. I know, I know Eli is always telling me that that I have to sometimes be a bit kind to our guests. But Wakili Ndegwa, are you going to be one of those people marching on Nane Nane? Because we keep hearing, you know, people that are well known, you know, that have a high profile, calling on protesters to show up. We are not seeing many of you. Will you be out there marching?
I undertake and commit that on Nane Nane, I, Ndegwanjiru, shall be on the streets marching for freedom. Freedom for myself, freedom for my country, and freedom for my children. I commit and pledge to be on the streets.
Sawa, sawa. We'll hold you to it. I'll be looking for you. Dr. Mobi?
Thank you so much. I really just wanted to even use this to make my closing remarks because I can see time has gone. But I love the way Wakili has brought our attention back to Nane Nane, which is a very auspicious date. People don't seem to be very spiritual on this platform, but it is a very spiritual and auspicious day. And it is almost like the final push. And what Kenyans are saying is that for the ones who, because there's a lot who are traveling from Mombasa, others are traveling from all parts of the country that I am aware of, from Nyanyuki, from Isiolo, and they're saying basically this one won't end. There's no going home until the objectives have been reached. And so Nane Nane is really the final push. And the one appeal I have is to the Gen X, the Gen Y, who keep putting fear in this thing and who keep talking like we have a lot of time to go. If you're spiritually inclined and you've understood how Kenya has trended almost for a month and a half, how Ruto must go trended at #1 and #2 globally, how we're dominating on the X space, then, and you understand how energy works, then you'll understand this thing is already done on certain levels spiritually, and we're literally waiting for it to land physically. I'm really happy with today's conversation, especially the 5 points that were given by Kenny. I think that's the first clearest direction I've heard of what would happen if Gen Z was to actually get the government, the executive to do something. And the 5 points he had, I'm even going to make a TikTok on that because the replacing the executive, canceling the odious debt, recovering all the funds. But for those who, I would just say, if you're not going to be part of Nane Nane, please don't dampen the movement because it really is now or never. And we've seen what the political class can do when they regroup. And the regrouping that will happen if we now dilute the movement again, will really harm us. And this thing is not over until the voice of God says it's over. And as Eric Omondi always reminds us, the voice of God is the voice of the people. Thank you.
Indeed, the voice of God is the voice of the people. Tony, go ahead. Let's just check. Eli, can we hear you now? We couldn't hear Eli's on Mizani. Okay, so Eli cannot speak to us. He hears us, but he can't speak. Go ahead, Tony.
No, maybe this could even also be my parting comments, so that as you go back to the people, we don't have to come round to the main speakers. I want to guide the listeners, and some of whom may be younger, but also those who may not have looked at history in a keen way. The Magna Carta is the oldest origin of democracy, and that was in 2012. And it was followed later by the American Declaration of Independence in 1776, and later by the French Revolution in 1789. And still up to this day, and I'm talking to Dr. Mombi and many others who have spoken very harshly to some in the political class, that even now, those democracies, as old as they are imperfect. And they continue to challenge themselves. If you go to the US in the last election, Donald Trump was leading an insurgency attacking the US Capitol. And even today, it's still in US courts. In terms of the France, riots in the streets of France are often, including protests, including violent protests are continue in France, despite the fact that it's one of the world's oldest democracies from 1789, and the US 1776. Over Martin Luther King was to say, even 200 years at the time he was speaking, the Negro still is not free. So what I want to tell Kenyans is that, particularly the Gen Z, yes, you have come out and you have done something to be proud of, and every generation of Kenyans will remember the 25th of July, when these marches began, as a historical and important time. But when you're fighting someone like Zakayo, you need all hands on deck. You need to be able to negotiate a coalition that can be able to defeat Zakayo, not even in elections, even on the streets. You need to have, as Lawyer Njiru is saying, he'll be on the streets. You need to have your mothers on the streets, and if your grandfathers can go on the streets, then they can also join you. This fight of Zakayo has reached a point where every Kenyan must put hands on deck, and we must avoid chest thumping when you are in a revolution, because revolutions are for everyone who wishes well for the country. And I agree, it is very important to make sure that the political class gives space and are able to understand, not because they are being asked, but because it is the right thing to do, to give way. But also, it can also lose momentum, and it can lose purpose, the revolution, if Zakayo is allowed to operate in a political environment without political answers or political challenges. And I think that there is a vacuum that is becoming more and more glaring in Kenya, that there is no political activity to counter what Ruto is doing politically. Marches or demonstrations on their own are marches and demonstrations, but they are not necessarily answering the critical political questions which are required to actually address what Zakayo is doing. I raise this because in the Constitution, under Chapter 4, Kenya is a multi-party democracy, and one of the reasons we fought for the expansion of Section 2A was to create a competitive political environment so that the opposition is opposing the government for a better government. And now that Ruto has got into the business of buying opposition parties and buying opposition MPs, the Gen Z-led revolution is filling the shoes of opposition. And they need to utilize the few who are left in the opposition benches so that they have a voice in parliament, they have a voice in the MCA, they have a voice wherever they are good people. Those voices can only help in creating a resistance that can be able to lay a blow on Zakayo. So I'm asking, as we are looking for Nane Nane, we remember how Sabasaba happened. Sabasaba was an amalgamation of so many interests, but people came in their individual capacity. Reverend Timothy Joya was there and played a critical role, but he didn't come as a church, he came as Joya. And there were many who played their role in that movement that became a national iconic movement that brought the second liberation of Kenya. And therefore, I'm calling upon Nane Nane to allow or to become a magnet that brings all Kenyans who are willing to stand against Zakayo, to feel welcome and to be able to participate with their children, to be able to participate with the Gen Z, all of them in a carnival, which can be able to become a catalyst, like we saw in Venezuela or elsewhere, when all the people of Kenya are united. I would like to land there, and I would like to end by, thanking my brother Eugene for braving. It's difficult to come out here as a politician, but asante kwa kuja. I also want to thank the host and everybody, because I will not be speaking again. And I also want to thank the girls, Dr. Mumbi and Mwikali, and all of the other contributors who have made this space so interesting. And good night.
Asante sana, Tony. Let's hear from Anthony. You've been waiting for a while. And guys, just be patient. I'm having tech issues. We lost our co-host. He couldn't hear and he couldn't unmic. But go ahead. So just bear with me. I'm literally trying to add everybody who's requesting as we circulate. Go ahead, Tony.
Thank you, Brief Scoop. Thank you, Mizani. Actually, I was to join the space when I got your invite, but I was on another space convincing the Gen Zs on what Tony Gashoka has very well put. And they asked me one question. So, Tony, why are you advocating for a political formation? And my answer was very simple to them. When the slaves who used to pick cotton understood that the only way to freedom was to be part of the people who write the laws, that's when they became free. Because they understood it's only by enacting laws and legislation that they shall gain true freedom. They could not fight the oppressor or demonstrate all through. I'm not against the demonstration. No, not at all. I'm for them. But as Tony has put it, if today, on Nane Nane we go and William Samoei Ruto says, I've heard your cries and I'm out, we shall have fought the battle, but we cannot enjoy the spoils. Why? Because within 90 days, the Gen Z movement will not have formed a political party, will not have done the grassroots. And that is why on every space I get, I tell them a good war is fought on all fronts, by air, by sea, and by land. We cannot fight this battle that we are in today of a better Kenya, the Kenya that Wakili Ndegwa is talking about, the dreams that David has very well talked about here. We cannot fight for that Kenya and expect this government to deliver it. We must bring ourselves to terms that maybe they don't know how to, and we are the only ones who can deliver that Kenya to ourselves. That is why I do not waste my time on lecturing the President William Ruto. Maybe he does not understand the Kenya I want because he cannot formulate it in his head. But since I understand the Kenya I want, to everyone on this space, I believe that we, the Gen Zs and the millennials and the Gen Xs, can form a government for the people, by the people, and we can fully implement this constitution that we so very well gave ourselves. We cannot spend all our days pointing fingers and not saying that we can. When you talk to, as I finish, when you talk to the Gen Zs, they say, if you prop a leader, he'll be bribed, he'll be bought off. Why do we not believe in ourselves that we can have a leader who stands for the ideals and the principles that we're in the streets for? So we believe so much that we are fighting on the streets, but we don't believe we can lead ourselves. Martin Luther King died at the age of 32 years. He had won the Nobel Peace Prize. He was on the way to Congress. Barack Obama became president at 45 years and 5 months. I Googled it. So the Kenya we want can be led by us. Today, if you look at the National Assembly, the Assembly of the UK, members of parliament are as young as 26. That is what we need to be telling these Gen Zs, that they can fight for a country, but they can equally govern that country. Governance does not come with age. It comes with a set of ideals and beliefs that you can govern a people without stealing from them, that you can build a hospital without taking a kickback, that you can build a road in your constituency without asking for a kickback, because we understand that service to the people is service to God. And lastly, to finish, For the first time in the history of this country, we have a movement that is tribeless by every meaning of that word. We don't look at our tribes, but we look at the Kenya we want. So as we encourage and give ourselves hope, as we go to Nane Nane, let us also ignite the faith that we can lead this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana Anthony. I hope, Mizani, we can hear you this time. I actually got kicked out of the space and I managed to get back somehow. Mizani.
I don't know. I almost asked, are we having problems because KOT is here? Because this guy has been ruffling the wrong people all the time. I hope you know the problem and we are not part of your problem. But thank you for joining the call. You guys, if you can hear me, I apologize to all the speakers. We were struggling to maintain the space, but hopefully we are back on. I have heard with a lot of passion that Anthony is asking us for what next, and talking about even if we were to say Zakayo Ameshuka, 90 days will not constitute a political party. So the question therefore is, how do we get there? It's okay to mention all the things we're mentioning, but how do we get there? It's equally important. I want to give Anna an opportunity. Anna, if you can hear us, we are discussing the Kenya we want. What next for this country moving forward? Anna, the mic is yours.
Thank you very much. Brief scope for Mizani, everybody who contributed. Guys, you'll bear with me. Let me start with the last words. Let me pick up from where Anthony left. Anthony said we need to believe in somebody and believe that that person can do what we want, or he can put to action what the vision that we have. So I have one problem with that. My problem is, why do I need to believe in anybody or disbelieve in anybody? For me, what I want to see is a system that would make everybody do what is right. Because asking me to put my faith in somebody, in a person, in today's world, it's realistically speaking, I do not believe in people. I believe in systems. So saying that we need to believe in somebody, we need to believe in, no. For me, I need to believe in a system that is going to deliver for the many and not the few. And I'm always using that line. But coming back to my thoughts, to be honest, Brief Scope, Mizani, and all Kenyans in the space, what is the next? For me, it's very simple. We can actually focus on the cosmetics of the matter, or we can focus on using this fancy words and throwing things. I'm not somebody who. On the financial, I think Brief Scoop is better suited in that field. I'm not somebody who is from the farming community, but the little knowledge that I have tells me that things are not working. It's not about individual. It could start as with an individual that is rooted to go and is all entourage. But bottom line is, Mizani, I cannot get past that. I want us to fix the system. What is wrong with this system? Change the tap if we need to change that tap that is leaking. So I do not have to say, oh, I need to put a bucket, or I need to put a band-aid on this leaking tap so it stops leaking. Oh, it's not leaking as much, now it's dribbling, so I think we can withhold that. For me, fundamentally, that's what it is. But if I can come back and request everybody for one thing, everybody specializes in one thing. Beginning of this revolution, there were a group of people who volunteered to actually write in a layman's language what it meant, what that bill meant, what it said, and how it would affect each and every one of us down to the last person. So what I would want is those groups to be still working, whether you're on the farming section, whether you're on the finance section, whether you're on whatever section you're in, expertise. What I would love to see is actually these people looking at this, whatever is there fundamentally now, and saying this is how we need to change this sector in order for us to achieve A, B, C, D. And I think we've a little bit lost focus on that section. For me, there is one thing that really, it boils down to one thing. Everybody it might vary on, you might live on a mansion or you might live on nyumba ya makuti, but at the end of the day, everybody is struggling for fundamentally basic need. That is for you to get shelter, food, and for the kids to get education and health. Now, if you look at those sectors, we need to dismantle those sectors. We need people to write reports. I'll land. Bear with me. I've been put on mute for weeks. We need to focus on those main sectors, and people write
Nasikia watu
reports
wanasema they have
looking.
been put on hold for weeks, na mimi ninaingianga tu hivyo nikiwa nimepewa mic.
No, Missy Zonge for weeks. I've been having problem with my line. Not that anybody is refusing me the mic, Pole. So we need to focus on those. Somebody like Mkenya is in the technology sector. He needs to see how that can be improved to have, transparency on the system within our government, how we can improve to go on a portal where we can see how much is this senator getting, how much is this MP getting, how much is that county getting, how much they're spending, where they're getting the expenditure, what are they applying for, and etc. etc. I will land with this, Mizani Polisana. I will land with this. There is one thing that really worries me, and we've been doing, I don't know if Briscoe, Mizani, remember, we've been doing this about farming sector. And fundamentally, a nation that cannot provide 90% of its food, that food that comes to your dinner table, look at it and see how much of it you have produced. If 70% and above you've not produced it, then we have a problem. A nation that cannot feed its people is a failed nation. We have to go back and empower those modern farming. We have to go back and say we need to be able to store our seeds, not to be told that you cannot exchange seeds. We don't want to wait for seeds coming from California, America, and now they control your food. You're doing the farming, but you don't have the seeds. So who controls you? That's all. I'll land there for now. Thank you.
You know, Anna, if I was a singer, I would have said, Baba ni mzalendo, mimi ni mkulima. I don't know how those lyrics go by, but thank you for making that issue of the seed and how our food on the table, where it comes from. Now, I know, gentlemen, ladies, we really have a long queue waiting. Ivy, Sonia, the mic is yours.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
You loud and clear, proceed.
Okay. So the Kenya I want a Kenya where the law actually works, where basic needs are prioritized. Hakuna venye we can be talking about climate change, technology. Yes, I understand these things are important, but there are people who are hungry. There are places where we don't have electricity, places that don't have water. As I saw like the story of Burkina Faso wakati the ambassador wa US ama ni UK. Alienda kwambia, oh guys, we have a plan. We're going to build schools for you and clinics. And the Prime Minister told them, no, thank you, but our priority is only security. We need to ensure our people survive first. As a country, we have to have a priority. See, mara leo ni Wi-Fi, kesho ni barabara. It doesn't work like that. I want a country where we fully enter into industrialization, you know? I think tulitoka Stone Age, tukaruka tech space. And when my mom usually tells me of how life was kitambo, where kulikuanga na like a company that was manufacturing insecticides and farmers pyrethrum. Farmers walikuwa wanapanda pyrethrum and they will take to this company, you know. Kulikuwa na milk collection points za wakulima, maziwa inaenda KICC, you know, Mountex. But sahi, all these industries, I think it's deliberate. These industries zinaangushwa deliberately. And people, kwani where are people gonna get employment if we don't improve our industries? Tunaona Mumias every time inaangushwa. That investor Rai alifukuzwa. I don't know how that sugar company functions. So and also I know somebody in the UK and maybe people who are abroad can confirm. aliniambia our government works. Our government works because wanajua if they don't, people are gonna die. Uko majuu, they have winter. And if the government doesn't work, na uko crops don't grow during winter, the government has to ensure these people have food. The government has to ensure these people have electricity. Because without these heaters, the government is gonna die. Imagine if we had winter as Africans. Tungekuwa tumeisha because of this system we have. So my question also is about the police, our this police force. What are we gonna do about them? Because nane lazima tutoke. Nane lazima tutoke. And I support the political party, not like a political party, but a liberation party, where everybody works together for a greater good. And kwa this X app, we can see people wamejitolea. We can see Nelson with the JKIA story. And by the way, the President Ruto announced that 47 parastatals are gonna be privatized. I don't know if you guys can remember that speech. And then we see JKIA story, and he didn't mention, and the 47 is such a specific number, right? 47 is such, so like you have to know which companies you're gonna privatize. And then we saw Badai JKIA story, and then today so 6 other companies have been listed in NSC. I saw, sorry, I'm winding up. I saw a certain YouTube video this weekend by Willy Sotieno and Lynn Ngugi akisema these processes, these things that are happening in Kenya, including the IMF loans, they are all illegal and we can declare them unconstitutional, and all these processes, easy companies zote zinafanywa privatization, because the parliament, the people have to approve all these loans that have been taken, both domestic and international. The people have to approve. It's the law, the privatization of these companies, the people have to approve. So I honestly want to call the lawyers to just fight for us, for people who don't really know the law quite well, and may inform us. Anyway, you guys have a good night, and I enjoy this space. Yeah.
Asante sana, Ivy. I love your submissions. Mizani, I'm restraining myself because we have Wakili Ndegwa in here, and there's a hell of a lot of blame to go around. The politicians have mostly we don't have them on the space anymore, but there's a lot of blame to go around, including professions such as lawyers, the economists in Kenya, the libertarian economists, right-wing economists, who've essentially been shilling for American corporations. And I see chief economist here, so I'll be putting you on the spot. But Mizani, you have your hand up, so go ahead and then call on the other people if you've been paying attention. If you haven't,
Today I'm
I
being
can.
the bad cop on the space. I really want to move the queue, and I see hundreds of requests, but we might not really get to each and every one of you. So kindly pardon us. I want to call the next speaker to come and speak to us. If you can maximize on 3 minutes, we'll appreciate. Chief Economist, you've been waiting.
Thank you, Mizani, and thank you, Brief Scoop, for the space. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I know we are in different time zones. So my submission is a very humble one, and I wish maybe to start on something that one of the panelists said about leaders in Gen Z. And I personally think that that is a bit misplaced, because what we are pushing for is not for political positions. We are pushing for change in ideology. We need our leaders to change ideology. And it does not mean that Gen Z, we have to lead from all the way from president all the way to the chief level to make sure that things work. We need things to work with each and every individual that goes to any seat or pursues any servant position. Moving ahead, the Kenya we want. I personally believe that our economy is basically our pain point. And we have really talked a lot about mismanagement of funds. We have talked a lot about corruption. And we have also talked about debt. And actually, this whole movement came out of the pains about the finance bill. And today, as you've seen, the illegitimacy of this government, the finance bill for last year was brought down by the court. So we currently don't have any finance bill ongoing. So we really need to check our source of growth as a country. And I personally believe this is what this government is not looking at. What really makes our economy to grow? Because most of the things that this government is concentrating on are basically sideshows or symptoms. So we really need to check on, first of all, corruption. Secondly, we need to check on this SME industry. And this government came in with the idea that it is going to upgrade mama mbogas, upgrade boda boda people. But basically, this is not what we are seeing. We are seeing a completely different thing. And in terms of even the financing that is coming in from World Bank and the Eurobonds, this financing is not being used to finance projects that will basically uplift the people. And if you remember, back in 2017, 2018,
Economist,
we had... Sorry?
you understand, as a chief economist, 3 minutes mean that.
How far am I?
You are way overboard. I was hoping you'll
Okay,
get
let me
into it,
just land.
but you
Let me
took
just
us
land
to
1
history
minute.
class.
Let me just land. You remember the miracle, the economic miracle of Ghana? And this economic miracle was basically out of the oil industry that was growing, and even the cocoa industry. But these people went ahead and picked a lot of loans that led them to defaulting in 2023. And this is actually where our country is right now. But what Ghana did, it did not continue paying the debts. It recalled the debts and requested for restructure. So these are the things that this government needs to see. And moving forward, we really need to check on how is the debt being used, which projects is the debt financing, because we'll end up in the same position that Ghana currently is in. A country that was growing, but its dreams have been shattered by the debt that they took back in 2023. So, we are moving forward, and we need to liberate this nation. We are not looking for seats. We are looking for a change in ideology. Thank you, Mizani.
But Buana, chief economist, I have a couple of questions for you because I have a number of theories. One is that our government does not have enough of a tax base to tax from. And that is partly, in very huge part, the fact that we don't have living wages. So the wages that people have simply can't even support themselves, let alone support a treasury with income taxes. And secondly, we don't control our commodity prices. What is because Western libertarian vulture capitalist economics, as it is taught, tells us that we cannot increase labor costs because it's too heavy of a burden. But in fact, that's how the West grew when the labor movement succeeded in having living wages. What say you? Chief economist, you're muted.
Yes. You've raised a very, very important question. And I can tell you that basically our main issue is even the consumption of the nation. Majority of the consumption is basically the government takes a very, very huge part of this economy. And if we really need to move forward, we need to liberate consumption. For example, if you check in terms of now spending, our government really spends a lot of money. Now, the issue is this money is not basically being spent on the right projects. Because if you spend this money on the right projects, this money will basically sort of create income avenues. For example, the government took a lot of loans, majorly from the World Bank, and they financed projects in the Moya irrigation scheme. But the projects they financed were not basically, they didn't give avenues for growth of income. They financed fighting birds, you see? And if you are looking at, for example, the Moya irrigation, you need to look at the main issues of the seasonality of the rivers. Now, something else, if you check government appropriation in aid, come to something like e-citizen. E-citizen earns a mere 300 million per financial year. So this means that e-citizen is being plagued with a lot of corruption and a lot of mismanagement. So these are all avenues that we need to check if we need to grow this economy. And the government cannot
You know
be a
what, Chief
major.
Economist? I thought that you might have a short answer for me, but I think what you're highlighting is that we really just need to do a space. So let's do a space specifically
Sure.
on economic questions, and we'll have you as a panelist, because I have so many questions, and I think we should do the same, Bwana Ndegwa, on legal questions. Mizani, go ahead. I'm sorry to cut you short, Chief Economist. I just don't think we have time to cover it as we are trying to close.
I
All right.
think if I had the economist as my advice, I'll be very happy. He'll have a lot of money. He knows how to spend it. Thank you, economist, for that. Time is money, and we do appreciate you coming on board. Ndegwa, before you leave, I know you have to represent some clients maybe tomorrow. Do you have any specifics on the Nane Nane conversation? Because Kenyans have said everything they can on these spaces. From the legal perspective, ndio Zakayo atashuka, ndio ataenda, hopefully. But then what, Ndegwa?
First of all, what we must all agree on is that we're in a struggle, and we have all committed to the struggle until at such a time when we shall hold the mark of victory. At the moment, we'll just have to let things flow within the four corners of the Constitution. We are hoping that on Nane Nane we'll be able to apply pressure until Zakayo resigns. But when he resigns, he must also resign together with his Gashagwa. We do not want to have a situation whereby we are jumping from the fire to from the flying pan to the fire. So a call must be placed that the entire presidency that we want home. If he does resign, then the constitutional timelines will begin to run. That is the 60 days where Papa wa Roma will hold brief for presidency, subsequent to which an election will have to ensue. But he may not also, he may decline to resign. The other legal avenue that is now currently pending before court, and we are in court today, is the constitutional petition that is asking the High Court to declare that a president can be removed through a referendum. It's a very interesting petition because the issues we are raising in court is that in the event where parliament fails and negates in its duties to represent the people, in the event where parliament fails to abide by the sovereignty of the people, are people so hopeless that they have no alternative? We are asking the High Court to declare that other than the constitutional tool of elections, a tool of referendum can be a constitutional means through which a change of government can be effected. We have very many interested people who are coming on board, and we are keeping on inviting people and advising them to come on board from all corners and all angles, from professional bodies to amicus curiae, and any person who has who has an idea, because the more the merrier. We have pro bono legal services being offered. We have lawyers if professional groups want to join in the suit. We have pro bono lawyers who want to represent any person who may be willing to join, so that at least we may give some impetus into the push that is happening on the streets. So that as we push from the streets, we are also pushing from court so that we can have these declarations. I heard Zakayo mention about that particular petition. It tells you that he's not taking it lightly. We are yet to see his response because we have cited him in person. We have equally cited Mr. Gashagwa in person. We are yet to see their response. They haven't responded to that particular petition. But we are using all those particular tools. In the event that particular tool also fails, we must not also forget that we are not desperate, that come 8th of August 2027, again an opportunity will be offered to Kenyans, through which they will be granted an opportunity to determine the course in which they want to be governed. But we have a very serious legal handle there, that the majority of the people who are potential voters at the moment have no IDs. And then we are saying that we should also have a clamor. It's either you give us the IDs or we shall also have no elections. Because we cannot walk ourselves into the gallows, whereby we are just following, just like a sheep following the butcher to the abattoir. We are insisting that IDs must be provided, failure to which will also have no elections. Elections have to abort until IDs are afforded to any person who is above the age of majority to have the ability and the capacity to vote. So Zakayo must be told in uncertain terms that it is not a favor that we are seeking from him to give IDs to Kenyans. It's a right that is guaranteed to them under Article 11 of the Constitution that speaks about the rights and the duties of a citizen. Thank you very much, host. I'm greatly humbled for the opportunity you've given me to interact with various participants. I'm greatly humbled, and I wish to rest my case at that. And good night.
Thank you very much, Wakili Ndegwa. And I must say, I have seen you do a lot of good job, but the most memorable one was when you were appealing during the presidential, would I say, conversation about who won or did not win. And for that,
Yes,
we give you your flowers.
thank you very much.
However, and that you might mute your mic if you don't mind. What I find disturbing is Kenyans want to become voters, and that is the GenZs who haven't registered yet. You also want ID cards. On the other day, you refused. You even told the courts hatutaki hiyo vitu ya maisha card. Kioti, what is your problem? Go ahead.
Oh, I have no problem, but of course, I wanted to say something. Yeah, so guys, personally, I haven't mastered the Queen's language, but I try to communicate in the Queen's language for the sake of those guys in diaspora. So personally, I wanted to get this mic when Eugene Wamalo was here. Eugene Wamalo comes from Trans Nzoia. Yeah, he was born in Kimilili constituency in socio ward. So I wanted to inject a poisonous pen in him because he's also a politician, and he has been here trying to juggle around with the questions. But personally, I felt like all these politicians are liars. Yeah, as you can see today, Zakayo said that he distributed the Wi-Fi across across the country, and it is free. So I wanted to question Eugene if in Trans Nzoia they have free Wi-Fi, and also try to reach out to people from Shinyalu in Kakamega County to question them if they have Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi, of course. But you all know the answer. Even some parts of Nairobi, they don't have Wi-Fi. If I'm lying to you, go and do a research in Kibra constituency. You'll bring us the answers here. So these the political class, they're all liars. They come here with kindly. They come here with a sweet tongue. They try to talk to us. So I wanted to tell Eugene that if indeed he's in for this movement, then on 8th, next month. Yeah, the next month begins in the next few minutes. Those who are in Kenya, I wanted him to come on the streets, yeah, with Akina Martha, Akina Kalonzo, because now we are Gen Z, we are not only Gen Z, meaning even them who are the Gen X are also invited in this, because we are all in this as the nation, yeah. And of course, I wanted to question him that if he was given a position as the cabinet secretary, let me say the mining position where Joho, who has no certificate even for Form 4, was given, would he deny that position? I wanted to ask him that question. But anyway, guys, when you are here, I want you all to come out in large numbers on 8th. Yeah, I've been trying to mobilize people across the counties that I know from Bungoma County. I was in Mombasa the other day. I tried to meet some few individuals, and of course, I'm going to sort them out so that before 8th they should be in Nairobi. So guys, whenever you are here, even the NIS were here, we are asking you to come out in large numbers on 8th, yeah, so that we can march in unity and redeem this country, because we are living as the refugees in our own country. Yeah, the political class. You can imagine how many politicians are we having in this country? How many leaders are we having in this country? The minimum pay they are receiving is about 400,000. That's for MCA, because they still a lot apart from what they are receiving as the salary. So just do a calculation and see how much are we paying them in a month. It's even more than a trillion, because we have so many shadow workers in those ministries. We have many shadow workers in the counties. I just can't explain. So guys, I feel like on 8th, regardless of your gender, regardless of your religion, regardless of your color, let us turn out in large numbers, yeah? Because we have been talking about the minerals, we have been talking about the bad leadership, we have been talking about all those things that we feel like they are oppressive to us. But now, the only thing we need to do is to march on 8th. So guys, all those speakers, all those listeners, the host, kindly, on 8th, I feel like we should have no space. We should have nothing going on but march in Nairobi CBD. So, up to you, Mizani. I saw you are dropping in. You are fearing, of course. Yes, so this was what I wanted to try to see how I can communicate.
Tumekupoteza at the end. KOT Sonko wamekupata ni kama
Brief scope.
Huyo KOT atolewe hapa, amefanya sina, I cannot control the space. KOT, go create a pseudo account. You are a person and an enemy of the state. But anyway, I hope you guys can hear me, because I lost KOT at one point. And I think the questions he's raising are very, very serious questions. As we move forward, we cannot ignore them. I know, Tribeless, you've been waiting to speak, but allow me to bring in Dr. Milton. He's been equally trying to connect to the call for such a long time. Dr. Milton, if you can hear us, good evening to you. Good afternoon. I hope you're doing well. You successfully decided to fight for Kenya and made sure somebody called Nick Mwendwa will not be close to FKF. But that is not part of the conversation tonight. However, where do you want us to go next as a country? Dr. Milton.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to be able to address, and I take it with a lot of humility and magnanimity, the recognition of the efforts that we are putting in to ensure that we enhance accountability in the public institutions and those in whose hands public authorities entrusted are acting in accordance to the expectations of the rule of law. Having said that, I want to thank everybody that is taking their time to be on, burning the midnight oil, and all this in the name of ensuring that our country gets the governance that it deserves. And I also want to pay tribute to our fallen heroes, the comrades that paid the ultimate price on June 25th and since the revolution began, and who we must continue to remember and say their names because they have etched themselves in the history of our struggle for liberation and freedom. I know it is a straight question about where do we want to see the country move to, and it is very simple. For me, the dreams and aspirations of this movement is to see a country where, in the words of famous people who have gone before us, a country where there is equity, there is equality, there is freedom and fairness, all guaranteed in letter and in spirit. So, what does that mean? It means that we must be able to rise up against a people whose privilege to serve is now mistaken for an opportunity to rule over a people. And that is what the administration of William Ruto has tried to do. And I am eternally grateful that the Gen Zs finally led the way, and the rest of us who have been tolerant to this are now following. So, William Ruto was never ready to govern, and today it has been confirmed that we are now back to Uhuru's last budget in 2021-22, because William Ruto's first budget has been unconstitutional. It has been so declared. It has been confirmed by the Court of Appeal. That confirms what we said immediately he was sworn in. What we need to do is to see comrades being steadfast and continuing in this fight and making sure that Nane Nane succeeds. Upon the success of Nane Nane and William Ruto and his cartels vacating office, I want to believe, and I say what I said earlier on, that leaders and leadership will emerge. Leadership is about focus, is about vision, is about inspiring a people to believe in that vision and to work towards it. Now, the reason we must continue to be leaderless in quote is because the cartels are looking for our leaders, and by our I'm referring to Gen Zs and millennials, so that they can look for those people and compromise them. And when they realize they cannot compromise them, they will then blackmail them and intimidate them and thereby break the movement. So we must continue to do this the way we are doing it. And as we do it, we also need to have strategic ideas. And I know there is no poverty of that. Wakili Ndegwa and many others in this platform will tell you that people are not sleeping, people are always thinking about what next. The what next is clear. Leadership will emerge. We will continue to fight for justice in the courts because that is our recourse, and that is what will keep Zakayo and his cartel of criminals busy. And as we fight in the rule for the rule of the law through the courts of justice, we also want to make sure that our people are coming out on Nane Nane to send William Ruto home. I want to also mobilize the diaspora. I know there are many people from the diaspora who are also been asking, and many of those who are back home in Kenya are asking, what are diaspora people doing? We've seen protests in Washington, D.C., we've seen in London, we saw in Dublin, and people in diaspora are also doing their part. But I want to introduce a new concept to this process by the people in diaspora. We have remittances from the diaspora amounting to between 20 and 25 billion shillings a month when you do the conversion at the current dollar rate. That is enormous. That money is going into paying school fees. That money is going into paying for healthcare. That money is going into feeding families. That money is going into supporting payment of rent and the general living expenses of their family members who are back home. Now, that is a significant contribution or injection of liquidity to the economy. I want to call upon the diaspora that next week from Sunday, or this could even start tomorrow until Nane Nane, can we starve William Ruto's government of the money and the remittances they receive from the diaspora? Because that will make him wake up from his slumber. He will realize that it is no child's play. This is about a people who want him and his people to live. If diaspora stop remittances for that 1 week, even that family, and I want to say with a lot of due respect, there are people who depend on their family members in the diaspora. Wakati wanaambiwa toka tufanye maandamano, wanasema they will not come out. Why? Because they don't even know the price of unga. Because wao shopping yao inafanywa from abroad, their school fees is being paid by their brothers and sisters from abroad, who have to suffer and struggle doing 2-3 jobs, sometimes doing odd jobs, not sleeping, to send money home. Alafu hao ndio watu, and I say so with a lot of due respect, there are the people who, when the rest are coming out kuandamana, wanakataa, wanasema maandamano is for primitive people. I like what Wakili Ndegwa has said. I like what many people who are considered to be elite have said. They will be out on the street. I want to call upon diasporans. Let us also join. I'm not a diasporan myself, but I'm currently in the US. But I am saying we want to mobilize as many people as we can. Please don't send money home, because that money is going to pay taxes. That money is going into the pockets of individuals and cartels by Zakayo. If we do that, I can assure you that Zakayo and his cartel will know that this is very serious and he will vacate. And lastly, there
Maybe,
is
Doctor,
this.
maybe I'll allow you to land at that. We really have a long queue waiting.
Yeah,
So
I'm
if you
landing.
don't
I'm
mind,
landing, and I want to make.
30 seconds.
I want to make a very important point, that let us not be blackmailed by William Ruto telling people that we don't love Kenya when we say we want him to leave office. That is blackmail. He has desecrated the privilege to serve as the head of state, and he must vacate. He has violated the constitution, and we have to tell him no. If there is anybody who is presiding over anarchy, it is William Ruto for violating the constitution. Not patriots, not comrades who are coming out to attempt, and by so doing, reclaiming their country by running the goons and anarchists and the violators and desecrators of the rule of law and the Kenyan people out of town. They must vacate. Nane Nane has to succeed. And another
Asante,
time, please
asante,
allow us
asante,
to speak
Dr.
about
Milton.
the corruption
Dr.
in football,
Milton,
because it's big. But
tafadhali, tafadhali.
I drop the mic.
Asante sana. I know you're passionate. Everyone is. Let us hear from other people. Kamau, you've been waiting for a while, and then I think Tribeless after you, and then Kenya Daima and Dr. AJO.
Oh yeah,
Okay,
thank
thank
you
you.
very much for the opportunity. This is Cam now, and I want to be quick. It goes to the people who have died. My condolences to the family, and all of Gen Zs and everybody. I mean, diaspora. I had that call of not sending money. I support that. So my advice is, whatever we do, the energy should be geared towards remembering the dead, because if you don't do that, we're in a lot of trouble. Last year they killed a lot of people in Nyanza, and that's a trick to make sure we slow down. We're gonna make them scared. We're gonna kill them. We're gonna abduct them. We're gonna make them scared for us. So that's a tactic. Now we have to say no to that. As we do what we do, we should carry placards. We should carry pictures on our social media. We should put pictures of those who have been killed. Memories forever. We should start with JM Karaoke, Tomboya. We should remember them so that we can achieve our goals. If we don't remember them, we're not going to achieve our goals because that's a trick. The trick of the enemy is to kill you, to maim you, to make you silent so that you can die and they don't get your goals. And that's politician. Politicians are fake. They are liars. They take it from people. They take it from us. I'm kind of disappointed. I supported Baba. Baba is an opportunist. He just want to come in and jump wherever it is. So my two last comment is this: the ID, like Ndegwala said, the ID trick is to make you and us not to vote 2027. Is to slow the movement. The IBC formation is going to take 2 years. I promise you, it's not going to happen today. It's not going to take 2 years. It's to slow the movement. The devil is a liar. So my thinking is, as we come together, I say enough is enough of these people who are stealing our minerals. Conjunction with the puppet. I used to support Biden, but because Biden supported a puppet in Kenya, I don't support him. I don't support Democrats. I didn't renew my membership because of what they did in Kenya. So my advice, let's focus. And whatever we do, let's think about those people being killed. And also, who is gonna be our leader? Because okay, who's gonna take over? We have to think about that. And above all, let's stay focused, guys. Let's focus on registration and demanding. We need an IBC tomorrow. We need an IBC now. And let's go to the chief's offices. Let's demand our IDs. How come our IDs are being delayed? Let's go to these offices and, hey, chiefs, in wherever you are, in Kikuyu, whatever you are, just demand your ID because that's a key to the success. Okay, last point. Who are getting IDs? Are the people from Eastern getting more IDs, or Udaku area are getting more IDs? You have to pay attention who's getting more IDs so that they can multiply the election or the numbers. Okay, thank you guys. That's it.
Anthony, let's stick to facts. I don't know that, we have to be very careful because divisive tactics are also many. So we have to also resist, question that information. If you've gotten that information that people in Eastern
No, I'm just
province
saying.
or
I'm
Northeastern
just
province
saying.
are
I'm just
getting more
saying.
IDs,
Let me
I'm,
finish.
I'm just saying, find out if it's a factual information because we have to be very careful not to divide the movement by when we fall for the tactics. Be very careful because the enemy has resources, and they've been doing this for much longer than we've been protesting and marching. Right? I think you get my point.
Right. Well, okay.
I'm
Did you
not.
allow me to clarify? What I'm saying is, is Kisumu area getting more ID than whatever area? So I just saying, let's pay attention to those little details. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Right. And that's the point that I'm making is that we don't know that that is happening. We cannot say that there's more IDs going to Kisumu or Nyanza or any one particular part of the country. So let's be factual because we cannot fight them with their tactics. We have to fight them with different tactics that include integrity. Kamau, actually, I had called on you, Kamau Amaina, so you missed your chance. So go ahead now, and then we'll go to Tribeless. Kamau?
Yeah, thank you, Brief Scoop and the other guests. I just want to talk about what people are saying about the after we've taken Ruto out of office. What's next? I feel like we don't have a shortage of good leaders in this country. What we have is we have allowed a small group of people to come into to take over the ruling class. Since independence, we've had a small group of people who are intent on just benefiting themselves and not working for the benefit of the people in this country. But I feel like what the Gen Z movement has accomplished, the biggest win that the Gen Z movement has accomplished thus far is the political and the political awakening, the consciousness among citizens that we are seeing at this stage. Like having such a space like this and other barazas where people can meet, talk, a decentralized space where people can talk, even have lawyers and other professionals, because this movement has gone from being just a Gen Z like an age group thing, but rather an ideology. We are demanding for accountability from our leaders. And we don't want to have like a Gen Z leader or a millennial leader. What we want to have is like whoever is in government, we want them to be accountable. I don't care if it's 50 years, I don't care if it's 40 years, I just want the guy to be accountable and to do what the constitution stipulates. When it comes to choosing leaders, the constitution is very clear. It guides us in chapter 6, leadership and integrity. If we cannot be electing people of who have court cases coming in murder, rape, such people into our government, and then expect them to, when they get there, to do a good job. No, these politicians are not all the same, but they read from the same script. All these people, wherever, even in the US, wherever, they all read from the same script. And we cannot allow these people to hold us to ransom and tell us, oh, you know what, wait for 2027, wait for the election. You guys are killing us. We cannot sign a contract with you and then come and kill me and rob me and then tell me like I have to wait till the end of the contract. No, we can't wait. We are the sovereign. We the people we shall exercise our constitutional right. If we find that these people are not fit, and we know that the legislature has also been captured, parliament has been captured, we cannot allow these people to continue leading us when they are killing us and robbing us. That's all I had to say. Thank you.
Asante Kamau. Mizani.
Yeah, sure. I want us to go to the next speaker, and that is Tribeless, I believe. So then we'll have Mukenya. Gentlemen, we are really running late. That was not the intention, but we accept exceptionally. So if you get the mic, go straight to the point on what next. If not, where you want to see this country going to. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Brief scope, Eli Lukenya and Ndegwa. I'm happy to see you here. You've been here for some time. This is amazing because you help us digest and dissect some issues of legal issues. I have a few points to put across. Number one, what is the Kenya we want? The Kenya we want is the Kenya where the president does not have to go on top of vehicles to elaborate on the achievements he has done. Why do I say this? I am one person who lives in the diaspora, but I'm now back in Kenya because of the Gen Z movement. I am a fan of revolution. I'm very passionate about revolution. And I have been to Kenya. I've been back home since the 22nd of June, and I intend to be here for a little bit more time. So why do I say that the Kenya we want is the Kenya that the president doesn't have to go on top of vehicles? I don't know when last Keir Starmer or Rishi Sunak was on top of vehicles touring areas to tell the people what they have done. I have never seen Biden or any other leader behaving like our president. When you see a leader who is always on top of vehicles, trying to force issues on the people, explaining what he has done, just know that leader has failed. He has not done anything. He is doing PR politics. The Kenya we want, brief scope, is a Kenya where the police respects the rule of law, where the police is independent, where the police is not pushed by the executive or politicians to maim and cause mayhem on innocent protesters exercising their democratic right. The Kenya we want is the Kenya where farmers do not get fake fertilizers in the name of fertilizer subsidy. That is the Kenya I want for my children. I don't want my children to live in diaspora forever. I want systems to work back at home. I have been a diaspora person. I want the systems I've seen work in other countries to work in my country. Why can't they work? Some people are sitting and are comfortable, enjoying, while other people are suffering. The Kenya we want, brief scoop, is the Kenya where the president does not appoint corrupt leaders into positions of power. The president knows very well that the former governor of Kakamega, Wycliffe Oparanya, has a case with EACC. He is being accused of 1.3 billion Kenya shillings embezzlement. What does he do? He goes ahead to appoint him as CS. Shame. Shame on the president. Shame. He knows this man has got a case in court with the EACC. And this is not a disclaimer. I'm referring to EACC's letter this evening, written to Parliament. So that is the Kenya we want. A Kenya where the president does not appoint people with questionable integrity. I've just taken 1.5 minutes. I'm timing myself. The Kenya we want is
All
the
right.
Kenya where the president does not impose a fake finance bill, a finance bill that did not follow the rules of Kenya. The High Court today, the Court of Appeal, invalidated that bill. We expect the president to refund back the money he has been deducting from Kenyans in the name of an illegal housing levy. The Kenya we want is the Kenya. He is telling us that we are formless. We are formless. We are rudderless. How did a formless and rudderless organization cause a movement that led to finance bill flop? A whole finance bill of the president, we were able to bring it down. How? A formless organization. And that is why we don't want a leader, because Raila Odinga led the group of last year, which opposed the 2023 finance bill. Did it go through? It went through. Now, a formless organization has shamed the president. And now that the High Court of Appeal has also invalidated the 2023 finance bill, we expect the president to stop causing anarchy. He is the chief architect of anarchy because he does not respect the rule of law. If he respected the rule of law, that bill would have passed. I have 40 seconds. A brief scoop.
No, I think your timer is backward, tribeless. You really must learn.
Okay, I'm finishing up. So that
Kindly,
is the Kenya
30
we want.
seconds.
Okay, so what am I saying? That is the Kenya we want. The Kenya where all systems work. And that is why these people from independence, they did away with people like OJM Kariuki. They killed Tom Mboya. They killed leaders who are asking pertinent questions because they did not want systems to work. They wanted things to remain the way they are. There's a song which says, they told us things will be better. They told us things will be better. That is what Ruto promised. And as I conclude, freedom must be demanded from the oppressor. And that is what we are demanding. And if demanding freedom is anarchy, then Mr. President is the chief architect of anarchy. Thank you.
Wow. Tribeless. I think brief scoop.
Part of the problem we're trying to solve as a country is politicians taking the mic and saying everything. And Tribeless did exactly that, but thank you. We will be protesting against that in the next session. Mkenya Daima, welcome to the talk.
And he timed himself, so you couldn't even argue with him.
No, he was having an imaginary timer. I can tell you for free. But that was well played, Tribeless. Thank you for coming. Mkenya, the mic is yours. Let's see if 3 minutes works. It's 48 past the hour.
Okay, amazing. I came a little bit structured today because I have attendance.
I don't hear him, do you?
Yeah, Mkenya is there. Mkenya can hear you. I don't know if Brief Scoop is having his visit, but I think Mkenya and KOT, whatever you guys did, you know you are one of the reasons we are suffering, right? But it's all right.
Okay. This is what I want to say, and I want to be very loud and be very clear. We don't need political parties to fix systems. We don't need that, and we are not going to need it. The other thing that I want you guys to understand, as much as we are GenZs and we are fighting for the same thing, I want you to understand we might have different ideologies in terms of things like how we want, in terms of different interests, while we are pushing for the same Kenya that is working. Political parties are formed based on ideologies, lobby groups to push for this and this and this and that. But right now, we have only one focus, which is to fix Kenya. Anyone who is asking what next? What next? Why are you worried about what next? The question has already answered itself. We are fixing the systems. If the systems are working, that is the Kenya that we want. That is the next that we want. We want the cost. We want to fix the energy. We want to fix the food. We want to fix the manufacturing. We want to fix the water. I am from Sekuru. Since 1963, Sekuru has never seen water like this. As we are talking right now, I know I have to wake up sometime there, walk for 12 kilometers, go to a river called Nzetu here in Sekuru, go stand the queue so that I can get a little bit of water in a jerrycan from well. And this water doesn't have to be clean, but I just need a water that I can drink. Those are the systems that we want to fix. And the anyone who is asking what next, the moment we have William Ruto out, who is the problem, the what next question will solve itself, because we are not struggling to get a new president. We are not struggling with getting, I don't know, the governor. No, those are not the problems that Kenyans are having. And since we said Gen Z is generations sorted, all the generations in Kenya right now, they are suffering. And their what next question is fixing this country, making sure this country has systems that are working. That is our biggest concern. We have no problem of leaders. Everyone is most of the Kenyans are leaders. Kenyans are competent. Kenyans have all the right skills and everything. What we want is those systems to be working. That is our biggest concern right now as Kenyans. So this idea of trying, and I think it's stop putting doubt, stop putting this idea of like, okay, there is like a power vacuum that might happen and Kenya does not understand where we are going. No, we are not like Sudan. Look at our literacy levels. Do we look like people who don't understand what we are doing? No, we are people who understand what we are doing. We are fixing the country to have systems that are working. That's all I came to remind everyone. The what next question is a Kenya that is working, and that is what we are doing right now. Let's focus on removing William Ruto on Nane Nane. Yes, I will also walk from Sunday. I will be in Nairobi as well. Very, very, very ready for Nane Nane. All the way from Zekuru with the all my three cousins. We've made some arrangement on where to sleep in Mlolongo to make sure that I will be there on Nane Nane. Thank you.
Mkenya, will you be bringing the cows alongside, because you need something after that?
Okay, it's a sad state of affair. These were my cows in 2016, and too bad because of kiangazi in Ukambani and lack of water, they died. Nilibaki na only one cow that has been surviving, and ikona jicho moja blind. Still, it's called Langi. So it's sad. I will not be bringing the cows.
What a memory to actually commemorate them. And I didn't know it was a bad joke, but thank you for sharing that. It reminds us we're still human at the end of the day. I would love to now welcome, that is Nothing KE, and then in that order we'll have Clinton, JM Kariuki, Libon, Thomas, and then let's see how that goes. If you guys can make 3 minutes, that would be great.
Hi everyone. As usual, we salute the ones we have lost along the way, the sick and everyone is affected. As we go on this path, I wanted to highlight we need to look into what we did the last time. We need to look into blood donation and funds for the hospital. And now what is out that we can no longer fundraise through Mchanga because they're trying to prevent that level of coordination. And then on privatization of our institution, yesterday Wakili said that one, we can raise a petition. So I wanted to know whether we are supposed to draft it, and I wanted to ask you guys if you can come on board on the issues that we want to prevent, because what you are seeing in the country is exactly how IMF work. First, they devalue your shilling. We went through that last year. Then the next thing, they insist you privatize the institution. And if you look at the institution they are privatizing, are the most profitable. So we need to put an injunction on that, and we need to resist the American military from coming into the country, and we need to ask the British military to exit our country.
Not ask.
This is Kenya.
Not ask. Demand.
So brief scope, you're saying waende,
Yes.
wamalize waende.
Kaende.
Anyway, go back to
Yes,
Nothing KE. You still have 2 minutes.
Okay, so I was saying we need to ask them to exit our country because we know this military, it's not here for our sake. It's just a strategic position for them to be able to steal our resources, number one. Number two, they're able to, if they want to interfere with Congo, they will fly into Congo without our knowledge. Magufuli said when he was launching the Nyerere Dam that when they were clearing the place, they found runways in the bush, airstrip in the bush that him as a president didn't know actually existed. So these things are not here to help us. We were talking about poaching. They're the same people who interfere with all that. So we need to draw the line and say, well, number one, we don't want them here. Number two, we also need to make sure that Bill Gates is a persona non grata in this country, because that guy rotates around Africa, making sure that he messes us up. He said on CNN that when COVID hit Kibera, they will fall like flies because there's no space for social distancing, and that's the one place that we never had a case. So they identified that our food is the reason why we were able to survive COVID, because I think they look down upon us. So we want to make sure that this man does not step into the country. We want to repeal this issue of agriculture, livestock, and then protect our airport. Like the whole time I was seeing this airport thing, I just went quiet because at the back of my mind I was thinking, let them lease out JKIA. When we can make the decision, we'll make sure we come up with a different airport. But apparently it says that for the next 30 years, we can never build an airport that can compete with JKIA. That tells you these people are securing the bag for themselves for a period of another 30 years. So we need to make sure, apart from just talking, we come up with petitions to stop all that, for them to understand, hey, by the way, we're not as primitive as they thought we were. Because if you go out of the country, they treat you like, you can say how they talk about immigrants, like we are something they can dispose at will, yet here at home, they are so comfortable. So we need to show them they do also. They need to get out and make this country such a pleasant place for people to live in. The people in the diaspora, they don't have to be treated badly like second-class human beings. They know that they have a home they can go to, and it's a beautiful and an amazing place to live. You see the narrative they always sell. It's like we live in the bush. They talk about hunger like we are people who don't know what they want. If they get their hands off our resources, we'll be able to feed ourselves. We'll be able to make sure every Kenyan has decent shelter, access to free healthcare, and we create employment for all of us. Instead, they're using this country as a dumping ground. Most of the time, actually, like 80% of our products in the shelf are products from outside. Why are we allowing this? Kenya should not become a consumer economy, because when you hear the West say
You have
that Kenya
30
is
seconds to
open for
land.
business, they're simply saying Kenya is open for plunder. I thank you.
Thank you. And I love the fact that you
So
mentioned
many
something about
hundreds.
80% of the products we are importing, which is strangely enough was featured in the Finance Bill 2024-2025. And the administration was suggesting that we need to put excise duty extra on those imports so that we can encourage local manufacturing. So question is, did we equally shoot ourselves in the foot trying to resolve a problem that quote unquote is a problem, or was it the best solution? I would love to invite now, I believe that was between Clinton and JM, I can't remember anymore. You guys remember the queue?
Clinton was here first.
Yes. Hello, guys.
Hello, Clinton, proceed, 3
Can you
minutes.
hear me? Okay, so me, I want to rant today. I want us to see the bigger picture right now. What is the illness that we are going through? We are going through because of political power. We've been into this political power of who's next, who's going to take over. Like we are just in that kind of mentality, which is not useful, which has brought us to this dumb shit that we are in. So for me, I don't think that we need politics anymore. Politics, we should dump it once and for all and to be done with. We want for this country, we have a leader. Our leader is the Constitution, and our motherland is Kenya. We need it to be effective, and anyone who has been granted that seat of representative, should not think that he as a representative or she as a representative should be like the king on the hill. He should know that we are the power, and he or she is the one who is just going to speak out of our demands. And the next thing, I've heard that some people want to be politicians like Samuel. I think that guy should be booted. Even though he speaks well, I think he doesn't represent us. If he wants to be a politician, then let him be. But he doesn't represent our movement. Our movement is not politics. Our movement wants Kenya to move forward, to be something better than it is right now. We are not even people are suffering out here. People don't have food. People don't have shelter yet. Tunapatiwa wifi. Wifi ni ya kufanya nini kama una chakula? Utakula tu mneti. Huwezi kula mneti. That's fucked up, man. So enye tukwe tu realistic. Let's be what Kenya is supposed to be. This is our land and everybody should be taken care of. And Ruto should just go, guys. For me, I don't think that guy means well for all of us. Whatever he is doing, he's just like house levy. Those houses he's making, it's not for us. It's not for the ordinary Kenyans. It's for the rich. Let's be realistic. That guy has no heart for Kenyans. And last point, I can say that this space, personally, I don't think we are going to like really need politicians coming in here telling us lies, and you do know those guys don't mean well for us. Let them stay away. Personally, we need a new Kenya, and new Kenya starts with us. Nobody else. Nobody from politics is going to tell us how to run our own country, because it's us who's on the ground and it's us who's suffering. Let's make this place at least like home for people to come back. I hate seeing people at leo sijui for 70 people teachers wamepelekwa majuu. Hiyo ni nini? Hiyo ni brain drain bana. Let them stick here. Let them love their country. Let them know that Kenya is there for them too. Hii story hapana. Mimi yenyewe sitaki brain drain. Nataka yenyewe watu warudi home, tupendane vitu tulikuwa napendana before, na to continue like that in the future. Thank you. I think I've done.
Thank you, Clinton. I think we actually had. I was paying attention to the people that as I added.
Hello.
JM, you are one of the last people added, so just hold on for a second. There was Ochieng, Thomas before you, and Libon, and then we'll get to you and Dudley. I don't remember when Dudley came, but I definitely know Thomas and Ochieng and Libon came before you. Thomas,
Okay.
Ochieng, Libon, in that order.
Okay, thank you, guys. I would like to thank everybody for the resilience,
Thank
especially
you. Good
KOT.
evening. Are you hearing me?
Good
Ochieng,
evening,
tulia. Kuna mtu
Thomas.
anaongea. I think maybe you don't
Am I
hear.
audible?
Ochieng, hold on one
We
second.
have Thomas
Tulia.
online, Ochieng. If you can hear me, kindly wait. After Thomas, it will be
Yes.
you. So let's have
Can you hear me?
Thomas.
Okay, guys, thank you. I'd like to thank everyone for the resilience, especially KOT. He has been very resilient. He doesn't give up easily. Sasa, I want to touch on the issue Polo Kimani has been highlighting. We want Ruto to go, but we must be very careful because Ruto has very powerful friends and they have weapons. Americans have these powerful friends are the Americans. It is called the Anglo-Saxon Empire. These are people who are siphoning out our resources, our minerals. So we should be very careful with these people. Because if we are not careful, they will hijack this revolution and install another puppet.
Thomas, maybe if I ask you, what is your definition of careful? Because it's a bit a flat statement.
Careful is we must have an end game. And we must keep in mind that we must try, civic education is key. As much we want Ruto to go, and I want Ruto to go. But we need civic education to educate the people that Ruto is just a passing cloud. Ruto, Raila, the Gachagwas, these are puppets of the West. This bill was an IMF bill that was forced down our throat. Moi destroyed institutions because of pressure from these guys. We had institutions that used to work, used to create employment, like Rivertex. So we have to educate the masses and let them know that as much as we want Ruto to go, he has powerful friends that we should be careful of, and only education will help us through. like the Iranians did. Our situation is not different from the Iran of 1950 when Mossadegh came to power. He came to power, but he didn't know the Americans were his enemies. He was fighting the British. But the Americans came and toppled him through these demonstrations. There were pro-Mossadegh demonstrations were turned against him. And Americans were able to install a puppet for 25 years. It took them 25 years to recapture their country. So this is a marathon. Time is running quick. This is a marathon. Let us know that it will take long. In 2014, the youths of Burkina Faso burned down the parliament, but it took them around 8 years for Ibrahim Traore to come and save them. So we are not yet Uhuru. Keep that in mind. Unfortunate, Ndego has left, Wakili Ndego has left. I wanted to know if we can challenge the presence of foreign military bases in our country through the law. We have a British, the British are sitting on 83 acres, I think, in Laikipia, in Nanyuki. The Americans are sitting in Manda Bay. Somebody was saying that the Americans are not around. They are around. They have a base in Lamu, Manda Bay. So how can we say that we are free and we have foreign military bases? We have conservancies. Another thing, I want an answer from anybody who knows the law. Can we challenge these leases that are being given to conservancies and companies like Tata Chemicals, a shady company that claims to be Indian but has headquarters in Britain and US, that sits on 224,000 acres, a land bigger than Nairobi. They had a lease of 99 years. It expired last year. Why do we give leases to people who siphon away our minerals? These are the same people who are installing puppets and funding these puppets. Those are the people I'm calling very powerful friends of these puppets. We should be very careful.
Now, Thomas, you and I are on the same page. I think you're raising very fundamental questions on the things that we have to look at next. Because what I've had enough times is Ruto will go and then we will be free without considering all these other blockades that are on our way. And I totally now buy into your idea of what next and the powerful friends. He's an advocate. I definitely want to engage him with some of the questions you've raised, especially the issue of base. But we do understand international to make your final remarks, please.
So my final remarks, we shouldn't give up. We should know that this is a marathon, a easy 100 meters. Hata Ruto akistep down leo, we still have a long way to go. We shouldn't give up. Another thing, we should question those leases. Don't forget about that. Those 99-year-old leases, we should also question them. So let me hang on there because the issues I have, they need their own space, actually.
Agreed.
Thank you, guys.
100%. Absolutely 100% agreed. When you started speaking, I got kicked out of the space, and it was actually giving me a few seconds to close. and literally, my Twitter app never ever shuts down. Right.
Blame it on KOT, our good friend. He rattles the unrattable, if that's in English.
Lakini, the questions that Thomas is asking, and this is what I was getting at, Eli. I know you told me that I have to be careful and remember that sometimes the enemies of our enemies is our friends, but there's plenty of blame to go around because it's not just people like Ruto have powerful friends overseas, but then those powerful friends, they are aided internally, right, by those people who are funded by these same organizations internally. Some of them are lawyers right here in Kenya. Some of them are the economists. Some of them are the so-called uncivil society, right? Because sometimes when you ask these questions, of, for example, about challenging military bases in Kenya, the lawyers don't have answers. Well, we have a lawyer here, so I'd love to hear from him because they divert us. You know, when we start talking about things to do with Ruto's friends overseas, we get diversionary responses. So Dudley, I think you had called on Dudley, right, to respond to those
We
questions?
will come to him. Let's allow the other queue to dwindle off. We have Ochieng, followed by Laibon, and then we can have Dudley to answer to some of those legal questions. Again, there is also the aspect that we keep talking about. Politicians are stealing money. I think the 21st, and we have posted that report on the Jumbotron. If you look at it, we had a conversation with the EACC, and like it or not, the people that help your politicians launder money, steal money, and get away with it happens to be the very, very people who call themselves friends of the court, aka lawyers. So who is the enemy? Ochieng.
Sorry, and by the way, Ochieng, just before you join in, there's a link to the
Thank you very
Telegram
much. Can you hear me?
up there on the Jumbotron. Please join
Hello. Can you hear me?
join us as we work together in working groups. Ochieng, yes, we hear you. Go ahead.
Ochieng, can you kindly
Can
use
you hear me now?
your handset-free option? There's too much noise with your headsets. As you do that, we'll come back to you after Laibon. Please. Laibon, proceed.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Laibon, proceed. We'll come to Ochieng after you.
Okay, thank you so much. We have raised very fundamental questions about the governance of this country. And I was touched by what my friend Thomas has said about the kind of companies. And these are colonial companies that after independence, they took our land ransom. So I'm coming from a place where we have a very big multi-billion companies here. I'm coming from South Rift, and we have companies, the Vinlays and the others. They have very large tracts of land, the most fertile lands in Kenya, and they are using it to grow tea. And this tea, they don't benefit the people. You know, before they used to say that this they are using it to employ people, so people used to go and work there. But as time goes by and gradually they mechanize their tea picking work, and that rendered some of the people jobless. So now as we speak, there is no, I think, absolutely nothing beneficial to the community. And we see leaders, these politicians, they know, they meet in the courtrooms, they talk, and they exchange money and leave us alone. So I'm coming from a family whereby I'm a descendant of someone who was killed so that land can be taken. They are part of the people who revolted about the takeover of land by the British. So they have been, our family members in the clan have been launching cases. They did to Arusha, went to UK, and when they reached UK, the case stagnated, meaning that there are some politicians who are trying to use diversionary tactics so that these people cannot, they wanted to divert the attention of these old men so that they cannot be, the companies cannot be done away with because it was their cash cow. So as we speak now, we have so many of these kind of companies in Kenya, and we should talk about them, their legitimacy of stay here in Kenya. Another issue about is the issue of employment. No, we have seen this president going around saying that he has created jobs. How do you create jobs in outside the country? No, you tell people that I have created jobs, people are going to work outside the country. It means it is a failed state because you cannot tell people to go to Saudi Arabia, whereby we have been making contributions to The ladies who are working there, they have been mistreated. They are suffering. Some of them when they were had a full health, but when they are coming back, they are very emaciated, meaning that it's about suffering. Some of them even wanted to commit suicide on a video call. So if the president is happy about that, it means there is something wrong about us. Because if we cannot create our jobs here, how else do we want? If everyone has a job in Kenya, we'll be able to pay our debts, be able to manage this country, even without these issues of borrowing and going to IMF to give us some retrogressive bills. Again, we have an issue about the kind of employment authorities in Kenya, because you can see at the moment we are seeing people going around looking for jobs. You can go for a job for only 20 people and you will get almost 50,000 guys applying. What does that mean? The government has failed to give people jobs. And then we have this help. They are going for the graduates. They want to go for them. Now you gave me a loan. I have not secured a job. How do you want me to pay? This, in simple terms, we are asking that question. Then the president is recycling the same guys who have been working in government since. Wetangula has been in politics since the time I was young until now. Same case to Mudavadi, same case to Ruto, same case to Raila, same case to all those people. What do they have different from what we have? It means like we are recycling the old folks that damaged this country. Ruto was there in 1992, Raila was there, and those others were there. When this country went down, they were there. So what new thing could they bring on board that we can give them a chance to preside over our affairs as a country? We are giving them these people. We are giving these people space to.
Libon, you have to land now, please.
Okay.
Otherwise, it's already past midnight in Nairobi, and it's still a Wednesday night. Should be Thursday morning. I still have Ochieng on the call. We will have Ochieng followed by Redemptor, and then we'll have Dudley for a specific reason. Let's have you, Ochieng, please.
Good morning, my fellow Kenyans. So I hope you can hear me. Okay, so I just wanted to react to a few things that I've heard in this space, and to help in the think tank towards what's next. I've heard about people ranting about the presidency of William Ruto, which I don't want to rant anymore. I was speaking to my brothers earlier, and they were telling me that they think Ruto is not okay mentally. And I tend to share the same things, the same thinking, because what this guy is doing is insane. I don't want to speak about it. But I want to react to what Tony Gashoka has said and what Eugene Omala said. I wish they were here, and I wish this can reach. I wish this can reach them. Tony Gashoka started by telling that we need allies. We need a political party. Yes, we do need allies, but we don't need allies who are political demigods who are coming to beg so that they can take this opportunity and use it to benefit themselves, that we have seen. We need allies who have seen that there is a problem in Kenya and are equally concerned and are ready to go out on 8th to solve this problem that is there in Kenya. What is this problem? The problem is not William Ruto alone. The problem does not stop at William Ruto. Whether we succeed on August 8th or not, there are so many things within the governance system of Kenya that are rotten that we have to deal with. We have to deal with the runaway corruption. We have to deal with the unworking systems, like people are not getting ID right now. People are not getting treated in hospitals because doctors go on strike. There are so many problems that we have to deal with. So the buck does not stop at August 8th. We have so much more to change in this country, and we have to do it methodically and systematically, so that by 2027 we have a system that is working and we have the country that we want. We were not going on the streets. Now this is to Eugene Wamalwa, and I wish it reaches him too. We were not going on the streets so that a youth or a Gen Z can get a position in government. We were going on the streets because it is our future which is in line, and we must change our future. And we must start now. We are going on the street because we want to write our own future. We want to have our own destiny. And that is what we are trying to make. We are not going there because we want political positions or we want to do it through a political party. The time for a political party will come, but it is not now. Right now, what we are doing, we are draining the system, and we have to drain everything inside it, because we want to live in a country where we are proud of living. That's good. That comes to the question, what next? We want to live in a country that we pay taxes without feeling the burden that somebody is going to eat up our taxes, or somebody is going to mismanage our taxes. We want to live in a country where we have everything, every system working effectively. People are getting employed, doctors are getting employed, teachers are there. We are proud of the system that we have. We want to own land here and live here. We don't want to be exported abroad. So what next is to continue putting on the pressure that we are putting right now. Let's put the pressure on the government. Let's use the online advocacy that we are using to continue putting the pressure. Let's use every single mean that we have. What we have been doing, let us do it twice. That is what next, because we cannot start speaking about political parties or allies or whoever when we have not solved the problem that we have now. So what is next is, let us continue solving this problem. And that is my submission.
Thank you very much. And I do appreciate your submission. I will have you, our good friend, Redemptor. You've been waiting for long. You've listened from the young people and elderly at large. What do you make of these statements, the Kenya we want?
A very quick summary, that freedom fighters tend to be very entitled. My great uncle was a freedom fighter and was among the Kapenguria Six. Once he got in power, he did not even pay his electricity bill. He used to walk into shops and get a suit and not pay. When I started this and brief scoop thought naongea mbaya mbaya, I said that the young generation, the Gen Z, did not drop from the skies. They were backed by people who are also freedom fighters and some who are the others who enable oppressors. I have said here that when I became aware that I'm a human rights defender, nilikuwa na kiherehere mingi. But then I discovered the system can crush me like a bug. There is a safety in numbers. So what did I do? I educated myself about the people who challenge the system. I got to know who is who does what, who is said to be a state operative, who is compromised because of this. I got to know them. And then I got to know what they fight and the impact of fighting. What am I telling you? It's right now we are fighting for freedom. Freedom from economic oppression. And people get very defensive and say, where were these people when we were fighting, when we went to the streets? Had Rex Masai not died, I would have left this to the young people. But when I saw how the state was operating with brutality, I stepped out and I came to every forum because, like I've said, my children were on those streets. When you come here and you keep giving the same ideas, for example, the issue of minerals. There is a man who almost lost his life investigating minerals in this country. Why reinvent the wheel when it comes to economic oppression, when it comes to our resources being stolen, when it comes to all those unjust things that are happening in our country, when you can ask, who is doing this? Because they have, from 2013, this country has been run through taking the government to court. Do you know how many petitions have been written? Even now, as you are being hurt by the state, there are people who are going to court and you don't know about them. So we get so caught up with these celebrity status speeches so that if someone comes here and gives you a talk about globalists, you run with it for 3 days. Minerals, you run it. And what has that done to you? It has killed the spirit of fighting for freedom. And now you're discovering all these other injustices in your country. And these people are running with your fight because you lost focus. And I'm saying this with a lot of humility because it hurts me when young people are killed. Let me tell you how you lost focus. Initially, when we were fighting for the finance bill, people came with placards with very clear messages. Now, nobody seems to remember that the cabinet was fired and rehired. Nobody seems to be focusing on the finance bill was rejected, but appropriation bill was signed. The same akili mulikuwa nayo when you're making these messages. You need to go back and stop saying people are hijacking your efforts. There are people who have been fighting for this country, but they are acknowledging that this is for the young people. Do you want all of you? Do you want the state to hurt more of you? Of course not. The best way you can win any fight is to know your enemies. You have all of a sudden started listening to everything the president says, and then you come and call him out for when he lies. So that's the same thing you need to find out, apart from the president, who has been opposing when there was no opposition. So on Nanenane, I'll say, do not go in those streets just out of anger without a message. I always consider June 25th, Independence Day. I consider the young people who lost their lives our heroes. But I've told you, freedom fighters tend to be very entitled. They hold the boy and say, this is my baby, I'm the one who birthed it and nobody else is going to take. In an emergency situation, those of you who watch medical dramas, in my last submission, I'll say this. When you are an emergency worker, it doesn't matter what risks you took to go through a burning building to rescue someone who was burning. When you land to the emergency room, you hand that person over to somebody else. And I know you don't want to hear that. And that's why you're saying, we don't want to hear anybody else. We don't want, and there are a million, I can say a million Kenyans who know what is wrong. So we have systems. We know why the systems don't work. Please do not tire yourself reinventing the wheel. If you're dealing with minerals, come and ask me, who are the activists who work around the environment? Who are the activists who whistleblow on conservation scams? Who are the activists who know about what is happening? Our land is being grabbed in the name of, do not reinvent the wheel because you'll get tired. I am not against people going to the street, but go with a very clear message. Repackage your messages the way you did in June so that we know exactly what these people did. They pretended to have given, and then they went and shared the positions. And I always say those letters had blood, the blood of young people of this country. We, the older generation you keep talking about, some people in that generation are more woke than everybody you hear talking. All these clips you're getting, they've gotten, there is nothing new under the sun. The information you have right now exists. You removed it from someone's research. Please acknowledge that person who's been fighting for that cause for the last 10, 20 years. I'm not the first one to fight for the right to live of a demonstrator. And I'm here to educate people and say, stop saying they died, start saying they were killed. Stop calling yourself protesters, call yourself a demonstrator. Just simple information that you will get. So our parents, every time I go to these walls and I hear our parents, I get offended because Okiya Mtata is our parent, if we are going by that. Someone like Tony Gashoka, for example, has gone to jail for opposing a government. So some of you might come and say, well, he got compromised here and there, but you need the information he has to get ahead. So that's my brief scoop. And Ellie, thank you very much. I've been here from 8 o'clock. I'm exhausted and I appreciate, I've been to wars with KOT, with Ayo. I don't know Ayo if he's still here. Pipita as well. I'm always there. And my message is always the same. Your parent is not the enemy. The ignorant youth who took 500 shillings last week is more of your enemy than a parent you can sit down with and educate, if they are not more educated than you. I believe the younger generation are smarter than us in this generation, but there's wisdom that comes from what happens. So I'll finish this last one. In 1992, Kenya got a chance for liberation. But do you know what happened? We spent 5 years fighting, the way now I'm seeing fights. So Raila Odinga came and said, I want to be president. Kenneth Matiba, people's president at that time, wanted to be president. And the country squandered an opportunity. If we are not careful, we are going to squander an opportunity to liberate our country, because now we are dividing ourselves on generations. And then we are trying to have monopoly of knowing the injustices in this country. We are here to help you. This is your fight, but do not get entitled about fighting for freedom. Others have gone before you. Others have shed blood so that you can enjoy the freedom you have right now to call the president names. Let's honor those other fallen heroes of other liberations. Those are my submissions for the night. Asanteni.
You've said there's nothing new under the sun. And to some extent, I was wondering, Mama wa rika yako amelala, but you're here camping with your children, guiding them. You must be a loving mother. And we do appreciate you that. With a lot of respect, Redemptor, I have shared platforms with you. And I know you're raising very interesting curves to this talk that we must be able to interrogate. Now, the question is, when we talk about what next, it's not just about Ruto. It's about, are we going to spend the next 5 years fighting for who becomes what and lose an opportunity of rewriting our story and not our history? Dudley, the lawyer, is here with us. I will hand him over to Brief Scoop, and Brief Scoop, take over, please. Thank you.
Asante sana, Mizani. Actually, I'm just going to go straight to Dudley because I think you heard the submissions earlier on, and there was a question for Wakili about challenging the presence of foreign military bases. We know they are there, but took the one in Lamu, a massive one. You know, Kenyans aren't allowed on these bases. Like, what the hell? Like, how does this even happen? And of course, the IMF loans and deals such as the Adani one at the airport. For all intents and purposes, all of these look like bad deals, contracts signed in bad faith. Dudley?
Okay, thank you so much. I hope you'll be able to hear me.
We cannot. I'm afraid.
Okay.
Very low volume.
Very low volume. Is it better now?
I know a trick. You probably were on Bluetooth and something happened. So just drop off, we add you back, and maybe that one works. But in the meantime, as we get that sorted out, Brief Scoop, I noticed that we've had a lot of contribution in the chat section. I'm going to sample a few of your comments here and see what it says. Mariam, thank you as always. I agree with Tony. It is very crucial to bring in political players for the eighth match. That is Nane Nane. If they are going to shoot anybody, let them be on the front line. We have interesting right down here by Maude, who gives us what needs to be done moving forward. Reconstitute the IEBC, abolish national government CDF, replace all CSS, reduce total number to 14, abolish CAS, first and second lady offices, prime CS and office of his spouse, women reps, nominated MPs and senators. Wow, that is huge. The list is up there. You can always look at it. We've pinned it on the Jumbotron. I also see Dr. Milton Yakundi say the president is not appointing corrupt individuals. He is that by himself. Okay. Engineer here says, Okuna, I'm glad to be part of the petitioners who drafted the sixth petitioner. Victor Okuna, thank you for being part of this petition, which is talking in reference to what exactly are we looking at here? Coram Mindinot Murgor and Mativo, civil appeal number E3 of 2023 between the Speaker of the National Assembly and others. I don't know exactly what is the detail of that. Engineer, it's a bit scanty. Engineer Irene, there are a lot of engineers here, is asking, is it a crime to be in a meeting or stand or take pictures next with Baba? For you to actually look into. And earlier on, we had a clip from the National Assembly where the majority leader, Kimani Ichung'wah, was getting head on with the judiciary, questioning they become part of the advocacy and agitation instead of just interpreting the law. That clip is available online from the National Assembly. Last but not least, I'm going to sample out one more here from who is this? Somebody's talking about their salons. Okay, we will do marketing in a few years from now. June Sige, who had talked about passionate about urban housing because it's a way to remove the youth from farming to supply food and water for the best for the Westerns and part of the Middle East food security. Okay, thank you for that, June. Among many of your contributions that I can't really go through tonight, this X Spaces man, we were losing focus And our problem is disrespect of the constitution. Our enemy is Ruto. Our goal is to have an accountable leadership. Stop losing focus, says KD. Back to you, Dudley. I hope you've been able to connect to the call. I will unmute and admit you back on the call. Let's see if that works. Briscoe, do you have him?
I did, but it seems he dropped again because I don't see him anymore. He came back and dropped again, unfortunately.
Maybe we keep that as a pending question because it's interesting to probably have enough time to discuss that. But I'll allow T to make his final submissions. We're really way out of time, KOT. You've been a proponent of the Nane Nane. You have had an opportunity to ask Kenyans and other people of goodwill to contribute to this cause. Do you think it is worth it? KOT, that is Sonko, please.
Kioti Sonko, your mic is muted. Going once. Kioti Sonko amelala. All right. Eli, you can close us out with your closing remark. I don't really feel like I have much more left to say. So Eli, over to you and you can close us out.
Yeah, actually, if I was an artist like Nonini Mgenge, I would have said, right now in Kenya, mvua inawaka na jua inanyesha, because with all the things that are happening, court cases getting way out of proportion. We have had the EACC challenging the nomination of former Kakamega County Governor Wycliffe Ambetsa Oparanya, stating that they have a case against him and he's one of the nominees that President Ruto is willing to work with. A lot of questions there. And of course, at one point, I have said this in previous spaces, that we had the likes of Mbadis questioning the leadership and the administration of Kenya Kwanza, to some extent stating that they warned William Ruto about his nominees and he wanted a skunk and they gave him that. So question is, are we going to have a turnaround? Baba has been accused, and Baba, by that I mean Raila Amolo Odinga, has been accused of flipping on Kenyans, and now more than ever, there are a lot of quarters who believe this man fought for things that he believed in until he noticed he's no longer going to be the president. Therefore, he just have to play ball and secure his future, if not his tomorrow. For those and many more, we want to welcome all of you guys to all our spaces coming this Sunday on Mizani 254. We'll be looking at the Nairobi tourism policy, which is proposing a number of issues. But what I found interesting is they think the main problem of Nairobi tourism, it's you guys have been giving bad messaging about Nairobi. Probably that's why Governor Sakaja made sure that every time there were shootings on the street and you guys were protesting and spoiling the streets, the following morning, ilikuwa safi kama pamba. The only thing that distinguished there was a demonstration was the pink paints of gender reveal and the what do you call it? Iso tear gas, but the rest spot on. So the Nairobi County is looking to pump up and ramp up marketing to make sure that tourism in Nairobi is taking a higher notch. So for that and much more, join us on Sunday on Mizani 254 from 10 a.m. as we discuss that with industry players, among others people, as we look at the policy. What does it mean to you and how will it affect you? Remember, the nominated CSS are getting into vetting starting today on Thursday. Who will make it through and will they make it through? Did you submit your memoranda? We can talk on the streets, we can bargain about who is wrong, but the decisions are made in Parliament. Focus your eyes on Parliament. My name is Likiani Eli. I want to thank you all for making time to be here. Back to you, Rivscoop.
Asante sana Eli. You just gave me something to close with, which is I actually spoke to somebody who works in City Hall in Sakaja's office, and even that person said to me that the fires were suspicious. They are suspicious. They work inside that office, and they are suspicious of those fires, because guess what? The fires burnt in a very specific corner that is very secure, where there are files full of financial information. So go figure. This is not hearsay. This is not conjecture. This is what somebody who works in that office told me.
But that's the same thing Eric Ngubi told us from ESCC, that in Governor Obando's case, there was fires catching some specific offices, and decides to do a déjà vu, or probably some abracadabra, goes to the next room. So maybe Nairobi has the same illness.
What a coincidence, huh? And it just happens to the files that have financial information. Such quality submissions, I hate to have to close the space, and it's unfortunate that we didn't get to be able to hear from everyone. Eli, really, honestly, I think we need to do some quick fire rounds and just do 2 minutes in future. We should try that in future.
And I
Have
doubt
a good
that
night.
will happen. Kenyans are used to Radio Jambo. So Radio Jambo, Gideon Ghost, shout out to you guys. You've taught Kenyans and specifically Luyas how to speak longer on radio.
We can but try. Ambition. All right. Have a good night, everybody. We appreciate you, and we don't take you for granted. Thank you. Oh, by the way, on the Jumbotron, I should have mentioned this earlier. I kept forgetting. There is a link to the Telegram group for the Citizens Assembly Occupy Kenya, where we will be organizing. For those of you who wish to, who aren't in groups, or even for those of you in groups, working together in working groups, as so that we can be better organized in this leaderless, fearless, tribeless movement. Join the working groups. And let's work together to build the Kenya we want. Nobody else is coming to save us. Nobody is coming to save us. No politician, no magic bullet. We have to work together. We ourselves, roll